Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Blind Devotion by S. Nelson. Narrated by Viola Lord and Gideon Frost. Chapter 1. Alina. "Please don't say it," I whispered, lowering my eyes to stare at the marble floor beneath my feet. The hemline of my gown swayed ever so slightly, while I waited for fated words to rain down on me. So many images rushed in, mainly fantasies I had of a life I'd never get to live. A life of my own, one where I was in control of my own future, my own destiny. But no amount of dreaming would save me from my reality. I prayed for time to stand still, but it was mere seconds before he sucked in air, expelled a breath, and spoke those inevitable words.
"It's time, Alina. You're of age now, old enough to settle down and start a family. Chris is a fine choice, and will make a great husband and father."
"But I don't want to marry him!" I cried out, lifting my eyes in a last-ditch effort of battle, exasperation ebbing into every cell of my body.
"You don't have a choice,"
he countered, arching a brow at my tone. My life had never been my own. My father made every major decision for me, from who I dated to what college I attended, what degree I'd earn, which was a law degree just like him, and now, apparently, who I'd marry. I fought him at every turn, but in the end he always won. No one had ever gone up against the almighty powerful Randall Winthrop and came out the victor, including his only daughter. "I should," I replied in anger. "I should decide who I marry, who shares my bed, and definitely who I breed with." I chose the word breed because he treated me as if I were nothing more than a prized thoroughbred being paired off to give my owner champion offspring.
"Stop being so dramatic," he chastised. "We've had this discussion 1,000,000 times. I'm not risking having everything I've worked for wiped away in an instant because you wish to believe in some silly notion of true love."
My father had grown up poor, but with hard work and determination to change the course of his life, he ended up founding the largest law firm on the entire East Coast. Early on in his career, he'd taken on 2 partners, Brian Kruger and Curtis Dawn, my father being the managing partner of the group. One day, he'd hand down his position to me. What if I don't want to inherit the firm someday? What if I want to follow my own path? I was being stubborn, one of the attributes I had in common with my father. I worked at Winthrop, Kruger, and Dawn, half of my caseload being pro bono. It was my passion to help those less fortunate, to assist them in their time of need. Just because they couldn't afford proper representation didn't mean justice shouldn't be served. My father allowed me to be the bleeding heart of the firm because he thought it made us look even more valuable in the eyes of the public. Sympathetic. Goliath fighting for David. Anger embraced his demeanor, his otherwise cool facade cracking ever so slightly.
"You know damn well you won't walk away from the firm, not when you can eventually employ an entire team dedicated to working for the indigent. And that, my dearest daughter, is more important to you than who you marry. We both know it. So stop resisting and be happy. I know I am."
"That's only because you can control Chris, and I'm sure he's agreed to an ironclad prenup."
"There's that," he agreed. "But I wouldn't have chosen him for you if he wasn't a good man."
While my father was a resolute man, he loved me and would never make me marry someone who wasn't kind. Tiring of the back and forth, he stepped closer and gripped my shoulders.
"You have to forget about the fantasy of meeting your knight in shining armor. That stuff doesn't exist, not in the real world. So stop reading your romance novels and get your head out of the clouds."
His words crushed whatever hope I had left that he would come around and take back his absurd request. Oh, who was I kidding? It wasn't a request. It was a demand. When he saw I was still holding fast to whatever resolve remained within, he changed his tone to a softer one of a father asking his only daughter to comply.
"Don't you want to make me happy, honey?"
The slightest smile lifted the corners of his mouth, and I wanted nothing more than to keep that expression on his face for as long as possible. My father was a serious man, had always been. There were only a few precious memories I had when he'd been relaxed enough to laugh and really embrace the moment, most of them involving my mother before she died. Of course I do.
"Then do this for me. No more arguing. Chris is a fine match."
"I don't trust him," I revealed, most of my mistrust springing from ignorance. I didn't know Chris all that well, so how could I trust someone I barely knew? But my father didn't take the bait.
"You're just nervous."
He dismissed my comment, waving his hand in the air as if I was the one who was completely crazy for voicing any kind of concern. I was busy staring at the way the lighting from the chandelier above our heads reflected off the gray at his temples when he asked,
"Have you slept with him yet?"
"Dad!" A rush of heat spread over my cheeks.
"Have you?"
he repeated, completely oblivious to my embarrassment at having been asked if I'd spread my legs for the man I'd only been dating for a month. "No?"
"Well, you need to correct that, and do it soon. It took me a while to find you a good match, and I don't want you to mess it up because you're holding on to some ideal of waiting."
I blinked over and over so rapidly I thought I'd fall over with dizziness. What the hell was happening? Were we really having this conversation? It was so absurd. I thought for sure he'd break out in a smile and tell me our entire conversation was just some sort of prank. Then I quickly remembered my father didn't joke around. "Are you kidding me right now?" I asked, even though I knew the answer.
"Of course not. Now get yourself together. I'm announcing your engagement in the next hour."
Grasping at straws, praying Chris had sense enough to realize what a rushed decision this was, I asked, "Did you tell Chris you plan on cementing his future tonight?"
"He knows, and he's fully on board. He cares for you. I can tell by the way he looks at you."
"That's lust," I wanted to blurt, but didn't want to encourage any more talk of sex from my father.
"He's agreed a fall wedding is best."
In the midst of our conversation, I'd resorted to pacing, still trying to wrap my brain around all of it, but had stopped when he mentioned a fall wedding. "What?" I screamed, lowering my voice when I saw the heated look on his face. "A fall wedding? That's only 5 months from now." A rush of emotions barreled through me, and because none of them would do me any good to express, I stomped my foot like some errant, spoiled brat before turning on my heel and hightailing it out of the room, my father shouting for me to come back. For once in my life, I ignored him, picking up the pace and disappearing back into the grand ballroom we'd been in before he snatched me and told me of his idiotic plan for my future. Chapter 2. Alina. Throngs of people milled about, laughing and engaging in airs. The choke of propriety and haughtiness swirled through the space, stifling any original thoughts anyone might have had. Everyone dressed impeccably, what they'd spent on their outfits enough to feed a third-world country. They carried on meaningless conversations about fashion and gossiping about who was sleeping with whom, of course the latter being whispered amongst selective groups. I grew up around the wealthiest of people, the firm representing everyone from Hollywood A-listers to Fortune 500 companies. I loathed the faux concern people tried to express over important issues such as the environment and disease. All they really cared about was how many homes they owned and procuring the newest luxury vehicle, looking down on anyone who didn't fit into their world. I'd bet most of them hadn't even cared enough about their housekeepers or nannies to learn their names. My hurried steps caused me to trip over the hem of my black floor-length evening gown, stumbling forward toward the ground. Before I face-planted, however, strong hands caught and helped stabilize me. "I was looking for you." Chris held me steady, dropping his hands when he saw how flustered I'd become. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't attracted to him, because I was. Any woman would be. He was a handsome man, standing at 6 foot, with broad shoulders and a slim waist. Wavy, sandy blonde hair adorned his head, the style kept short and professional. His eyes were a beautiful shade of brown, sometimes appearing green depending on the lighting. Being a good kisser was another positive attribute of his. "Where were you?" His tone was soft, yet curt. I'd meant what I said when I told my father I didn't trust him. He seemed nice enough, but there was something lurking behind the persona he showed the world. Again, maybe I rushed toward unfettered conclusions, seeing as I hardly knew him well enough to say for sure. "How could you agree to a fall wedding? We've barely been dating long enough to make any kind of life-altering decisions," I blurted. "You don't have to adhere to what my father wants just because of who he is." I was positive my frustration for the entire situation was most assuredly causing quite the scene. "Don't you think we should talk about this in private?" A faint smell of alcohol wafted off him, but not enough for me to believe he was in any way impaired. "I don't want to talk about it anymore tonight. All I want is a drink." I tried to step around him, but he blocked my escape, grabbing my hand and pulling me close. "Don't fight this, Alina. You know how your father can be. Besides, would it be so horrible to be married to me?" He flashed his practiced megawatt smile, but instead of calling him out on his seeming lack of genuineness, I huffed before snatching my hand back. "I don't want to marry you, or anyone else for that matter." Raising the hem of my dress that time, I successfully dodged his outstretched arm and stalked across the large room, ignoring anyone who tried to claim my attention. My patience had worn thin, and I swore if someone else tested me, I was going to lose it for sure. Planting my frustrated ass in one of the empty seats at the bar, I wasted no time in waving to the bartender. I needed something strong to numb me to the fact my personal life was moving in a direction I didn't want, leaving me standing on the outside as if I were a voyeur, someone completely disconnected. But I wasn't. It was my life, although all the reins were held by someone else. Someone who was delusional in thinking he always knew what was best for me. "What can I get you?" the bartender asked, slinging a towel over his right shoulder. "How about a scotch on the rocks?" My choice wasn't one I'd typically make, but I craved the arms of detachment to drag me under for a while. "I don't think that's what the lady really wants," a stranger's voice blurted. Shocker, there was yet another man who thought he knew best. Someone else putting in his unwanted 2 cents and trying to make decisions for me. I didn't bother to seek out the ass who interjected, instead telling the bartender to ignore the rude man and to bring me what I'd requested. He nodded before disappearing toward the other end of the bar. "You look more like a fruity drink kind of girl." The unwanted intruder sat to my left. The roughness of his voice intrigued me, but I kept my focus straight ahead. First off, I'm not a girl. I'm a woman. Secondly, please butt out and mind your own business. I found it difficult to exude any kind of civility.
I'm only trying to be helpful. Scotch is a rough drink for someone like you. I just don't want you to be sick later on. That would be a real shame.
His mocking tone was what made me finally turn my head, ready to tell him off, all while having a fake smile plastered on my face so as not to draw too much attention. First off, the rest of my words evaporated as I studied his features. He was a stranger, that much was for sure, and to make matters worse, or complicated, or whatever word would properly fit, he was breathtaking. A mixture of sophistication and ruggedness emanated so effortlessly from him, it was hard to distinguish just what type of man I was dealing with.
Oh no, not the countdown again, he said mockingly, drawing me out of whatever haze had momentarily held me captive.
I don't know you, and you don't know me, so how about you mind your own business? I said, frustrated yet slightly intrigued. I returned my focus to the glass in front of me.
What's got you so agitated you want to start off with the strong stuff?
He spoke as if I hadn't just told him to butt out of my affairs, switching his seat to sit directly beside me. Silence drifted between us, because the only agenda I had was to drink, not talk.
You don't want to speak to me?
When I still didn't respond, he smirked before draining the remaining liquid from his glass. Yeah, I ventured another quick glance in his direction.
That's fine. I'm content sitting next to the most beautiful woman in here.
The compliment, fake or not, mixed with the sexy rasp of his voice, sent a tingle through me. But I'd be damned if I allowed him to see that he affected me in any way at all. Bringing my drink to my lips, I made sure not to smell it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been brave enough to partake, and I didn't want to seem weak in front of him. Why I cared about how he would perceive me, I had no idea. But I never gave the silly thought any merit before swallowing a healthy amount of the amber liquor. As soon as the alcohol slid down my throat, my body convulsed in a coughing fit. Shit, I forgot how strong this stuff is.
Are you okay, sweetheart?
Before I could answer, his large hand hit my back several times, the heat of his palm warming me more than the alcohol ever could. Once I'd gained my bearings, I dodged his next touch, shifting my body further away from him. I'm not your sweetheart, thank you very much. I fumed, my lungs finally ceasing to convulse from the alcohol.
You sure are a feisty one,
he retorted, sliding his chair even closer. I inhaled a subtle mix of expensive cologne and something very male. I envisioned myself leaning into him to smell him again, but fought against the inclination. Daring to take another sip of my drink, I prayed the liquid went down more smoothly this time around. Thankfully, it did. No more coughing fits. I had no idea what I would have done had he chosen to put his hands on me again. Chapter 3. Alina. We sat in silence for the next 2 minutes. I sensed his stare the entire time, him only looking away when he ordered a drink.
Do you want another one?
I didn't answer.
Look, I'm sorry if I upset you. I was just trying to be friendly.
The sincerity in his voice had me turning to look at him once again. I hadn't meant to come across as a bitch, but entertaining someone was the last thing on my mind. I decided to play nice. The liquid courage coursing through my veins made it easier than it would have been moments prior. I'm sorry for being rude. It's just been that kind of night. The condensation on my drink allowed my finger to trail up and down the glass with ease, while I openly stared at the handsome stranger. His hair was dark, a little longer on top than what I was used to seeing on the men who attended these types of fundraisers. Piercing chocolate eyes roamed my face, settling on my mouth a second too long before making eye contact with me once more. His clean-shaven face allowed me to see he had a small scar on his chin, and I wanted so badly to ask him how it happened, but of course I didn't. A dimple appeared on his left cheek when he smiled, but that feature wasn't what drew my attention. It was his lips, his lower, fuller than the top. When his tongue captured a lone drop of his drink from his lips, I instinctively parted my own. "Are you okay?" he asked, tapping the top of my hand with his finger. "What?" I startled. "Yes, I was just thinking about something I have to take care of later." I lied, but he didn't need to know that. A momentary silence ensued before either of us spoke again. "I'm Maxton." He extended his hand while patiently waiting for me to accept his greeting. Luckily, not all my manners had left me. I placed my palm in his, and he gripped it tightly. The heat of his skin tingled, and I imagined what it would be like to have his hands explore my body. Shaking my head to clear the sudden thought, I pulled my hand from his. "Maxton, that's an unusual name."
"Most people call me Max."
Brief silence again.
"And you are?"
he asked, elongating the word "are." "Alina."
"Well, it's nice to meet you, Alina."
No hesitation on his part followed before he bombarded me with personal questions.
"So, why are you so upset you've turned to alcohol to cope? Problems with your job? Or could it be issues in your love life? Tell me you're not hitched to someone. Tell me I have a shot,"
he teased, placing his hand over his heart in mock seriousness. "Boy, you're not afraid to say whatever's on your mind, are you?"
"No point in wasting time."
He flashed me a smile, and unlike Chris's, his appeared heartfelt and genuine.
"I see you're not wearing a ring, so I'm guessing you're not married. You seeing anybody?"
He took a sip of his drink, licking those damn lips again before placing the glass on the bar. "I guess I am."
"You guess you are?"
He looked baffled, and I couldn't say I blamed him. For some inexplicable reason, I found the conversation with Max uncomplicated, if that made any sense at all. That didn't mean I wasn't unnerved being so close to him. And because I couldn't accurately describe the way he made me feel, I chalked it up to attraction. I became lost in the moment, staring at his features, especially his mouth, or watching the way his index finger followed the shape of the rim of his glass over and over again, entrancing me so much so I almost forgot he asked me a question. Quickly shaking myself out of whatever spell he'd cast over me, I answered, "I've been involved with someone for barely a month, and already my father insists on us becoming engaged. He just told me he's announcing it shortly, hence the hard alcohol." I took a large gulp of my drink. "The wedding is set for the fall." As soon as the words left my lips, I slapped my hand over my mouth. "Oh my God, I can't believe I just told you all that. I don't even know you." Without missing a beat, he continued the ludicrous conversation to my dismay. I wasn't someone who blurted out my personal life to friends, let alone complete strangers. Everything had to be just so, my reputation and that of my father's of the utmost importance. Or so I'd been told my entire life.
"So, you don't want to marry this guy then?"
"I can't talk to you about this." I signaled the bartender for another drink, knowing damn well I should switch to water, especially after seeing the amused look on Max's face. Because I was sure he was going to continue to press me for more information, I needed all my wits about me. But instead of being smart, I decided to throw caution to the wind. What's the worst that can happen?
Why not? I'm the perfect one to talk to. We don't know each other, so there won't be any judgment.
He crossed his heart as if he was a Boy Scout, the corners of his mouth curving up again. I took a deep breath, contemplating canceling my drink order and walking away, or giving in to the impulse to be free to say whatever I wanted. For once in my life. Besides, he was right. He was a total stranger, and I'd most likely never see him again. New York was a large city, after all. So, after draining the rest of my drink, I decided to indulge him and bear it all. Little did I know my one bout of vulnerability would turn around to bite me. Chapter 4. Alina.
First things first, Alina, Max coaxed. Have you had sex with this guy yet?
His previously charming smile morphed into a wicked grin, proving he knew exactly what he was doing. Rattling me, prying, being intrusive yet again. Excuse me? My mouth hung wide open in utter shock. I wasn't used to anyone being so blunt, other than my father, of course.
It's not a hard question.
He leaned closer, so his shoulder brushed mine.
But while you're thinking about your answer, you should close your mouth. All sorts of images are filtering in, and I'm sure if I made you privy to any of them, you'd slap me.
He winked before removing himself from my personal space. I was completely at a loss for words. Even my internal reply was flustered. An air of arrogance floated off him, and normally I'd find such a thing revolting, so why I didn't just get up and walk away I would never understand. It took me countless seconds to decide how to finally respond, most likely amusing him even more with my ruffled demeanor. Trying not to appear as the type of woman he probably thought I was, proper and stuck up, I gave him my reply, albeit laced with a ton of attitude. I simply couldn't help myself. Not that it's any of your business, but no, I haven't slept with Chris yet.
Chris,
he repeated, nodding as if he was lost in his own inner conversation.
Can't really gauge what type of man he is by his name.
He tapped his fingers against his mouth, drawing my attention to his lips again. Thankfully, he hadn't noticed, or else he didn't make mention of it before saying,
"Go on."
Swallowing a small sip of my drink, the liquor helping to free my tongue, I began to tell him about my proclivities concerning Chris. While I realized it was out of character for me to share personal details of my life with a stranger, I found it liberating to talk about the bullshit that was my current predicament. As I said, we haven't slept together yet. We've only been going together for a month.
Going together? Are you in grade school?
He laughed.
What does Chris have to say about you holding out on him?
He doesn't have much of a choice, now does he? I countered. Annoyed a virtual stranger was able to rile me so.
Well, if you were mine, I would have had you underneath me at the end of the first date. This Chris obviously has no game.
He has plenty of game, I assure you. An unexpected need to defend Chris suddenly overcame me. In fact, I considered taking the next step in our relationship later tonight.
Is that right?
Yes, it is. My throat constricted in a nervous swallow.
Will he be your first?
Excuse me? First what? I had an idea where he was going with his latest question, but wanted to clarify before I stuck my foot in my mouth.
You know, first guy you've slept with.
A haughty expression painted his features, and I wanted nothing more than to slap it off him. What makes you think I'm a virgin? Luckily, no one else was crowded around us. Otherwise, I feared the contents of my conversation with Max would have been relayed back to my father and, undoubtedly, Chris. With furrowed brows and a look of utter concentration, Max said,
"You look like the type of woman who shies away from a good time. A woman who believes spreading her legs is only for whores."
Is he for real? You really are a smug bastard, aren't you? His hearty laugh proved me right.
I've been called worse, believe me.
I do. Noticing my drink was almost empty, I was half tempted to order yet another. I decided against it, concerned Max would have me either opening up about everything I deemed personal, or I'd be causing a scene by slapping him before storming off. And both of those scenarios were less than ideal.
So?
No, I'm not a virgin. I just don't jump into bed with someone right away. Something I'm sure you find odd.
As a matter of fact, I do. A month is a long time not to fuck.
I gasped, heat radiating from my neck up to my cheeks. The surge of awareness rattled me, and I prayed he hadn't noticed how I'd suddenly shifted in my seat, my thighs pressing together to assuage the unexpected ache. His blunt response shocked me, although it shouldn't have. I'd only been engaged in conversation with him for a short time, and already I knew he loved to push the envelope, garnering reactions from people surely his specialty. You're unbelievable, I admonished. While I'm sure some women drop their panties as soon as you look in their direction, I'm not like that.
You would be, he said matter-of-factly. If I wanted you in my bed, you'd cave.
Draining the rest of his drink, he tapped the bar top for another. Oh, you're undeniably frustrating. You know that?
I do.
He smiled, as if our banter was the highlight of his evening, although for the briefest of moments, sadness flashed behind his eyes. Realizing I shouldn't be staring so intently into those piercing pools of chocolate, I hesitantly looked away, but not quick enough to disengage any further discussion of my sex life or lack thereof.
So, are you really going to rock Chris's world tonight, or are you just saying that to appease me?
My eyes flew back to his, and it was in that moment that I witnessed a flash of annoyance cross his face. Had I not been blatantly memorizing every facet of his gorgeousness, I would have missed the look. I wondered if he realized he had such expressive features. My lips parted to say something in response when I noticed Chris heading in our direction. Clamping my mouth shut before I said something I regretted, although I had no idea what words were likely to fly free, I swiveled my chair away from Max and toward Chris. He stopped briefly to chat with an affluent couple, all the while watching me with a curiosity I was becoming all too familiar with from him. Or maybe that was simply guilt on my part, engaging in all things too personal with a stranger. I didn't know my soon-to-be fiancé well enough yet to know if he had jealous tendencies. He'd always treated me with the utmost respect, although I wasn't naive. Most people were on their best behavior in the beginning of a relationship, if that's what this even was between us. You're going to be calling it a marriage soon enough. Frustrated with the dawn of impending announcements to come, I squared my shoulders and tried my best to ignore the quickened beat of my heart and the warmth spreading through me with the knowledge that Max was most likely staring at me from behind. I was never so happy to see Chris, since my unexpected pull toward Max was becoming more intense as the moments ticked by. I desperately needed the distraction.
"Hi, sweetheart,"
he greeted, leaning in to kiss my cheek, his lips lingering longer than appropriate in such a formal setting. But who was I to judge what was appropriate at this point? It surely wasn't appropriate to tell a stranger I hadn't slept with the man I'd been dating. And it definitely wasn't appropriate to engage said stranger in further conversation, allowing him to ruffle me with thoughts of squirming under him when he told me he would have had me spread beneath him on the first date. No. Any sense of appropriateness flew right out the window as soon as Max had butted into my business. Finally turning his attention toward Max, Chris gave the man a fleeting smile.
"I see you've met Maxton Coulter."
The two men exchanged a friendly greeting while I was left to wonder how they knew each other. "Briefly," I answered, still rather flustered. "How do you two know each other?" While I waited for Chris to answer, my conversation with Max replayed over and over in my head. How rude I was to him, although justifiably so, when he interjected his thoughts on my drink order. Then all the words that were exchanged between us afterward.
"Are you okay, Alina?"
Chris leaned closer, slinging his arm over my shoulder as a sign of concern. Or was that possession?
"Yeah. Are you all right?"
Max asked, the gravel in his voice sending shivers through me. When I dared to connect my gaze with his, he smirked, as if he was aware of all things untold. I knew right away the man was going to be trouble.
Chapter 5. Max. The glare Alina shot my way thrilled me. She was proper and demure, but I saw the urge to break free from a life of restraint hiding just underneath the shroud of fierceness I'd witnessed over the past half hour. She was a spitfire, and like all the other dirty images rattling around in my head, I couldn't help but imagine how she'd be in the sack. Her dark blonde hair was piled high on her head in a mess of curls, a couple of pieces falling loose and framing her stunning face. She had the most striking green eyes I'd ever seen, tiny flecks of amber hidden near the irises, only visible when the light hit them just so. Her pert nose and full lips were in direct proportion to her high cheekbones. The woman was a knockout, hands down the most beautiful woman I'd ever laid eyes on. Too bad she was taken. We really could have had some fun together.
"So, how do you know each other?"
she repeated, her intense stare bouncing between Harris and me.
"Max was just hired as Jeffrey's replacement, and we won't hold it against him that he's a Harvard graduate."
Harris laughed at his own joke. He'd graduated from Yale and thought other Ivy League schools were second-rate. We'd had a few discussions on the topic and agreed to disagree. "Someone has to class up that place," I responded, bumping Alina's knee with mine as I shifted in my seat, a purposely orchestrated effort to touch her, even if only with my leg. Ever since Harris's approach, she'd become nervous, and I knew exactly why. She'd revealed all the dirty details about her newest dilemma to who she thought was a perfect stranger. Turned out said perfect stranger knew her boyfriend, and knew she'd never slept with the guy. Why does that soothe me so?
"Oh, well, that's good,"
she eventually said, continuing to look more than a little uncomfortable. Harris noticed something was off as well, shifting from one foot to the other, until he finally linked his fingers with Alina's and guided her to her feet.
"Come on, sweetheart. Your father wants to see us."
He looked back to me.
"It was nice seeing you, Max. Enjoy the rest of your evening."
"Yep." My eyes followed every movement Alina made, from the flick of her gaze to the bunching of her muscles, her throat constricting in an uneasy swallow. Before she stepped out of reach, I grabbed her free hand and stood from my seat. She gasped, but it wasn't loud enough to warrant a look from the man now glued to her side. It was a true pleasure meeting you, Alina. I hope to see you again soon. I leaned in and kissed her cheek, before whispering so only she could hear. Do put the man out of his misery tonight. He needs it. Her posture locked tight, and the breath from her lungs caught in her throat. I hated uttering those words. The mere thought of her lying underneath him made my muscles tense, but I couldn't help myself. Any reaction I could garner from her was a win. Stepping back, I looked at Harris, knowing Alina's eyes were pinned to my face the entire time. You're getting lucky tonight. What? He asked. I grinned at the tight furrow of his brows. Stealing a quick look at Alina, my smile intensified. She looked mortified. With proper enunciation, I answered, I said you were a lucky guy. Holding Alina's stare, I reiterated, a lucky guy indeed. That I am, Harris agreed, a slight suspicion creeping over his expression. And just like that, the one woman who'd managed to intrigue me, in longer than I cared to admit, waltzed off with another man.
Chapter 6. Alina. What's his story? I asked. Chris ignored my question at first, ushering me across the crowded floor and toward my father, who was engaged in conversation with a group of men. I yanked on our clasped hands, raising my brows when he glanced back at me in slight annoyance. What? I repeated a version of my initial question. How well do you know that guy? Not well, he grumped, as if my inquiry frustrated him. Divorced, no kids, moved here from California a couple weeks ago. Chris slowed his strides. Funny you should run into him tonight. He usually doesn't attend these types of events. His words, not mine. My father looked in our direction, and when he saw Chris by my side, he smiled. Not an I'm happy to see my daughter smile, but an I knew you'd see reason smile. I momentarily lost my breath, Max all but forgotten, as each step took me closer to erasing a tiny piece of the future I longed for. It wouldn't be long before my forced engagement would be announced, a public spectacle of sorts. I could have refused my father's demands, but in doing so, I'd put my passion for helping others in jeopardy. With me as managing partner someday, there would be no telling how much good the firm could do for those in need. He knew that was where my heart was, so he dangled that carrot in front of me so that goal was the only one I could see. In essence, I'd been blinded by it. Besides, my refusal would only cause a rift between us, and I couldn't afford to lose another parent, no matter how infuriating he could be. When we were 20 feet from my father, Chris stopped walking and turned to face me, pulling me closer, our hands still tightly joined. Holding his gaze, I tried to come around to the idea of becoming his fiancée, then, soon after, his wife. So far, I could attest that he was kind, witty, charismatic, and certainly easy to look at. Why, then, when my eyes roamed his features, did an image of Max pop into my head? Relax, he said. I hated when someone told me to relax. Stop telling me what to do, I griped, hating that I sounded like a brat, taking out all my frustrations on Chris rather than on the one person who truly deserved them. The funny thing was, I couldn't determine if that person was my father or me. When defeat finally stole my posture, Chris flashed me a sympathetic smile. Come on, your father's waiting. That simple statement annoyed me all over again. though admittedly my irritation hadn't faded fully to begin with. "Oh yes, God forbid we keep the great Randall Winthrop waiting for another second," I mumbled, snatching my hand from Chris's and stalking past him. He caught up quickly, matching me stride for stride, even though his legs were much longer. "What's wrong with you tonight? You seem off." I ignored him as I continued to walk ahead. "Alina," he called out, snatching my elbow before I could put any more distance between us. I finally stopped, shrugging out of his grasp. "What?" I wasn't in the mood to entertain his stupid ideals that I had no right to be upset about having my future decided for me. "Have you been drinking?" he unexpectedly asked. "Yes." As soon as the acknowledgement left my lips, the alcohol swirled through me. Not to the point where I slurred my words or wobbled on my feet, but enough to allow me to speak my mind more freely, as if I was immune to any consequences that would occur if I rambled on or even caused a scene. "How much?" He stepped closer, looming over me and suffocating me with his presence. An image of Max bombarded me again, and I suddenly wished it was him demanding answers, no matter how messed up that made me seem. As soon as the man entered my thoughts, I glanced around the room to try and locate him. Was he still sitting at the bar? Had he left? Was he here with someone and went off to find her? Why did the thought of him with another woman irritate me? "Only 2 glasses." "Of?" Huffing, I raised my head and glared at him just in case he thought he could intimidate me with his tone. "Scotch. What's with the interrogation?" If I hadn't been looking at him so intently, I wouldn't have noticed the quick tick of his jaw. Was he aggravated I'd been drinking scotch, or that I'd consumed any kind of alcohol? After a moment, he retreated a step, looking like he wanted to chastise me. But instead, he held his tongue. I couldn't help but wonder if he would have let loose on me if we were married, feeling as if he had some sort of control over me. "I'm not interrogating you. I'm just concerned, that's all." His expression softened, and I thought perhaps I read too much into the situation. Maybe he really was just worried about me. He'd never given me a reason to doubt his intentions before that evening. He made a sweeping gesture with his hand. "Shall we?" "Fine. Let's get this over with." Knowing what was to come once we reached my father's side, I gave in to having my future mapped out for me. Maybe if Chris had been on my side and had tried to talk some sense into my father, I would have had a fighting chance. But not when both men were dead set on me becoming Mrs. Chris Harris.
Chapter 7. Max. I couldn't take my eyes off the stunning creature who'd captured my undivided attention. I'd acted as if I hadn't known who she was when she sat down next to me, but I'd seen her picture on the firm's website during my research of my new employer. I was also aware her father was Randall Winthrop, the managing partner. All details I'd left out of our earlier conversation. As I watched her storm off, the thought of engaging her in an argument again excited me. While twisted, the thrill of the chase would be exhilarating. I hadn't come across someone like her in quite some time. She was a challenge. Too bad she'd never belonged to me. I wasn't one for going after another man's woman. "Sir?" the bartender called. "Would you like another?" He pointed toward my glass, and as much as I would have loved to lose myself in another drink, I needed to cut myself off. "I'm good, thanks." The 5 seconds my focus had been turned away from Alina proved to be 5 seconds too long. When I looked back across the room, she was gone. Irritation flowed through me, and before I dared to contemplate why, I vacated my seat and slowly strode across the vast space. Crowds of people blocked my path, but being the new guy at Winthrop, Kruger, and Don, it was my professional duty to mingle with everyone gathered. If it wasn't so imperative for me to make a good impression that evening, I would have stayed home. Before Harris whisked Alina away, he'd mentioned that her father was waiting for them. Curiosity won, and as I finished a meaningless chit-chat session with a couple whose name I'd already forgotten, my feet propelled me forward until I was but a few paces from the small crowd formed in the far left corner of the room. From where I stood, I could see Alina's profile, Harris, steadfastly right by her side. I quietly approached, being sure she hadn't noticed me as I stood behind her, and pretended not to listen. "So, Alina, your father tells us you'll be following in his footsteps soon enough. Is that true?" All the men present looked intrigued by the gorgeous woman. I couldn't say I blamed them. She dipped her head and closed her eyes, a beat longer than normal. When she looked back at the man who'd asked the question, she answered, "No, I could never follow the likes of my father. His shadow would surely suffocate me." She chuckled, but the sound was tense, although her audience didn't seem to notice the strain in her tone. They were all smiles, nodding as if they agreed with her. Now, sweetheart, you know that's not true." Randall Winthrop stepped forward to put his arm around his daughter's shoulder. "I've taught my daughter well. She'll do great when I finally step down." His words were filled with praise, but the edge to his tone was curt, as if he himself had doubts about his daughter's abilities. I took a moment to study the man, trying to get a better read on him, but it was nearly impossible. I'd never met him in person, my interview and offer being conducted solely with Kruger and Don, but I'd seen a picture of him. His short, dark hair grayed at the temple, lines of experience and sophistication etched around his eyes, and although he was in his late 60s, he had an otherwise youthful look about him. Alina flashed the group a tight smile before shrugging away from her father. His face fell, but only briefly. The mask I was sure he presented to the public, settling back into place rather quickly. "If you'll excuse me, I need some air." "Don't be long. We have an announcement to make." I watched the interaction between them, the tension so thick it made me slightly uncomfortable. Harris chose not to follow her, instead staying fixed to her father's side. A minute later, I inconspicuously retreated and headed toward the balcony, my mind reeling with all the things I wanted to say and not say. I had no idea how our interaction would go, but uncertainty had never stopped me before. I should have left her alone. I should have said my goodbyes and left the hotel. I should have done a lot of things differently that evening. But I ignored my voice of reason and waltzed out into the warm night air. At first I couldn't find her, but after another quick scan of the small crowd, I saw her huddled in the corner. Her black gown was classy, yet dangerous. The material, while covering her completely and making her appear modest, fit her like a glove, accentuating every curve of her lithe body. It took every ounce of control inside me not to stalk toward her and demand she leave with me, promising her a night of unbridled lust. I would control every breath she took, every spasm her muscles contracted, every blink of her entrancing eyes. Get a hold of yourself, Coulter. My inner chastising should have made me flee and leave well enough alone, but I refused to listen to reason, even when it came from myself. It was out of character for me to hold back, my earlier actions proving I loved to push the envelope. But it was different when presented with a real opportunity to be near her. Switching gears, pushing aside any thoughts of conquering this woman, I settled on a bit of entertainment instead. The event was boring as hell, Alina being the only light of the evening. Some of the people had gone back inside, giving me the opportunity to quietly walk up behind her. I longed to incite the feistiness within her, possibly taking her mind off what was surely bothering her, if only for a moment. Parting my lips to speak, I slammed them shut as soon as I heard her sniffle. I took a step closer and heard it again. Then I saw her shoulders tremble slightly, and all my plans to verbally play with her went out the window.
Chapter 8. Alina.
Are you okay?
As soon as the words drifted through the air, I stiffened. An inexplicable shiver rushed through me, and it had nothing to do with the breeze cutting through the fabric of my gown, but instead everything to do with the silk and gravel of his voice. Max. I'm fine, I answered. I wasn't fine, but the last thing I wanted to do was engage Max in a back and forth, fearing just where our conversation would lead. My whole world felt as if it was going to come crashing down around me very soon, and if I didn't get my wits about me, the outcome of our exchange would be less than desirable. In what way? I simply had no idea. Sucking in a strangled breath and wiping the remaining tears from my cheeks, I turned to face him. Max was closer than I'd initially thought, and when I turned, my chest brushed against his. His lips parted at the contact, his eyes devouring me before he took a slow step backward.
You don't look fine.
How would you know? You don't even know me, I rebutted. Extending my arms behind me, I gripped the railing to anchor me into place, worried I'd either stumble into him or collapse altogether. Something about Maxton Coulter put me at ease while causing me to ride the edge of apprehension. I couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was, but whatever the feeling, it made me nervous and excited.
I think I do.
His tone indicated he would brook no argument. What do you want, Max? Even though I wanted to sound affronted by his arrogance, his name tasted delicious on my tongue. The man before me was a contradiction. He looked every part the professional, but his demeanor was predatory. The look in his dark eyes told me I'd be entering dangerous territory if I continued this charade with him. If you're out here to go another round with me, please don't. I don't think I can handle it. I meant every word. I didn't possess the emotional strength to ward him off if he started talking about having me underneath him.
I came out here to see if you needed me.
My brows knit together in confusion. He spoke as if we'd known each other for years, as if we were friends. But we were nothing of the sort. We were two strangers, thrown back together because I'd wanted to escape the absurdity of my earlier conversation with my father. Nothing more. Being intrigued by this man was the last thing I needed in my life. Averting my eyes from his intense gaze, I stared at the tips of my pumps peeping out from underneath my gown. I don't need you, I mumbled, still confused as to why he'd followed me out onto the balcony.
I know we just met, but I feel some sort of draw toward you. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe you feel the same.
I snapped my head up, and the warmth of his breath caressed my face as he stepped closer. The heat from his body scorched me. Had it been a different time and place, if I hadn't been moments away from publicly announcing my engagement, I would have agreed with his straightforward yet surprising and bold statement. Was I attracted to Max? Of course. Would I acknowledge such a thing? Never. You're mistaken, I lied. I don't feel anything toward you, except anger that you continue to pursue me knowing damn well I'm involved with someone. A flash of what I read as regret crossed his suddenly hardened expression. With a barely controlled tone, I brushed past him while muttering, "Leave me alone, Max." There was barely any space between us when he reached for my wrist to stop me from walking away. "Don't," he implored, the desperation in his voice surprising. Or was I hearing inflections that just weren't there? Maybe I was hoping there was more to the odd connection between Max and me, more than him simply wanting to spread my legs and rut between them. My back continued to face him. I knew myself well enough that if I turned around that time and looked into his eyes again, I'd cross a boundary that would only end up hurting us both.
Chapter 9. Max. Damn it! I wasn't someone who pursued unavailable women, but there was something about Alina that scrambled my brain, making me want to throw caution to the wind and say ridiculous things like, "I know we just met, but I feel some sort of draw toward you, and if I'm not mistaken, I believe you feel the same." I'd never been so anxious for a woman's attention before, and while my inner turmoil racked through me, my fingers continued to circle her delicate wrist. The warmth of her skin shook my insides in such a way I barely remembered to breathe. "Don't do something you're going to regret, Alina." While still holding on to her, I stepped closer, so her back was flush with my chest. Leaning down until my lips brushed the shell of her ear, I whispered, "Don't let other people make decisions for you."
Like you're doing for me right now by not letting me go?
Her words jolted me back to reality. I released her wrist, but she didn't move forward like I'd expected. Instead, she remained motionless, continuing to lean back into me. I didn't think she realized she was doing it. Not until the one person I truly didn't want to see right then made an unwanted appearance, strolling through the double doors and out onto the balcony with us.
"Sweetheart, there you are."
Harris walked toward her with purpose. He hadn't seen me at first, my silhouette shrouded in the shadows, but as he stepped closer, he saw me positioned close behind her. Too close to have been appropriate, and we both knew it. Throwing me a warning glare, he reached for her hand and pulled her forward. She didn't falter. She didn't hesitate. Like a well-trained Stepford wife, she shuffled her feet and followed him back inside, but not before glancing over her shoulder at me one last time. When our gazes connected, an explosion of confusion and hopelessness swirled behind her green eyes. The look was brief, yet poignant. Mumbling incoherently to myself, I most likely seemed a bit touched in the head, but I didn't care. I needed more time with Alina. To do what? I had no idea. I was drifting into uncharted territory, and if I wasn't careful, I would most surely drown. Leave her alone. She's taken. She's not yours. Silently repeating this mantra over and over, I stood frozen in place for the next 5 minutes. 5 minutes of wondering what Harris and Alina were talking about, what they could have possibly been doing in the darkness of the elongated hallways. She'd admitted she'd never slept with him, but did he steal as many kisses from her as she would allow? The beat of my heart thumped against my chest. The breath from my lungs singeing me as if my insides were ablaze. What was wrong with me? My annoyance at my odd feelings was what finally drove my feet forward, what caused my eyes to narrow in on the bar at the far end of the room, and what made me drown myself in another drink. My newfound aloofness lasted all of 20 minutes, fading as soon as I heard her father speak into the microphone. Twisting in my seat, my attention was once again captured by the woman standing in front of the stage, fidgeting and looking as if she was ready to bolt from the room. "I have a wonderful announcement to make," Winthrop rumbled, the ease of his tone belying the tension underneath. From what Alina had divulged to me earlier, and the quick glances I'd seen between father and daughter, neither one of them seemed to be happy with the turn of events. Or rather, Alina wasn't happy, not in the least. Winthrop was annoyed with her reaction, but since he seemed to be getting his way, which I was sure wasn't the first time, he seemed content. "First, I'd like to thank everyone for coming tonight to help support the firm's favorite charity, the Wounded Warrior Project. As many of you may know, I served in the Army many years ago, and during my tours in Vietnam, I'd seen unthinkable things, which is why I feel so passionately about helping our wounded vets. They sacrifice everything for this country, and we need to make sure we're doing what we can to take care of them when they come home." A round of applause erupted, and even though I didn't get a warm and fuzzy feeling from Winthrop, he sounded heartfelt in his speech. "On another note, I'm proud to make an announcement about something more personal. My beautiful daughter Alina will be marrying Christopher Harris in the fall." He beamed brightly, pointing toward his daughter and Harris, who were standing in the middle of a widening crowd, everyone smiling and clapping at the unexpected news. My heart rate picked up its pace, my throat constricted with the news having been made public. I focused on Alina, the quick rise and fall of her chest, the slight pinkish hue enveloping her creamy skin, the forced smile curving her lips, the tension straightening her stance, the way her eyes subtly glanced for an escape. Then they met mine, and I swore we exhaled at the same time. Moments passed between us, erasing everyone else present. I didn't know what was happening to me, but I had to stop it, and do it soon. Before I could look away, however, Harris followed his fiancée's line of sight and landed right on me. He gave me a look, one mixed with surprise and annoyance, before seizing Alina's waist and pulling her close. Before I could blink, he slammed his mouth over hers, the surprise of his action causing her to stumble backward. Ensuring she didn't break the connection, he gripped her tightly to steady her. The kiss wasn't obscene, not like it would have been had those been my lips devouring her, but it was enough to make my jaw clench. "I guess my future son-in-law is happy," her father said with a laugh, placing the microphone down before descending the steps. Once he'd reached them, he encircled Alina and Harris, an arm thrown over each of their shoulders, smiling big for everyone, shooting his daughter a warning glance before kissing her temple. For anyone not studying their every action, the display of control would have been missed. But I saw it all.
Chapter 10. Alina. So distraught that our engagement had finally been announced, I tried my best to look as if I were happy. The tilt of my lips, the fake thank you that escaped whenever someone congratulated us, reciprocating the kisses Chris showered me with. All of it was nauseating, while his sudden fawning over me was infuriating. He knew damn well I didn't want this, yet he went along with my father. I realized I had as well, but it was easier to lay blame at someone else's feet than at my own. My attraction toward Chris wavered every time he pulled me close, every time he whispered, "Smile," and every time he planted his mouth over mine. Trying to pry my hand away from his, he only tightened his grip. "Chris," I gritted, a faux smile still grazing my mouth, "I have to go to the ladies' room."
"Hurry back."
He planted a lingering peck on my cheek before finally pulling back. I thought he was going to say something else, the look in his eyes one of softness, but as soon as I opened my mouth, he turned toward an older couple and gushed with happiness at our impending marriage. Rushing into the bathroom, I accidentally bumped into a woman, whispering "sorry" before locking myself in one of the empty stalls, freeing my emotions as tears stained my flushed face. I wanted to stay in here until everyone left, including my father and Chris. But I couldn't. I could never embarrass my father. Instead, I would appear to be the perfect daughter. Always. I never argued with him in public, but when we were in private, I rarely held back. Sometimes he'd be dismissive, infuriating me further, and sometimes he'd yell back, a reaction I rarely received. And sometimes, like earlier, he'd give me a genuine smile, even when it was wrapped up in manipulation. I didn't want to think about my father anymore, or Chris for that matter. So instead, I turned my thoughts to the only other person who'd been able to distract me. Max. I'd been so wrapped up in holding it together out there, I hadn't bothered to look for him. Except that one time, when our eyes met across the room. And, no matter how cheesy or cliché it sounded, it was as if fate tried to step in and take charge. The way he set my body alive was exciting, yet terrifying. The way his soul... Oh, God, maybe my father was right. I needed to stop reading so many romance novels. I was starting to convince myself things like knights in shining armor really did exist. That two people could have a meet-cute and live happily ever after, no matter the circumstances. I exited the stall and stopped to wash my hands. Staring into the mirror, I shuddered at the sight. Red-rimmed and puffy eyes, accompanied by blotchy skin on both my face and neck. "You should dab your eyes with cold water, honey," a soft voice said to my left. I hadn't even heard anyone enter. When I continued to stare into the mirror, she grabbed a paper towel and ran it under the tap. "Look at me," she instructed, patiently waiting for me to turn toward her. Without giving it too much thought, I faced her. She was striking, with dark red hair, green eyes, and a splattering of freckles across her nose. Not too many to be distracting, but enough to be endearing. "Issues already with your fiancé?" she questioned, blotting the cold towel under my swollen eyes. The coolness calmed me, her touch so gentle I closed my lids. "You could say that," I finally answered. "Figures," she chuckled, the soft timbre of her laugh soothing. "Listen, honey, ain't no man worth our tears, ever. Just love 'em and leave 'em. That's what I say. Use them for one thing and get the hell out of Dodge." Her rant made me smile. When I finally opened my eyes, she was returning my grin. "Thank you." "No problem, sweetheart. We women have to stick together. Now," she said, tossing the towel in the trash, "how do I look? There's a hottie out there I have my sights on, and I want to make sure I can snag him, for the evening." Flashing me her pearly whites, I took her in, head to toe. An emerald green gown encased her voluptuous curves. Next to her, I felt like a little girl, her breasts and hips definitely more pin-up than mine. She was striking, and whoever she had in her line of sight didn't stand a chance. "You look amazing." She gave herself one last look in the mirror before plumping up her breasts. "Thanks." A tighter smile graced her lips. "Now get back out there and enjoy yourself. It's an open bar, and there's nothing a good stiff drink or two won't cure. I'd prefer something else stiff, but I think you already knew that." Her laugh followed her as she left, and I couldn't help but envy her ability to be so carefree, a luxury I never possessed. Chapter 11. Alina. After I'd eventually gathered myself, I emerged from the restroom and slowly walked back toward Chris and my father. They were engaged in conversation with another group of wealthy, power-hungry men, their wives standing idly by while their husbands suckled at the proverbial tit. My father was someone of influence, a man who yielded a lot of power. Once I was close enough, Chris tugged on my hand to draw me closer. "Are you okay? Were you crying?" He seemed genuinely concerned, and it was then I berated myself for giving him such a hard time that evening. Whatever my feelings toward the entire situation, Chris didn't deserve my attitude, and treating him like the enemy he wasn't, well, that wouldn't do anyone any good. He was a nice guy. I could have done worse. It wasn't much of an argument, but I was still trying to wrap my head around everything. My demeanor softened when I answered. "Yeah, just allergies." He nodded before going back to talking with the group. After another 5 minutes of just standing there, not wanting to engage in shop talk, I decided it was time to leave. I'd come with Chris, but I could certainly find my own way home. I slipped my hand from his, pulling his attention away from the others. "I'm leaving." My father heard me and took the opportunity to interject, playing the role of a caring father, which he most surely wasn't, as was evident in him practically forcing me to marry someone against my wishes. "You feeling all right, honey?" For a moment I thought I recognized sincere concern in his voice. Leaning down to whisper in my ear erased any fantasies I had that he was truly worried about me. "Don't you think you should stick around a bit longer? It's only 10 o'clock. Don't be so selfish, Alina." "Selfish?" My voice rose just above a restrained whisper, making his brows jump in warning. I refused to argue with him anymore tonight. Instead of answering, I gave him a quick kiss on the cheek and announced to the group I was leaving, saying my goodbyes before heading toward the exit, Chris following hot on my heels. I wasn't sure if he disapproved of my abrupt exit as well, but I couldn't care less at that point. All I wanted to do was run a hot bath and continue reading my book, forgetting I tried to convince myself to give them up earlier. I'll never give up my romance novels. "Alina," Chris called after me. "Wait up." My quickened strides weren't fast enough to outrun him. "Wait," he repeated, reaching for my hand. I didn't pull away that time. There was no need to cause a scene when he didn't deserve it. I stopped walking, but kept my eyes straight ahead. "I'll take you home." "Thank you." All my energy had been depleted. No more arguments would be started by me this evening. As Chris guided me the rest of the way toward the exit, a blur of a green dress caught my eye. It was the nice woman from the restroom. She was flirting with someone. I figured it was the man she'd gushed about earlier, but it wasn't until she flicked her hair over her shoulder did I see who she had in her sights. Max. I couldn't fault her for her interest, but that didn't make their interaction any less angering. I really needed to leave.
Chapter 12. Max. Witnessing the way Harris tended to Alina bothered me, but it shouldn't have. They were engaged to be married. There would be plenty of intimate moments shared between them, both in public and in private. It was the images of them behind closed doors that grated on my nerves. My eyes caught hers one last time before she disappeared outside, and I swore she tried to tell me something. Her frown deep, and her hesitation to leave, surely a sign for something. Or maybe I'd had too much to drink and should take it easy from here on out.
Do you have any interesting cases?
The woman standing in front of me was beautiful, but I had no connection with her. Not that I needed one in order to take her to bed, but ever since my brief interaction with Alina, conversation with this woman was second-rate at best. Not right now. My answers were curt, but I made sure to give her a smile after each one. I needed to get laid, and the last thing I wanted to do was drive her away by being rude. After another 10 minutes of mindless questions and answers, I drained the rest of my drink and rose from my seat. Want to get out of here?
I thought you'd never ask, she grinned.
What's her name again? Looping her arm through mine, we were across the room and headed toward the elevator banks. I had a room at the hotel, knowing there was a possibility I'd be taking someone to bed, and there was no way I was taking a stranger back to my place. Last time that happened, the woman wouldn't leave me alone, showing up outside my door at all hours of the evening. I'd wised up since then.
Expectant, aren't you?
She teased, the gloss on her lips shimmering. She really was quite the looker, stunning in her own right.
Serena,
she corrected, never losing her seductive grin. I nodded. If you don't want to have sex with me, Serena, then I'll be a gentleman and walk you out. I'll even hail a cab for you. I smiled, but I felt anything but jovial. There was only one woman I wanted to bury myself in, and she'd left with another man.
Nope. Sex is definitely on my agenda this evening.
We stood close inside the car as it ascended to the 15th floor. Not a word spoken the entire time. I was busy thinking about Alina, but I was sure Serena thought I was simply building up the sexual tension between us. The elevator dinged, and I gestured for her to exit before me with a sweep of my arm. She winked before sashaying down the corridor, not walking too far ahead because she didn't know which room was mine. When we finally reached our destination, I reached out and stilled her with a grip on her wrist. Within seconds, we were in the room, and I kicked the door closed, pushed her to her knees, and grabbed her by the hair. My aggression was met with a lick of her lips as she fumbled with my zipper.
A man right to the point. I love it.
As the sound of the metal teeth being pulled apart sliced through the quiet, I inhaled a deep breath and leaned my head against the wall behind me. Images of Alina on her knees, preparing to suck me off, flooded my brain. My cock thickened.
So big,
Serena crooned, circling my girth before gently squeezing. The tip of her tongue peeked out and teased the head. But as she opened her mouth to swallow me, I stopped her with a tug.
Do you like it a bit rough? Because I can do that.
I didn't answer. Instead, I helped her to her feet, my fingers never leaving her hair. Her warm breath hit my neck as she nuzzled into me, nipping at my throat while I still had my head tilted back. When her hand moved to grip my still exposed cock, I released her and wrapped my hands around her throat. Not threatening, just dominant. The spark in her eyes at the action pleased me. She didn't care what I did to her, just as long as I fucked her. And why was I hesitant? Attraction to Serena wasn't the issue, and I desperately needed to find my release, so it should be a no-brainer, right? Wrong. I felt like the biggest pussy as I gave her a chaste kiss and made up some excuse about suddenly not feeling well. She eyed me suspiciously, but didn't push the issue. I walked her to the elevator, but as I attempted to step in, she stopped me. She shook her head, the doors closing before I could change my mind.
Chapter 13. Alina. You really don't have to walk me up. I'm fine. I stood in the middle of the pathway, waiting for him to leave.
I want to make sure you get inside safe and sound. What kind of fiancé would I be if I left you here?
He tried to make a joke, but I wasn't in the mood, and he knew it as soon as he uttered the last word. The look on my face told him everything. It's okay, Chris. The strength in my words barely held any kind of conviction.
I insist.
He smiled and ushered me up the steps of my townhome. Figuring it was useless and that he wouldn't leave unless he saw me inside, I complied without further argument. As I unlocked my door, however, he tried to walk in behind me. This is where we say goodnight. I turned to face him, resting my hands on his chest. The beat of his racing heart thumped against my palm, the heat in his eyes telling me his secret. He thought he was coming in. To what? Have sex? Did he assume now that we were engaged I'd sleep with him? I realized how illogical my rationale seemed, that people engaged to be married had sex, but I wasn't ready. I didn't know what my hesitation was, however. It wasn't as if I was a virgin. But something told me to wait with Chris.
Can I use your bathroom? It's a long ride home.
As long as you don't get handsy, mister. I attempted humor, masking the uneasiness I felt at letting him inside. Not that I thought he would cross any lines, but having to deny him if he tried anything weighed heavily on me. Why didn't I just take a cab? He nodded, closing the door behind us after we entered. You know where it is?
I do.
He disappeared down the hall toward the guest bathroom, returning a couple minutes later with a lopsided smirk. Quickly closing the distance, his hands snaked around my waist. He pulled me into him and swallowed my gasp of surprise, his tongue eagerly searching for mine. I enjoyed kissing Chris, but right then it wasn't going to happen. Never mind, I couldn't stop thinking about Max, a man who most likely was busy having sex and not giving me a second thought. Shoving at his chest, I dislodged my lips from his. Chris, stop! He ignored me, grabbing the back of my neck and slamming his mouth over mine once more. He tasted like alcohol, and I believed the liquor fueled his courage, or stupidity to be more accurate. When he still didn't stop, I reached around the back of his head, grabbed the bottom of his hairline, and yanked upward as hard as I could. Ow! He yelled, releasing me and backing up. What the hell? I told you to stop and you didn't, so... He rubbed the back of his head as he stared at me in disbelief. It seemed endless minutes passed before either of us spoke. Thankfully, it was him coming to his senses.
You're right. I shouldn't have pushed.
Because there wasn't anything more to be said, I opened the front door and crossed my arms over my chest. We'll talk tomorrow?
Okay.
Before he disappeared, though, he leaned in and brushed his lips over my cheek, whispering, I'm sorry. I didn't believe Chris would hurt me, and I couldn't blame him for attempting to convince me to share myself with him, but he went about it the wrong way.
Chapter 14. Max. I need to make sure she's not hiding anything. Just get it done. Slamming the phone did nothing to ease the annoyance pumping through my veins. I'd been assigned to a client a few days prior, a Hollywood diva, and it took everything in me not to tell the partners to shove the case up their asses. The whole idea of fighting for your client blindly, not caring if they were truthful, was utter bullshit. I needed to know everything about them, whether or not they were lying to me. Otherwise, I couldn't do my job properly. It was the reason I'd hired a private investigator. Albert, the same guy I'd worked with on numerous occasions when I lived in California. He was skilled, but there were times, like now, when he drove me nuts. He was a huge fan of Amber Sauter, my current client, so I had to remind him to separate the fangirl inside him and do his goddamn job.
"Excuse me, Mr. Coulter, but Mrs. Sauter is on the phone and she insists on speaking to you."
Speak of the devil. My secretary, Linda, stood in the doorway, an apprehensive look stealing her expression. I was positive it had everything to do with the pissed-off look on my face. Linda was in her late 50s, if I had to guess, and she'd come highly recommended. Strictly professional thus far, which was a huge bonus, because I had no patience for flirting and inappropriate behavior. On their part, not mine. Tell her I'll call her back in 10 minutes. Linda gave a curt nod before exiting my office, quietly shutting the door behind her. Throwing myself back into clearing off my desk, there was a knock on my door not 2 minutes later. Huffing, I picked my head up in time to see Curtis Don enter, one of the partners of Winthrop, Kruger and Don. "How are you getting on?" he asked, leaning casually against the doorframe, as if he didn't have a care in the world, when the opposite was true. The firm was always under scrutiny, based solely on the clients they represented. If the client was dirty, then so was their lawyer, right? Not necessarily so. I dealt with some shady-ass people during my career, but I was always by the book. Curtis was the youngest of the three partners, putting him in his late 50s. He was a stocky man, standing at almost 6 foot with dark cropped hair. I didn't know much about his personal life, other than he'd been married for 27 years and had 3 daughters. "I'm getting there," I answered. Now, if I could only find Sauter's file, I'd be all dandy. "Yeah, sorry about that one. I hate to pawn her off on you, but based on your expertise with these proceedings, you were the best man for the job." He smirked, and I narrowed my eyes. I had no reason not to trust Curtis, and I'd put in my dues, of course, but if I kept receiving clients like Amber Sauter, I was going to have a real problem. I was lucky to have a job at their firm, the largest on the East Coast. Most lawyers would kill for my position, but it didn't mean I'd roll over and take every shit case they didn't want to deal with themselves. I'd owned my own practice back in California, but after my divorce, I moved to change things up a little. While I enjoyed being the boss before, there was something to be said about letting someone else make all the big decisions. He knocked twice on the doorframe, finishing his visit with, "Well, let us know if you need anything." A raise of his brows and a cluck of his tongue, and he was gone. But only 5 minutes of semi-peace passed before there was another person at my door.
"I figured if you were able to call me back in 10 minutes, then there wasn't any reason why you couldn't see me in person."
A southern twang curled around some of her words, and I knew exactly who was interrupting me, unannounced, before I even picked up my head. Amber Sauter, Hollywood's biggest pain in the ass. Linda stood in the doorway, mouthing, "Sorry," before closing the door. "Please, come in, Mrs. Sauter." I stood and gestured toward the chair in front of my desk. Instead, she sauntered toward the leather couch on the other side of the room, planting her curvy ass as if we weren't strangers. Sure, she was my client, but we'd never met before.
"Please, call me Amber. Besides, I won't be Sauter too much longer, hopefully."
She pursed her lips and gave me a brazen wink.
You're quite the handsome devil, aren't you? Any chance of an after-hours meeting?
She slowly crossed her legs, most likely doing her best impression of Sharon Stone's infamous scene in Basic Instinct. She was beautiful, her long dark hair brushing just past her tits. Her long legs went on for what seemed like forever, accompanied by a plump ass and a small waist. But she wasn't my type. And even if she was, her reputation preceded her, and there was no way I would ever get tangled up with the likes of her. Let me stop you right there. I don't fraternize with my clients. Ever. So any thoughts you have, get rid of them. I walked around to the front of my desk, sat on the edge, and gave her an annoyed look before crossing my legs at the ankles.
Feisty, too,
she purred, licking her lips before running her fingers up and down her leg, doing her best to draw my attention there. But I kept my eyes on her face, my patience wearing thin.
Oh, fine,
she conceded.
You win.
I'm not winning anything. I'm your lawyer, and as such, I'm here to represent you to the best of my ability. Pushing off the desk, I walked back toward my seat and sat down, inhaling a choppy breath before making eye contact with her once more. Now, what can I do for you?
Chapter 15. Alina. Where is he? Checking my phone again to see if Chris had sent me another text, I crossed and uncrossed my legs 3 times. I'd agreed to have lunch with him, to allow him a chance to apologize yet again for the way he acted the other night. I'd already forgiven him, but had let him stew. A bit of guilt was good for the soul. I'd recently returned from running a few errands, and instead of traveling up to my office only to come back down to the lobby again, I tried my best to get comfortable on the sofa while I waited for him. I swiped the unlock screen on my cell and found his number. Before I hit the green call button, however, I heard a deep, rumbling voice, a chilling timbre of rasp. It was inevitable Max and I would run into each other, seeing as how we both worked at my father's firm. And while I'd secretly fantasized about the encounter, I'd also fretted the interaction as well. When I dared to pick my head up, I saw Max striding toward the exit, a gorgeous woman walking next to him, pawing at him the entire time. I recognized her when she turned to the side. She was Amber Sauter, a well-known actress, and someone who had a reputation for being a diva. A sudden agitation overtook, my reaction instantly worrying me. I wasn't a jealous woman, not by any means, but the sight of them together irritated me. I lowered my head so I wouldn't have to witness the sight of them together. I hardly knew Max, yet an unwelcome sense of possessiveness swirled through me, adrenaline thickening my blood with the quick beats of my heart. I had absolutely no right to feel anything toward him, but I did, just the same. Maybe my sudden fascination with Maxton Coulter was only because I needed someone to focus on, someone to help distract me from everything else going on in my life. Silently chastising myself, I never heard him approach. Wasn't even aware he stood in front of me until the tips of his shiny black dress shoes came into view. "Alina." His voice caressed my eardrum with the promise of something torrid. "How nice to see you again." I almost choked mid-swallow, the muscles of my throat threatening to seize at any moment. Taking a deep breath, I slowly picked my head up, my eyes traveling the length of him, appreciating the cut of his designer suit, the way the material draped over his body, tailored to fit the perfect physique I was positive was underneath. Higher still, his face came into view. First, the square of his jaw, then the plump of his lips. I had to compose myself before staring into his sinful brown eyes.
"Are you all right?" he asked, reaching down to touch my shoulder.
I moved at the last second, and he pulled back, scrunching his brows at my reaction. A flush swept over my skin, and if I didn't get my shit together, and soon, I'd make a fool of myself. "Yes, sorry, just distracted is all."
"By me?"
The quirk of his lips formed a smile. "You're so full of yourself, aren't you?" I repaid in kind, the quick banter doing wonders for my sudden nerves.
"Not all the time."
He moved and took the seat to my right, sitting so close his shoulder brushed mine, the heat from his thigh unsettling me. What is wrong with me? With my legs together and my hands resting on top of my thighs, I fiddled with the hem of my dress, desperately needing something else to focus on other than Max's close proximity. Was anyone watching us? Taking a quick look around, I deemed we were safe. No prying eyes on the inappropriate closeness. When I finally stole a glance at him, he smiled. It seemed sincere, as if he was pleased to be sitting next to me. "I forgot you worked here," I lied, smoothing down the absent wrinkles of my dress, mindlessly sliding my palms back and forth.
"No, you didn't, but that's okay. I get it."
A swirl of cockiness lifted his words, catching my full attention and turning my body fully toward his. "You get what?"
"That you're sitting in the lobby hoping to catch a glimpse of me. You wouldn't find out where my office was because that would make it too obvious."
I couldn't determine if he was playing with me or not. The mischievous glint in his eyes made it difficult to tell. "Are you serious?" I widened my eyes in disbelief, but relaxed when he full-on laughed, his sexy dimple making an appearance. Shaking his head, he bumped his shoulder against mine, moving me ever so slightly.
"I'm not serious, Alina. How much of an ass do you really think I am? Wait, don't answer that."
It was my turn to laugh.
"Are you waiting for Chris?"
Oh, thank God, a neutral topic, one that reminded us both I was engaged to be married, because another minute in his presence and there was no telling what would have come out of my mouth. Or his. "Yes, I'm meeting him for lunch." Max abruptly stood and extended his palm toward me. If I accepted the gesture, I'd have a hard time letting go. So I stood on my own and stepped off to the side. Even with a few feet between us, his presence continued to muddle my brain. It wasn't like me to fidget, but I couldn't help myself. I shifted my purse from one shoulder to the other, looked at the floor, and then around the lobby, then back to the floor. Anything to avoid staring at his face. The problem was, he knew I was nervous, and I had a feeling he enjoyed my unease. "Come on," he finally said, breaking the building tension cutting around us.
"You can wait for him in my office."
"What? No, I'm okay. I'll just stay here."
"Nonsense. I don't have another meeting for an hour."
He placed his hand on the small of my back, the warmth of his palm igniting me, and guided me toward the elevator.
"It's pointless for you to wait down here when you can keep me company. Besides, I'm bored, and I think you'll be the perfect distraction."
Chapter 16. Max. What was I doing? Playing a very dangerous game, that's what. Even though all my instincts told me to walk away as soon as I'd stolen a glimpse of her sitting in the lobby, I doused my inner voice in fuel and set that bastard on fire. I'd walked toward her as if my legs had a mind of their own. Our entire conversation had followed, completely unplanned. Words tumbled out of my mouth, some of them in jest, some not, although I played as if they were. I wanted to believe she was there waiting for me, but I knew better. She was there waiting on Harris. Lucky bastard. Speaking of, did you finally give it up? Her head whipped in my direction, the look of shock a delight for me.
What?
You heard me. Did you finally put old Chrissy boy out of his misery? Thankfully, the elevator hadn't made any stops, its steady ascent allowing me time to rile her before our final destination. Alina made some sort of half-grunt, half-moan sound as she spun to face forward. Speechless, that was what I'd rendered her. Until she wasn't.
You have some balls on you, buddy,
she chastised, the swell of her chest stretching the fabric of her gray dress. How did you know?
Ugh, you're beyond frustrating. You know that?
I do. Several seconds of silence passed. The only sounds apparent were the swallow breaths of the frustrated woman standing next to me. Finally deciding she had something else to say, Alina gave me her attention once more. But when she looked up at my hair, she laughed. Instinctually, my fingers ran over the strands in an attempt to fix whatever it was she found so funny.
Stop, she instructed. You're only making it worse.
She batted my hand away, and with the gentlest touch, played with a lock of my hair. Her fingernails glided over my scalp, and I moaned, my lids closing briefly to revel in the feeling. She stepped closer, her chest pressing against mine as she stood on her tiptoes. The concentration on her face was amusing, the tip of her tongue sneaking out to wet her lips, her eyes narrowing briefly as she continued finishing her task. I have a bad habit of running my hands through my hair, and sometimes it gets crazy.
Maybe you should find a different habit then.
I can think of something, I teased, leaving my cryptic statement out there for her to interpret however she wanted.
I'm sure you can.
She shook her head.
There, all better.
So I look presentable?
Very.
She swallowed.
I mean, you look good. I mean, fine, but back to normal.
Flustered was a good look on her. I stayed still when her fingertip feathered over the small scar on my chin.
How did this happen?
It was my turn to be flustered, her subtle touch causing my heart to kick into overdrive. While I showed no outward signs of nerves, I was bombarded with the need to pull her close and ravage her. Images of undressing her and licking every inch of her rushed forward. But instead of losing myself to my thoughts, I answered her question. It's kind of embarrassing.
Oh, now you definitely have to tell me.
The expectant look she flashed made me want to reveal all things personal, purge all my secrets, if only she'd continue to look at me like that. When I was about 10, my brother Hal and I were playing G.I. Joe. At some point, I thought it would be cool to dive over some bushes in our backyard, not realizing there were rocks on the other side. Anyway, I landed face first, and one of the more jagged ones cut my chin.
Oh no.
She stifled a laugh, while her brows furrowed in slight worry for the 10-year-old me.
You're lucky nothing worse happened.
True, but girls dig scars, right?
I suppose so,
she appeased, taking a step back when she realized she was still standing so close.
You don't still play G.I. Joe, do you?
I think I'm a little too old, don't you? She cocked her head.
I'm not sure. How old are you?
I'm 34. And now that you know how old I am, what about you?
What about me?
She deflected, all the while a beautiful smile played on her lips. How old are you? And before you ask, no, I won't guess. I'm not that stupid. She laughed.
I'm 29.
I would have thought you were 25, I complimented, winking when she pursed her lips.
"Well played," she responded.
When the elevator finally came to a stop, I guided Alina from the car and down the long hallway, my hand resting on the middle of her back until other people came into view. I dropped my arm to my side, realizing I had to engage some sort of propriety in the office. I itched to touch her again, but I swore if I did, I'd invite unnecessary gossip. Silence engulfed us both with every step we took, our hands bumping a few times as we walked. I wouldn't lie and say every time was an accident, but she didn't seem to mind. I kept my eyes straight ahead as soon as I saw Linda. Guilty conscience about physically being so close to another man's fiancée and all, the last thing I needed was a judgy look from my secretary. I had no reason to believe Linda would react in such a way, surely having heard about Alina's recent engagement to another member of the firm. But, like I said, guilty conscience.
"Hi, Linda,"
Alina greeted, stopping momentarily and giving my secretary all her attention. Oddly, I was a little jealous, wanting to hoard as much of Alina's time as I could before she'd eventually leave to meet Harris. Without missing a stride, I continued to walk ahead, making sure to leave my office door wide open. 2 minutes passed before she waltzed into my office, a gentle smile gracing her delectable lips. "How do you know Linda?"
"Even though the firm is large, I know almost everyone who works here," she replied, setting her purse on top of my desk.
"You're that social, huh?" I teased, walking around her to take a seat on the sofa. I watched her intently. Every inhale of air, every blink, every anxious lick of her lips. While she perused the space, I took the time to openly gawk at her.
"I try to be. I have to work with a lot of different people, depending on what case I have, and it's been my experience that if you get in good with the secretaries, life's much easier."
She glanced in my direction and smiled.
"I've always been envious of this office. Jeffrey never deserved it."
Her smile faded, but when she stepped toward me, the corners of her mouth lifted again. I was observant, almost to a fault, so I made sure to pry into her short and direct statement. "Why didn't he deserve this office?"
"What?"
Her brows scrunched together. "You said Jeffrey didn't deserve this office. What did you mean by that?"
"I didn't realize I said that out loud."
With narrowed eyes and piqued interest, I patted the seat next to me. When she didn't move, I hit the cushion once more. "I don't bite." She smirked. "On second thought, I take that back."
"Do you ever stop?"
"Stop what?"
"Flirting,"
she responded, nervously assaulting her bottom lip between her teeth. Before I could answer, telling her I couldn't help myself, her phone dinged. She pulled the device from her purse and checked the screen before typing a reply. The suspense was killing me. Was it Harris texting her? Her father? A client? "Everything okay?" I prodded, leaning back against the plush of the leather. She still hadn't answered my question about Jeffrey, her reluctance to answer, curious if nothing else.
"Yeah, that was Chris. He can't make it to lunch. He's stuck in a meeting, first time with a new client."
Harris could end that meeting if he wanted to. If I were him, I would never give up the opportunity to spend extra time with Alina. Did he assume now they were engaged, he had all the time in the world with her? If she were mine. Stop thinking like that. "Tell him you're in my office," I said, although I had no idea why. Chris would get rid of his client and waltz his ass in here in less than 5 minutes, staking his claim on his fiancée. It was what I would have done if my woman was with another man, albeit innocently. But was our interaction innocent? I certainly didn't want it to be, and I had a feeling neither did she, although she'd deny it if asked.
"Why?"
"Trust me, if you want to go to lunch with him, text him that you're in my office." She hesitated, her finger hovering over the screen. The corner of her bottom lip disappeared between her teeth again, apparently a nervous habit. She shot off a text, and I took a deep breath, counting down from 5. Alina watched me inquisitively, and when I said 1, the vibration of her cell startled her.
He said he can go after all.
She looked puzzled.
How did you know?
I'm a man.
Not all men are jealous.
She sent another text, then slipped her phone back into her purse, taking a step away when I rose from the couch and quickly approached. The space between us shrank with every stride, until I was so close I could smell her intoxicating perfume. A light floral fragrance mixed with her natural scent, a scent I wanted all over my sheets. Yes, we are. Varying degrees, of course. If you were mine, I'd come running if I found out you were alone with another man.
You're wrong. Chris isn't like that. Besides, there's nothing to be jealous of.
Her words would have been convincing if it wasn't for the pinkish hue painting her cheeks. I'm not wrong. You'll see. No sooner did I step back did my office door swing open, Harris appearing in the doorway and looking a little disheveled. He flashed me a warning glare before softening his expression and pinning Alina with his gaze.
Hey, sweetheart. Turns out I was able to end my meeting on time.
Shocker, I grumbled, not wanting to cause an unnecessary scene. Harris didn't hear me, but Alina had, the rigidness of her posture becoming more apparent.
It's okay. We can go now if you want.
Yes. He gripped her elbow gently, but possessively.
Let's go.
He smiled, but I saw the muscle in his jaw tick before he ushered her from my office. I could have slapped myself for orchestrating Harris rushing to my office to escort Alina to lunch. I should have left well enough alone and never had her text him. But I stupidly wanted to prove I was right about her fiancé, that he was just like any other man, possessive over his woman.
Chapter 17. Alina. Are you going to go through with it, then? My best friend and former college roommate took a healthy sip of her wine while she studied me, waiting for my answer so she could proceed with her interrogation. Daria Ralston was everything I wasn't. Free. She lived by her own rules and walked to the beat of her own drum. We'd attended Columbia together, and while she earned her degree in marketing, she ended up opening her own art gallery right in the heart of Manhattan. She didn't have a father dictating her every move. Instead, he was loving and supportive. I was envious of their relationship, wishing I could have that for myself. Tucking a strand of blonde hair behind her ear, she leaned forward and studied me. What? You know what? Are you actually going to allow him to tell you who you'll marry? I mean, come on. She winced. That's taking it a bit far, even for him, don't you think? I agree with you. I shrugged, not entirely knowing what else to say. Not wanting to have this discussion in public and at a bar, no less, I deflected and turned the tables on her, asking about her newest talent find. How are you getting along with Paolo? Paolo Castan was the newest sensation to hit New York. His paintings were all the rage, the colors and lines of his work borderline erotic. He'd asked Daria to pose for him, but thankfully she'd refused. He had quite the reputation for being a player. Rugged good looks and more money than he knew what to do with only exacerbated the gossip. Nice. Don't think I don't know what you're doing. I'm not sure what you mean, I replied coyly, finishing off the rest of my wine and ordering a replacement. Uh-huh, she mumbled. We'll revisit this conversation, have no doubt. I don't. Touching my forehead, wiping away a bead of sweat, I'd suddenly realized the inside of the bar was rather warm, even though the establishment had been chilly when we'd first arrived. It was probably the wine, but nevertheless, I wasn't a fan of being overheated. "So?" I prompted, running my fingers up and down the cool glass of white the bartender placed in front of me. "Oh, right." She blew out a breath, smiling wide when her eyes met mine. "Oh, no." I knew that look. I couldn't help it. She sounded both annoyed and excited. "He's so goddamn sexy. And he's probably slept with half the city. Please tell me you used protection." Daria was sometimes reckless, and the last thing I wanted was for her to be put into a situation she couldn't get out of. "Of course, I'm not stupid." "I'm not saying you are. I just want to make sure you're being safe." I placed my hand on her forearm and squeezed gently. "Speaking of a hot mattress dance," she laughed, "have you given Chris your flower?" Her smile widened at my astonished reaction. "Why does everyone think I'm a virgin?" "Who thinks you're a virgin? Because you certainly are not." "Hey, what does that mean?" I knew she was only teasing. I could count how many men I'd slept with on one hand, and while my number was significantly less than Daria's, I didn't regret anything. I didn't jump into bed with just anyone, and while I didn't necessarily judge those who did, flings simply weren't my thing. "So, who thought your lady bits had never been ravaged?" Max's face jumbled my thoughts, but I refused to give in to the want to ramble on about him. My friend would definitely ask about my sudden fascination with someone new, and she'd never let the topic die. "No one." She pursed her lips before taking another sip. "Anyway, to answer your question, no, I haven't slept with Chris yet." "Still? What is wrong with you?" "I'm against you marrying him solely because your father is basically demanding you do so. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't rock his world. He is a fine-looking man." A flush suddenly crept over Daria's face, and at first I thought it was the wine. But when she kept looking over my head and fidgeting in her seat with her mouth hanging open, I realized something else was going on. Speaking of fine, you should see the guy who just walked in. Instinct told me it was both the one person I wanted to see, but also wanted to avoid at all costs.
Chapter 18. Max. 4 days had passed since I'd convinced Alina to keep me company while she waited for Harris. 4 days of trying to get her out of my mind. But no matter how hard I tried, no matter how busy I was, or how aggravated I'd become at the mention of my newest pain-in-the-ass client, I couldn't do it. The next logical step was to numb my feelings toward her with some alcohol, right? Wrapping it up for the evening, I took a walk. My destination only a few blocks away from work. Carlisle's was the perfect place to indulge in a few drinks, and it was close enough that I could come back to my office to crash if need be. The establishment was upscale, cozy with an overall industrial feel. Dark marble covered the floor, the lighting inside set to dim. A massive bar ran the length of the space, lights glowing along the bottom for a hint of illumination. The high-top tables that lined the back wall were all taken, all the patrons seemingly having had the same idea to indulge in a drink after a hard day of work. Walking toward an empty seat at the bar, I sensed someone watching me, but I didn't know who until I sat down and looked across the bar. Sitting at the far end of the room was a beautiful blonde, but it was the woman sitting across from her who caught my immediate attention. Even though I could only see her back, I knew it was Alina. What were the chances she would be here? Pretty good, since the place is close to work. Her friend blatantly stared at me. Had Alina seen me enter? Had she alerted her friend as to who I was? Which only raised another question for me. Who was I to Alina? Someone who flirted endlessly with her? Someone who just worked at the same firm she did? Could I become something more? Would she leave Harris for me? Was that something I even wanted? Before I became completely overwhelmed with my internal turmoil, I ordered a drink and leaned back in my chair, watching and waiting to see if the woman of the hour would turn my way. I deemed it fate that if she looked back at me, I would pursue her. If not, if she kept her back to me, then I would finally find a way to move on, stop flirting whenever I saw her, and give up on the stupid notion she should be with me, or at least give the idea of us a chance. Her friend smiled, twirled a lock of her wavy hair, then reached across the table and shoved Alina's shoulder. She lifted her chin in my direction, my eyes never leaving the scene of the two of them engaging in silent communication. Time stood still, while my next move was decided for me. Promising to stick to my ridiculous ultimatum, I took a slow sip from the glass held tightly in my hand, blinking quickly to ensure I didn't miss a thing. Not a movement, not a breath. Just when I thought Alina was going to remain still and continue to face forward, her head turned to the side, in my direction. Her eyes widened when she caught sight of me, and when her shoulders tensed, then released, I knew it was game on. Operation Get Alina Away from Harris has now commenced.
Chapter 19. Alina. "Oh my God," Daria exclaimed, fluffing her hair while checking her reflection in the screen of her phone. "He's walking over here." Straightening in her seat, a huge smile wafted across her face, and I knew Max was only a few feet behind me. I could feel the heat from his body, even though the mere notion of such a realization was absurd. I watched as my best friend's eyes raked over the approaching man, head to toe, more than once, and being none too subtle about it either. When his warm breath hit my neck, the shiver which followed made me twitch. He laughed, the deep tenor of the sound flitting through my eardrum and making me shiver once more. "Alina," he greeted, still standing behind me. I risked a glance at Daria and saw her stunned expression. "You two know each other?" she asked to no one in particular, her curiosity bouncing between Max and me. "I have the pleasure, yes," Max affirmed, finally taking another few steps until he was beside our table in full view. He wore the same dark gray suit he wore to the office, every line of the material fitting him perfectly. I knew that only because I'd captured a glimpse of him as he re-entered the building after lunchtime. He hadn't seen me because I'd rushed off and jumped into the elevator at the last second before the doors closed. The last thing I needed was to be alone with him again. Not only did he serve to confuse me on all levels, but Chris had expressed his feelings on me spending any alone time with the man. It was the topic of our conversation when he took me to lunch after finding me in Max's office. Of course, I would never admit to Chris that from the first night I met the newest addition to the firm, I couldn't get him off my mind. He annoyed, yet intrigued me. He'd been inappropriate, yet tested me. He was infuriatingly arrogant, yet charming. Maxton Coulter was every contradiction. He extended his hand to Daria in greeting, exchanging names, the delight on her beautiful face obvious as she placed her palm in his. He kept his eyes on her briefly before turning to face me, placing his hand on my shoulder and giving me a slight squeeze. "Nice to see you again." "You too," I responded, my breathing suddenly becoming shallow. I flicked him a quick smile before staring at the glass I held, trying to concentrate on anything other than the way he made me feel. Nervous, excited, hopeful, wary. "Won't you join us?" I whipped my head up to glare at my friend, my nerves taking flight and making my stomach all sorts of queasy. I had to say something, and quick, before he pulled up a chair. "I'm sure Max has better things to do, don't you?" I risked a look at him and got lost in his piercing stare. Thankfully only for a moment, though. Nope. He was already hauling over a chair before he'd finished his one-word answer. Placing a stool directly next to me, I saw Daria's suspicion as she looked between us. She grinned when I tried to move my chair over. "So, what do you do, Max?" Daria asked, leaning in as if he was about to tell her the juiciest secret. Her cleavage was on full display, and when I saw him look at her breasts, albeit only for a split second, annoyance rippled through me. I had no right to be irritated, but I was, nonetheless. Daria was a beautiful woman with wavy blonde hair and the prettiest pale blue eyes. It was easy to understand why Max would pay her attention. Or maybe I was only being self-conscious because he had me all twisted up inside.
"I'm a lawyer."
"Oh, like Alina." I interjected into their conversation, keeping my eyes on Daria and away from Max. "He works at the same firm. He took Jeffrey Paulson's position." "Oh." Daria's frown at the mention of Jeffrey piqued Max's interest. From the corner of my eye, I saw his shoulders tense.
"That's the second time I get the feeling this Jeffrey character was not liked."
Without thinking, Daria blurted, "You can say that again." At least she had the decency to look apologetic about her outburst, although my leg was already in full range of motion, kicking her under the table on reflex. Or at least I thought it was her leg. "Ow!" Max shouted, his hand disappearing under the table and rubbing his shin while looking at me in utter shock.
"What the hell, Alina? Those shoes are lethal."
"Sorry." I darted a warning look at my friend before giving Max a tight-lipped smile. As his mouth parted, no doubt to inquire about a man I wished to never discuss, I hurriedly asked him a question to divert his train of thought. "How are you settling in at work?" He locked me in a stare for several seconds before tilting his head and answering.
"Just fine. Getting up to speed with the inner workings of the firm, becoming familiar with my caseload, that sort of thing."
His fingers tapped the top of the table, the whole while keeping me pinned in place with a glance. "Yes, I saw you with Amber Sauter the other day. Is she yours?" I'd meant to ask him about her when I was in his office, but he'd distracted me, as was becoming the norm.
"She's not mine."
"She's not your client?" All I could think about was why he was with her in the lobby if she wasn't his client. It wasn't a rare scene to see celebrities on the job, a large handful of them being represented by our firm.
"Yes, she's my client."
I tilted my head, my lips pursing. "I thought you just said she wasn't."
"You asked if she was mine, and I said she wasn't."
Semantics. I raised my hand to signal the waitress and placed an order for another drink when she approached.
"How many have you had?" Max asked, leaning closer and jumbling any formidable thoughts that dared to formulate inside my head.
"That's my business."
"Don't you think you should take it easy? It is a work night after all."
"It's Friday," I corrected.
"What? You don't work on Saturdays like the rest of us?"
He smiled, looking innocent enough, but he was trying to goad me. "Not usually." I huffed and downed half of my refill as soon as the waitress placed it in front of me. "Am I missing something?" Daria suddenly interjected, narrowing her eyes at both of us. I'd almost forgotten we had company. "No," I replied, suddenly aware Max had moved his seat closer, so close his thigh brushed against mine. Heat bloomed all over my body, and there wasn't a damn thing I could do about it without drawing unnecessary attention to myself. From Daria and from Max. As if sensing my unease, Daria peppered Max with questions, and for the next half hour, I learned a lot more about the man who had consumed my every thought. He was originally from California, moving to New York for a job at the firm. Divorced, no children. Younger brother by 2 years, who I'd briefly heard about, and his parents were still happily married, traveling the world since their retirement. The entire time he spoke, I became covetous, wishing I was the only one present to hear all his personal information. I'm truly fucked. Chapter 20. Alina. 45 minutes had passed, and still the conversation flowed, mainly between Max and Daria, with a few interjections from me. I didn't want him to stay, yet I hated the thought of him leaving. I was in mid-daydream, imagining what Max's lips tasted like, what his hands would feel like all over my skin, when a shot of pain traveled up my leg. "Ow!" I cried out, my eyes instantly flying toward Daria. "Why did you kick me?" "Because you're obviously not paying attention." She smirked, then lifted her chin toward the man sitting next to me. Is he even closer? Turning to face Max, I asked, "Did you say something?" "Am I that boring?" "No!" my friend shouted, laughing when she realized how loud she'd been. She was well on her way to feeling buzzed, as was I. Without allowing my mouth to filter what my brain had concocted as a response, I blurted, "The great Maxton Coulter, boring!" I smiled. "Never." "Well, since I know you're not being sarcastic," he said sarcastically, the corners of his mouth lifting ever so slightly, "I'll take that as a compliment, and give you a piece of advice." He leaned in so only I could hear. "I think you should start drinking some more water before I have to carry you out of here. Not that I would object to having my hands all over you." A blush painted my cheeks, and while I hadn't meant to, my mouth fell open, and I stared across the table at Daria, all wide-eyed and astonished. Although I should have expected something like that to come out of his mouth, since history proved he loved to get me going, it was still wicked, mainly because I'd been envisioning the exact same scenario just moments prior. "I like you, Max. I think you're just what my friend needs." Daria finished off the rest of her wine, stood from the table, and grabbed her purse. "Make sure she gets home safe, yeah?" A curt nod from Max, and my friend deserted me, walking away and leaving me in the lion's den. And it was exactly how I felt. Like the prey, Max being the ever-tactical predator. Before Daria could get too far, I hopped off my chair and followed her, seizing her arm before she made it to the door. The bar was busier than when we'd arrived, making it harder to have the conversation I wanted to have with my supposed best friend. "Where are you going?" I pulled her back toward me and led her to a quieter corner. "I'm going home. It's obvious you want to be alone with him." "I most certainly do not," I countered. "Well then, Max definitely wants to be alone with you, and far be it from me to be a cockblocker." She laughed, throwing her hand over her mouth when she inadvertently snorted. "And you're just gonna leave me with him? He could be a serial killer for all you know." I honestly didn't think I was in any physical danger with Max. Emotional? Sexual? Most assuredly. He's hot and sexy as fuck. I'd offer myself to him if he wasn't so enraptured by you. She patted my arm before giving me a quick kiss on the cheek. Go for it. Did you forget I'm engaged? That's not real, and we both know it. She pulled back and crossed her arms over her chest. Don't let your father dictate your life anymore. Besides, I've never seen you look at Chris the way you were looking at Max, who, by the way, is watching us right now. I hadn't meant to, but I turned around and sure enough, he was staring at me. Not us. Me. Licking his lips before taking a slow drink of the dark-colored liquor in his glass. Turning my attention back toward Daria, I blew out a breath. You don't understand. I'd already explained why I was going along with marrying Chris to my friend, and rehashing it right now was the last thing I wanted to do. Besides, even if I wasn't engaged to Chris, I'm still dating him. Did you ever agree to be exclusive? She smirked. I think that was covered as soon as my father announced our engagement. You're hopeless. And you're no help, I replied, pulling her in for a quick hug. Are you okay to get home? I could go with you. I'm fine. I'll just grab a cab out front. Besides, there is no way I'm letting you leave him, she said, pointing at Max. I slapped her hand back down to her side, but all she did was laugh. Love you, Leanie, she sang, calling me her nickname she'd had for me in school. Not one of my favorites. I ignored her playful taunting. Love you too. Text me when you get home. Watching her leave, I took a few moments to try and calm myself before I walked back to our table. Just when I thought I had all my emotions under control, everything went to hell as soon as my feet carried me toward Max.
Chapter 21. Max. Watching Alina approach slammed my heart against my chest. Every step closer bombarded me with images of her delectable body underneath me. Pictures of her hair wrapped around my fist, and her lips wrapped around my...
Sorry, but I wanted to make sure she was okay to get home by herself.
Are you sure you weren't trying to convince her to stay?
Why? Do you think I'm afraid to be alone with you?
The flush painting her skin was a sure sign I was getting to her, hopefully in the way that counted. There's no thinking about it. I know you are.
How do you not get slapped?
She shook her head and smiled, biting the corner of her lip, and I wasn't sure if the gesture was to stop her from speaking more of her mind. Lucky, I guess. I drained the rest of my drink, but when the waitress approached, I told her I only wanted the bill.
Are you leaving?
She asked, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. My gaze drifted to her pert nose, then to her plump lips, holding my attention for a moment too long. She cleared her throat, and my eyes flew back up to hers. The amber flecks around her irises made the green appear darker. Was that arousal, or simply the alcohol? We're leaving, I replied, acting as if I hadn't been visually assaulting her, an action I couldn't seem to help. Reaching into my suit jacket, I pulled out my wallet, prepared to take care of the tab as soon as possible.
I'm not going anywhere with you,
she countered, thinking she actually had a choice in the matter.
You can't just waltz in here and think you can control me.
I would have liked to have said her statement confused me, but unfortunately, it hadn't. I knew exactly where she was coming from, aware of some of the issues plaguing her life. I'm not trying to control you, but you've been drinking, and I'm not allowing you to traipse home all by yourself.
Allowing me?
She sounded offended.
Besides, I'm not drunk. Not even close.
I didn't say you were, but your reflexes are impaired.
No, they're not.
They are, I enunciated. I'm not arguing with you about this. When she continued to glare at me, I decided it was best to try a different approach. I placed my hand over my heart. I need to make sure you get home safely. Please allow me to have a clear conscience this evening. Otherwise, I fear I'll never get to sleep. I'll be up all night worrying whether or not you're lying in a ditch somewhere. And then I'll be forced to call all the hospitals and all the police stations just to ensure you—
"Oh my God, stop,"
she said, a faint smile appearing.
"Fine. You can accompany me home, to my front door, and that's it. As long as you stop talking."
Satisfied, I gave her a wink before taking her hand in mine as I led her toward the exit. The warmth of her skin against mine ignited my heart, and it picked up its pace again, while the rest of my blood flow seemed to head south. We needed a cab right away. Without one, I feared an awkward conversation would ensue. Luckily, there were rides always waiting outside Carlisle's, so we hopped in, and I waited for Alina to give the driver our destination. She looked at me first, shook her head, then rattled off the address. What was she afraid of? That I'd show up at her home unannounced in the middle of the night, demanding she let me in because I couldn't get her out of my mind? I had some control, didn't I? I guess I'll see.
Chapter 22. Alina. My place was 20 minutes from the bar, and the first half of the ride was spent in silence, the tension building with every mile we drove. When the awkwardness became too much, I opened my mouth to speak, but surprisingly, he beat me to it.
So you never answered my question before.
He swung his body to face me, and I swore his hand made a grab for the front of his slacks, but the lack of light inside the cab couldn't confirm my suspicion. What question was that? He must have asked me something when I'd been daydreaming earlier about his lips and his hands.
What case are you working on?
Phew, a safe topic. I relaxed my shoulders. Domestic abuse. It's one of my pro bono cases.
Really? Don't you think that's a little dangerous?
Max slung his arm over the back of the seat, his fingertips brushing the top of my shoulder. How so? I moved back an inch in case he attempted to touch me again. I couldn't be held accountable for what I might do, given the confined space.
A lot of abusive men don't take kindly to any help given to their wives or girlfriends.
How do you know my client is a woman? He arched a brow. I continued on. Just because her husband is a bastard, does that mean I shouldn't help her? She has 2 small children and is being tortured every day by him. She sought help, and I'm going to give it to her.
Just be careful. That's all I'm saying.
I can take care of myself, thank you. Why was I annoyed that he was trying to make sure I was safe? I knew the dangers when abusive men were involved. They were unpredictable, could lash out at anyone once their victims fled. I knew this, yet I acted as if there was no danger whatsoever. Maybe I just didn't want Max to see me as incapable. For some reason, what he thought of me was important. Lost in thought, I hadn't realized the cab had stopped and was idling by the curb.
Is this your place?
Max asked, leaning over me to see out my window. I inhaled his scent, closing my eyes and making a soft sound. When I opened them, his face was close to mine, the corner of his mouth lifting.
What?
It was an open-ended, one-word question. Nothing. Seconds passed where neither one of us moved, careful not to breathe too deeply for fear our bodies would touch.
Hey, you two getting out of what?
The cab driver called out, his body half-angled toward the back seat. When I didn't move, a faint line appeared between Max's brows.
Is this not your place?
His voice knocked me from my haze, my fingers gripping the handle before pushing open the door. With one leg outside on the edge of the curb and one still inside the cab, I reached into my purse and pulled out the fare. But when I tried to pass it to the driver, Max playfully knocked my hand away.
I got it.
He replaced my money with his. Aren't you leaving? Confusion rippled through me. Why was he getting out of the cab?
Not yet. Not until I know you're safe.
Then ask the driver to wait until I step inside.
I think I'll walk you up, if that's all right with you.
What was I going to say to that? I wanted to shout at him that I was fine, that I'd made it home every other night without his assistance, that I didn't need someone watching over me. But another part of me, the dangerous part that wanted to throw all caution to the wind and live in the moment, shouted at me to give in and be a bit reckless for once, to let Max accompany me just so I could spend more time in his presence. He never let me make the final decision, however, stepping from the cab and walking around my side to hold the door open for me while I exited. The cab sped off as soon as he slammed the door. As we approached the bottom step of my townhome, Max whistled.
Who lives here?
I do.
I know that. Who else?
His hand rested on my lower back as we slowly walked up the steps, each slab of concrete drifting underneath my feet as if they were going to crumble at any moment. Just me, I replied, confused why he thought someone else lived here. Then it dawned on me that maybe he thought Chris and I lived together, and suddenly it was important I let him know that wasn't true. We don't live together. His jaw tightened, and the only way I'd been able to see the flinch was because the landing lights were on. He seemed riled.
Not yet,
he mumbled, resting on the top stoop and dropping his hand to the side. Awkward moments passed in silence, each of us facing the other, contemplating the end to the evening. When Max leaned back against the railing, I knew he wasn't going anywhere, and the realization both thrilled and terrified me. Okay, well, thank you for seeing me home safely. Did you want me to call you a cab when I get inside?
I have a phone.
Right. I attempted to insert my key into the lock, but missed, a tangle of steel hitting the concrete at my feet. In a blur of motion, Max bent down to retrieve the keys, but chose to stay crouched longer than necessary, his head level with my waist. His fingers ghosted over the side of my calf, and I shivered, taking a step back and knocking into the railing behind me.
Sorry.
He rose to his full height and towered over me.
I thought I saw a spider on you.
I didn't call him out on his obvious lie, instead choosing to bask in his beauty. It was an odd word for a man, but the description fit Max perfectly. Masculine, refined, rugged, sexy, beautiful. He stood so close I could smell the mint on his breath, swore I could feel the beat of his heart against his chest. Or was that mine?
Alina,
he said gruffly, as if I had been caught doing something wrong.
Alina,
he repeated, stepping closer, if that were at all possible. Yes, I was weightless, crashing back down when I figured out why he repeated my name.
Your keys?
Max placed my keys in my palm, the pads of his fingertips traveling over my own until he dropped his arm to the side. Right. The cold metal threw me back into the moment, one where I had to get my head out of the clouds and get back to reality. Thank you for seeing me home. I guess I'll see you at the office.
Actually, I could really use your bathroom if you don't mind.
The last person who asked to use my bathroom was Chris, and I'd reluctantly let him in, only for him to force himself on me. Sort of. Even though it was only a kiss, it had been unwanted. Thankfully, he'd snapped out of it, apologized, and left, and he hadn't been over since. Not that I'd banned him from my home, but the opportunity hadn't come up. Work typically kept both of us busy. Sure. Every cell in my body screamed at me it was a bad idea. But I opened the front door, and we entered the foyer before I briskly walked toward the alarm and punched in my code. Max was busy taking in my home, peeking inside rooms and looking rather curious.
Damn, woman, what's your secret?
I leaned against the wall, deciding it was better to keep some distance between us. What do you mean?
How does an associate afford a place like this?
He rounded the corner before I could answer, whistling once he entered the ultra-modern kitchen. I chuckled to myself, pleased that he was impressed. Joining him near the kitchen island, I leaned my hip against the marble top. This was my mother's before she married my father. Her parents purchased it for her to ensure she'd always have somewhere to call home.
It's gorgeous,
he complimented, although when he said gorgeous, he looked directly into my eyes. Deciding it was a good idea to stay on topic, I continued. When she passed, my father signed it over to me when I turned 21, and I've been here ever since. Instead of him saying he was sorry about my mother, like most, he asked me a question which prompted memories of her to bombard me, all in a good way.
Did you get along with your mother? Do you miss her?
Every single day, I responded without hesitation. She died when I was 14, so it was especially hard growing up without her. I feel her around me sometimes, but it's not the same, of course. I flashed him a weak smile, wishing I could call my mom and tell her all about the man standing in my kitchen.
Do you mind if I ask how she died?
Brain aneurysm. My words drifted off. One day she was just gone. Flinching from a slight noise Max made, I added, I miss my dad as well.
How do you mean?
He seemed genuinely interested, which was a good thing since I'd never told anyone that before. He was different when she was alive. He was still strict and controlling, but he was gentler about it. She knew how to make him change his mind about things, challenged him in ways I think he appreciated. Plus, he smiled a lot more then. With the heaviness of the conversation, I was thankful when Max switched topics yet again.
Don't you get lonely here by yourself? What is there, like 4 floors?
5 along with the basement and rooftop deck.
Wow, now I'm kind of jealous,
he jested, rounding the island until he was only a couple of feet from me. I'm sure your place is just as nice. Besides, I doubt you're broke.
Oh, yeah? What makes you say that?
He fiddled with his tie until it hung loosely around his neck. Images of him stripping off his clothes rushed in, and for a moment I had to close my eyes, although the lack of sight only made things worse, my imagination running at full force.
Are you okay?
He asked, gently touching my upper arm. My lids sprang open, and I shuffled away from him, answering as if I hadn't just been picturing him all sorts of naked. Because you strike me as a man who doesn't settle for anything less than the best. He squinted his eyes as if he was in deep thought before replying.
You're right. I do have money. I used to own my own firm back in California, and even though half of it went to my ex, I still walked away with enough money to satisfy me.
A bout of silence passed before he spoke again.
Bathroom?
Oh, yeah, sorry. It's right down that hall. I pointed. Second door on your left. His shoulder brushed mine as he passed, and he groaned at the contact. Or maybe that was me. Chapter 23. Alina. I counted the seconds until Max returned, mindlessly straightening up an already impeccably organized kitchen. What was I doing? Playing with fire, that's what. I must have been out of my mind to allow him inside my home, knowing damn well the man did things to me, not only to my body, but to my brain, scrambling it all up so I could barely think straight. Having him so near was only going to end in disaster for everyone involved. My back was turned when he walked up behind me, sliding between the island and the counter. For a moment, our bodies were flush, my heart kicking up in my chest at the intimate contact. "Alina," he whispered, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up as if they were waiting for him to speak. The sexy rasp of his voice, especially when lowered, was even more potent, promising me desires beyond my wildest imagination. "Don't," I warned. "Just don't." "I'm not sure what you mean." He retreated and took his warmth with him. "I was just going to ask if I could use your phone after all. It appears mine is dead." Silently cursing myself for being presumptuous, I whirled around, my arms momentarily resting on the edge of the counter behind me. "Oh, sure." I hurried from the kitchen in search of my purse, which I'd left on the console table in the foyer. When I'd retrieved my cell, I turned back around only to find Max looming in the doorway, his eyes fixated on me in such a way there was no way I hadn't misunderstood the desire in his voice when he'd said my name just moments ago. He stalked toward me with purpose, every movement of his body orchestrated to drive me insane. Instinctually, I retreated until my back hit the stairwell, trapped and leaving myself open and vulnerable. I struggled between wanting to kick him out of my house and wanting to pull him closer, so close it would be as if we were one. A few more strides, and there would be no turning back. I drew my lower lip between my teeth to distract myself, but all I ended up doing was enticing Max. "You shouldn't do that," he warned, edging closer until he stood directly in front of me. "Do what?" "Bite your lip. That's my job." Max had played around before, teased me to try and garner a reaction with things he'd say. But this was different. He was serious. There was no mistaking his intentions. "I think it's safer if you leave now." The corners of his eyes crinkled. "Safer? For who? You or me?" "Both of us." Instead of taking my half-assed advice, Max planted his hands on the wall behind me, caging me in. He leaned down until his lips were a breath from mine, the air between us melding together. "Tell me you don't want me to kiss you. Tell me to stop." His mouth whispered against mine, so close I felt the tiniest tickle. "Go ahead and lie. Tell me you don't want me as much as I want you." As he gently snagged my bottom lip between his teeth, my entire body locked with anticipation. When the tip of his tongue danced over that same lip, the fight was over. The struggle to stay away from him had ended, if only for a moment. The one lapse in judgment I'd allow myself. As soon as a moan escaped from the deepest part of me, he latched onto my mouth and poured all his desire into me. His kiss was all-consuming, awakening me from a sleep I'd been trapped in my entire life. Our tongues dueled to taste the other, an all-too-consuming passion, the likes I'd never known before. Hands grappled, breaths mingled, hearts pounding fiercely. I ran my hands through his thick hair, grabbing him only to pull him even closer. He moaned, the rumbling vibration tightening the needy ache pulsing between my legs. No words were exchanged, no promises or denials, just desire in its purest form, biting and sucking, rough then soft, teasing and tormenting until I could barely stand. When he pressed his lower body to mine, I bit the tip of his tongue in excitement. I felt his lips curve upward before he reciprocated. But when his arm circled my waist and traveled lower, we entered dangerous territory. I wanted Max to ravage me, to perform all the dirty acts I'd imagined. But if I allowed this to go any further, I'd be welcoming trouble into my life. As he began to lift the hem of my skirt, I withdrew my hands from his hair and placed them on his chest, pushing him back a step. Our mouths parted, and I immediately missed him. But it was for the best. Otherwise, I'd end up making a huge mistake. "We can't," I cried. "Why?" "You know why?" Averting my eyes, I just couldn't bear to look at him, knowing he would pounce on me as soon as he saw my hesitancy.
"Because of Harris?" he growled. "You don't want to marry that guy, and we both know it."
So? There was no point in trying to lie. "We're still engaged, and kissing you is wrong."
"How can it be wrong when it's what we both want?"
His thumb traced my lower lip before dipping inside, widening my mouth ever so slightly. I bit him just enough to make him stop teasing me, but it backfired. Snatching his hand away, he crushed his mouth back over mine, holding me steady with a firm grip on my nape. I allowed myself to get lost in him for a few moments longer, but as soon as the need intensified, threatening to pull me under, I pushed him back once again. "Stop." My fingertips covered my lips, torn between wanting him to ignore my wariness and hoping he'd respect my wishes enough to give me more space, no matter how hard it seemed for both of us. "Fine," he conceded, raking his hand through his hair and taking another step back.
"But this isn't over."
The slight crack in his voice told me everything. 2 days had passed since I'd laid eyes on Max. Either I'd been successful at avoiding him around the office, rescheduling appointments, and ducking out early, or he'd been the one hiding out. Although I doubted he was the type of man who shied away from confrontation. Our situation an uneasy one for sure. 48 hours of solace didn't stop me from jumping every time someone appeared in the doorway to my office, or when someone called my name as I walked to the ladies' room, or flitted off to the break room to pour myself yet another cup of coffee. Max had me on edge, even without being near me, a reaction I found increasingly annoying. Lost in my daily work, I startled when someone rapped on my door, entering without prompting.
"Hi,"
my father greeted, stepping into my office and walking straight toward the wall of windows overlooking the city. Typically, all the associates worked together in what was referred to as the pit, but after 2 years I'd accepted a slice of nepotism, securing my own office away from the rest of the associates. But to be fair, I'd worked my ass off in order to justify the quick jump upstairs, 4 floors to be exact. I'd been at the top of my class at Columbia, brought in more money than any other associate, even with my pro bono cases, and often helped my father on a case, the most recent being the merger between 2 huge tech firms. "Hi." He wasn't stopping by to ask how my day was going or for idle chit-chat. He barely asked about my personal life, unless it had something to do with Chris. When he remained silent, continuing to gaze outside, I cleared my throat before speaking. "Dad?" He turned toward me, giving me a tight smile before approaching, pulling a card from the inside of his suit jacket.
"Here.
Give her a call." He tossed the card on top of my desk, not even waiting for me to accept it. The name Gigi Hollow was embossed on the front. "Who is this?" My engagement was real, for lack of better wording, but having my father continue with the charade nailed home just how much he expected me to follow through with his plans for my life. I wanted to shout at him, tell him to mind his own damn business, but a screaming match, mostly on my part, would do nothing to solve the situation. He was stubborn, unnervingly so. So I told him what he wanted to hear. "I'll call her later this evening."
Make sure you do. Fall is not far off, and if you want to book the plaza, you can't waste any time.
He seemed so blasé about the entire conversation, as if we were discussing where to go for lunch, not marrying his daughter off to someone she barely knew. "The plaza?" I shouted, lowering my voice once I'd realized he'd left my office door open. "I don't want to get married there." Truth be told, I had no idea where I wanted to get hitched, the thought still not completely forming in my brain as reality.
Then how about the Four Seasons?
My father walked toward the door.
Will that work better?
Reining in my rising temper, I swallowed the harsh words bubbling up and decided I wasn't going to have this conversation right now. Besides, I was almost certain the plaza and the Four Seasons were booked for the next 2 years. Please, God, don't let anything be available. "I'll talk to Chris and we'll make a decision." Placating my father was the only way he'd leave my office, and the more time I spent in his presence, the worse my mood would sour.
Good. Good,
he repeated, curtly nodding before disappearing.
Chapter 24. Max. "Are you putting me up for the weekend or what?" Hal asked. "I guess," I huffed, annoyed my meeting with Amber was fast approaching. "Look, if you're going to be a dick about it, I can get a hotel." "No, sorry, it's not you." A moment of silence passed. "Swing by my office and I'll give you a key. I'll text you the address." We hung up without a formal goodbye. My brother was visiting, and while I was looking forward to spending some time with him, I had so much shit going on with work, I wouldn't be able to let loose, not like the good old days. The firm kept me busy, and the parts of my brain that weren't focused on my cases were all too consumed with Alina. Speaking of which, I hadn't seen her in 2 days. Not since I left her house pissed off and horny as hell. That kiss. It was all I could do to try and forget, but nothing worked. Not even chastising myself for chasing another man's woman, and certainly not rationalizing why it was a bad idea to get involved with someone I worked with. Still, with all the negative things that could transpire, I couldn't stop myself from wanting to barge into her office, slam her against the wall, and take what was mine. Delusional, I knew, but there was no more room for rational inside my fucked-up brain. The knock on my door drew me away from my irritating thoughts. Linda poked her head in.
"Mrs. Sauter is here to see you."
Against my better judgment, I told my secretary to send her in. And for the next hour and a half, I dodged multiple sexual advances, went over the couple's list of assets, and told her if there were any skeletons in her closet, she'd better give me a heads up so there were no surprises. When 9 o'clock finally rolled around, Linda having gone home hours prior, I was finally done for the evening. For once, I wasn't bringing any work home with me, instead meeting Hal for a drink at Carlisle's, praying he'd be the distraction I so desperately needed. "What's wrong with you? That's the 4th time you made me repeat myself." Hal turned in his seat to look behind him. "Is there some hot chick here you're obsessing about?" If he only knew. Hal was 2 years my junior, and while there was a physical resemblance between us, he took after our mother while I took after our father. The biggest difference was our hair color. his a lighter brown, and mine almost black. What? No, I placated. Nothing like that. I just have a lot on my mind, that's all. Sorry. And I was sorry. Sorry I wasn't paying attention to my brother the way I should have been. I was too busy chastising myself for pursuing another man's fiancée. Anything you want to talk about? No, just dealing with the typical shit. Speaking of, how's Charlotte? I almost choked on my drink. Not that the comparison wasn't true, but I hadn't been expecting him to say what he did. How should I know? We haven't spoken in months. The last I heard, she was shacking up with some tattoo artist. That's not the guy, is it? He asked, leaning back in his seat, studying me. When Charlotte and I separated, I didn't talk much about what happened, other than she fucked someone else. Our marriage had been on the rocks, but at least I'd stayed faithful. The same couldn't be said about her, unfortunately. No, it was someone else. I'd come home early from a business trip when I caught my wife in bed with another man, or rather some kid. He was barely 20, and from his reaction, I doubted he was aware the bitch he was banging was married. It was the only thing that stopped me from beating him. Although I did threaten if he ever came near her again, he'd regret it. I moved out of my house that same evening. It wasn't until after a couple of months of reflection that I realized I wasn't heartbroken over my wife cheating. It was that my ego had been severely bruised. Charlotte and I hadn't had the perfect marriage, not by any means. And as the years wore on, we drifted further and further apart. I worked long hours to provide the best lifestyle I could, and she took full advantage with shopping sprees and weekend getaways with the girls, which I later found out to be a lie as well. Turned out Charlotte had slept with one of her friend's husbands, and that friend told me everything after she found out. Thankfully, I'd already left Charlotte, so the wound of hearing about yet another one of her indiscretions didn't cut as deeply. Hal flagged down the waitress to order another round for both of us, and initially I was going to pass, but as soon as I saw Harris enter the place, more alcohol was needed. Thankfully, Alina wasn't with him, both a blessing and a curse. "Hey, do you know that guy?" my brother asked, snatching his drink from the waitress's tray. "The blonde guy by the bar?" "Yeah. He works at the firm. Why are you asking?" "Because I swear he's glaring at you. Then again, I'm seeing double, so what do I know?" He attempted a laugh, but failed. "Speaking of, want to slow down a bit? Pace yourself. I don't want you puking all over my place when we get home." "Don't worry about me. I know how to hold my liquor." Suddenly there was tension in his expression I hadn't noticed when we first sat down. "What's going on?" I prompted, giving him my undivided attention for the first time that evening. "Nothing." "Don't give me that shit. I know there's something going on." "I don't want to talk about it." "Does it have anything to do with a certain brunette waitress?" Hal had been dating Stacy for close to a year. I'd only met her a handful of times, and I didn't think much of her. She reminded me too much of Charlotte for some reason. "She's a bartender. And yes, but I don't want to talk about it. Everything got fucked up last week, and I just needed to get away to clear my head." "Hence the impromptu visit?" "Yeah," he answered with reservation, finishing off the rest of his drink and lifting his chin toward our waitress once more.
Chapter 25. Alina. Holding my head in my hand, my other cradling my office phone, I inhaled a deep breath while listening to my client warn me about her ex. Tanya Glynn was my newest pro bono case, a working mother of two who finally got up the courage to leave her abusive husband. Although he wasn't making it easy on her, showing up at her job and harassing her, and threatening if she didn't drop the PFA, he was going to make her regret it. I'd told her he violated the PFA by coming near her, and she should have called the police. but she said he was gone by the time she thought of calling the authorities. Anyway, he told me if I don't get rid of you, he will. So I wanted to warn you. A hiccup came through the line, and it wasn't long before she was full-on sobbing. It's all right. I tried to assure her everything would be okay, but I barely believed it myself. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't concerned, but not enough to alert anyone. Not yet. I don't know what I'll do if you drop me as your client. I'm not going to drop you, Tanya. He's only saying those things to rattle you, to try and bring you back under his control. Don't let him win. I took a steady breath. Don't worry about me. I can take care of myself. I hoped my voice wasn't as shaky as I thought it sounded. Please just be careful, Miss Winthrop. How many times have I told you to call me Alina? No need to be so formal. Okay, she whispered, some of the anxiety melting away during the duration of our call. After we hung up, I pushed my chair away from my desk and stood to stretch. It was past lunchtime and I was starving, so I grabbed my purse and walked toward my door, fully intent on devouring a huge turkey hoagie from one of my favorite delis a couple blocks away. But I never got that far. Chris showed up in my doorway before I could exit my office. "Are you heading out?" he asked, eyeing my purse slung over my shoulder. I was going to grab some lunch. "Do you want some company?" I did. It just wasn't Chris. As soon as the thought entered my brain, I internally cringed. It wasn't fair to keep dismissing Chris like I had been. He'd acted like the perfect gentleman, minus his one lapse in judgment. "Sure, I was going to hit up Mario's."
I love their hoagies.
I smiled. Me too. Once we stepped outside, we fell into a quiet rhythm, walking side by side and talking about what case he was currently handling. It was a wrongful termination suit, some CEO who'd gotten fired for dropping stock prices. Chris was confident he'd win the case and obtain a huge settlement for his client, especially after his client had produced evidence that one of the board members was involved in something illicit. It almost sounded like a case of blackmail gone wrong. I tried to pay attention, but my guilt for kissing Max kept surfacing. Chris was a good man, and while I didn't believe he loved me, he cared for me, and I'd betrayed whatever trust he had in me for a few moments of lust.
"Alina?"
Pulling my attention back from a myriad of emotions, I started at the sound of my name. "I'm sorry. Did you say something?" We'd finally taken our place in line, ordered our hoagies, and were patiently waiting to be served.
"I asked if you wanted to just take these back to the office and eat in peace."
Looking around, I saw the place was packed, only a tiny table available in the far corner near the restroom. The decision to leave was a no-brainer. "How about the park?" I countered, wanting to enjoy some fresh air in hopes it would clear my mind some.
"Sounds good to me."
We found an empty bench in Central Park, the hustle and bustle of the city blooming into something more serene inside the park's limits. The sun was shining, and the breeze cascading through the trees made for a wonderful afternoon. Devouring our hoagies, Chris and I didn't talk much, both of us apparently starving. Once we'd finished and chucked our garbage into a nearby waste bin, he took my left hand in his. I didn't resist.
"I have something I want to give you."
He gave my hand a light squeeze. With my curiosity piqued, I turned toward him as a nervous smile drifted over his face. Before I could say anything, he reached into his suit jacket and pulled out a small black velvet box. I snatched my hand back, not ready for what he was trying to give me, although my reaction was asinine since we were already engaged. "Chris, I don't..." He ignored my blabbering, opened the box, and reached for my hand again.
"I know we're already engaged, but I wanted to at least do something traditional for you."
He plucked the gorgeous 2-carat princess-cut diamond ring from its holder and gently placed it on my ring finger, only releasing my hand once it was securely in place. Surprisingly, the ring fit perfectly. Too bad the symbol distressed me more than I thought it would. I don't know what to say. Reservation stole any happiness I should have had at such a gesture.
You don't like it.
A quick frown pulled down the corners of his mouth. No, it's not that. The ring is beautiful. It's just the ring makes it
Real?
Yeah.
I know. I felt the same way when I purchased it.
He gave me a small smile, his eyes boring into mine in an effort to ease my nervousness. It sort of worked. Looking down at my hand and the way the sun glinted off the diamond, I couldn't help but feel that maybe I wasn't giving Chris enough of a chance. Chapter 26. Alina. In desperate need of caffeine, I waltzed my tired self down the corridor until I came to the break room. Each floor had their own, hours similar to those everywhere else, except for the ones on the higher levels. Those break rooms had fancy cappuccino machines, as well as full-size ovens, a testimony that almost everyone who worked at the firm spent way too much time away from home. When I entered, the room was empty. Usually I'd run into several of the other lawyers and end up chit-chatting for a few minutes before everyone returned to their respective workspaces. I'd always enjoyed the break, but today I was content with being alone. Although alone meant my wayward thoughts battled inside my brain with no chance of distraction. Swirling my spoon around my "shh, there's wine in here" mug, I took a sip to make sure the hot beverage met my approval. I licked my lips and sighed. There really was nothing like a great cup of coffee, especially when I was staring down the barrel of a very late evening. Holding tightly to the mug's handle, I turned around and was startled when I saw a certain someone standing a few feet away from me, the look on his familiar face completely disarming me. I'd done a great job at pushing all thoughts of Max from my mind. Okay, not a great job, but a decent job. Scratch that. I'd done a shit job of trying to forget all about him and the amazing kiss we'd shared. "Shit!" I shouted, looking down at my left hand, where some of the coffee had spilled. Quickly spinning around, I slammed the mug on the counter, more of the contents spilling out, before flipping up the faucet lever, the cold water doing its job at squelching the burning sensation.
I'm so sorry.
Max apologized and rushed up beside me.
Are you okay? Does it hurt?
He reached for my left hand and pulled it from underneath the spray of the water, inspecting my skin for any damage. The flesh was tinged a light shade of pink, but nothing too bad, mostly an overreaction on my part. Although when the coffee splashed on me, it hurt like hell. I wasn't paying attention to my hand, instead focusing on Max's face, how his expression morphed from concern to anger in the blink of an eye. Confused, I glanced down to where he was still holding my hand and realized why he looked so pissed off. His thumb and forefinger gripped my engagement ring, yanking my hand up until it was in front of my face.
What's this?
His eyes captivated me, but not in the butterflies in my belly kind of way. It was more of the my heart dropped into my stomach kind of way. Chris gave it to me today at lunch. I wanted to elaborate, or make up some kind of excuse as to why I'd agreed to wear it, but nothing else came out of my mouth, my brain trying to catch up to the scene unfolding in front of me.
And you agreed to wear it?
He scoffed, flashing me such a condescending look, I immediately became defensive. Snatching my hand back, I stood toe-to-toe with him, refusing to back down. I wasn't going to give him the satisfaction of letting him know how intimidated I felt. He is my fiancé. The words still felt foreign on my lips, but it was the truth. Max closed in on me, so close I had to back up a step in order to breathe. Did you tell him about the other night? How you wanted me to fuck you against the stairs? How wet you were when we kissed? How does he know that? The warmth of his breath brushed against my cheek, his lips so close to my ear when he growled, "Does he know you fantasize about me and not him?" Before I could respond to his ludicrous, albeit spot-on, assumptions, my father walked in, Max backing up as soon as he heard someone else enter.
"There you are,"
my father called, walking toward us with suspicion burning behind his eyes. His stare bounced from me to Max and back again.
"What's going on here?"
The authoritative tone left no room for lies, although I tried anyway. Max startled me, and I spilled coffee on my hand. He was just making sure I was all right. I raised my left hand in the air, lowering it to my side before my father noticed the ring. I didn't need him gloating over Chris's gesture. Not taking my word for it, my father turned his full attention to Max.
"Is that true? Because from the looks of it, you two looked a bit too cozy."
My mouth fell open.
"You do know she's engaged, don't you, Mr. Coulter?"
"Dad?" I half warned, half cried. We weren't doing anything inappropriate. My face flushed.
"I asked Mr. Coulter a question."
My father's eyes were still pinned on Max.
"She burned her hand because I scared her, like she said. I was only making sure she was okay."
Max's words were clipped, his tone curt with his response.
"And yes, I know she's engaged. She even has the rock to prove it."
So much for keeping that a secret. Disdain dripped from Max's lips, and when he looked at me, hurt fluttered behind his stoic exterior. He swiftly excused himself and left us alone. Once it was just my father and me, he laid into me as if I were still a teenager who had broken curfew.
"Whatever you're thinking about doing, don't,"
he warned.
"I don't know what's going on between you two."
"We weren't doing anything," I interrupted, hoping he'd believe my lie. "I really did burn my hand from the coffee." At least that part is true.
"He didn't have to stand so close, Alina. I'm not stupid. Stay away from him."
He raked a hand through his hair, smoothing the wayward strands right back into place afterward.
"You're engaged to Chris."
He glanced down at my hand.
"Acts like it."
Chapter 27. Max. Pissed off didn't even come close to describing my emotions. I slammed my hand against the top of my desk. I didn't know what I was more upset about. Alina wearing a goddamn engagement ring, especially since I knew she didn't really want to marry Harris, or her father walking in on us. Randall Winthrop wasn't to be messed with. I at least knew that much about him, which should have given me more understanding as to why Alina was going along with this absurd pretense of an engagement. Although now that there was a ring, was she seriously going to go through with it? She felt something for me, as I did for her. Would she throw that away just to please her father? I sounded like a crazy man, obsessing over one kiss, one fleeting moment. But it was so much more than that. Our connection was real, and no amount of internal shaming about chasing a woman who was involved with someone else was going to erase it. My only option was to lose myself in work. If not, I feared I'd waltz into her office and create a scene, one that wouldn't turn out so well for me, or for her. I didn't want to scare her with the intensity of what I'd been feeling, anger mixed with possession. So to be safe, I picked up the first file on the ever-growing pile and dove right in. When my eyes finally crossed and my stomach rumbled, I called it a night. The clock on my computer read 8:30, and my thoughts drifted to a local deli close by that was still open. I'd grab a quick bite and head home, indulging in a stiff drink before ending this infuriating day. After replying to a text from my brother, I walked toward the exit, my mind on Alina and no one else. Could I convince her to give me a shot? What was I going to do if she ended up marrying Harris? The same questions popped up over and over in my head. So much so, I was distracted as I walked outside. I took 2 steps to my right, and that's when I spotted her, pressed against the wall of the building, with some guy looming over her.
Chapter 28. Alina.
You will not give my wife any more of your bullshit advice,
He raged, speaking so close to my ear I was positive no one else heard him. The way he had me pinned to the wall looked as if we were 2 lovers entangled in an embrace, minus his hand wrapped around my throat, of course.
You stay the fuck away from Tanya, or I'll make sure you regret it.
After the tense interaction with Max in the break room earlier, then with my father, I'd locked myself in my office, barely venturing out except to visit the restroom. When I'd eventually deemed it to be safe, most of the other people in the office having gone home for the evening, I'd called it quits. On entering the cool night air, I'd inhaled the smell of the city. The scent of exhaust and freshly baked bread from a nearby deli had assaulted me, deterring me from immediately heading home. It was then it dawned on me I hadn't had any sort of dinner. My stomach threatened to revolt if I didn't remedy the situation. Deciding to snag a quick bite before hailing a cab home, I'd started walking the 2 blocks to Mario's. Unfortunately, I didn't make it far. A man snatched my arm before I even realized he was next to me and threw me against the brick wall of the building I'd exited. Everything happened so fast, I barely had time to register what was going on, but as soon as the stranger's fingers circled my throat, I was in trouble. I had no idea who he was, but as soon as he started talking, I figured it out rather quickly, moments before he mentioned his wife's name. If I saw Rick Glynn walking down the street, I would have never thought he was a monster. He looked like every other average guy, just shy of 6 foot, short, dark blonde hair with a clean-shaven face. Hell, he was even a bit attractive, his innocent facade surely being what he'd used to entrap Tanya. As he caged me against him, something became apparent. Rick wasn't drunk. There was no alcohol on his breath, nor was he high on any kind of drug, his pupils appearing normal, which only made him that much more dangerous. He was a predator. The need to dominate, control, and abuse ingrained deep within him. The most dangerous type of man. He squeezed my throat tighter, my fingers continuing to claw at his, desperate to inhale even the smallest amount of oxygen. When my vision started to tunnel, I heard my name being called. It was faint, but I was sure I hadn't imagined it. Then, within seconds, he released me and took off around the corner, disappearing into the shadows of the city streets. My shoulders trembled, while my one hand rested over my pounding heart and the other covered my mouth to try and quiet the sobs starting to erupt. Baffled as to how he knew I was Tanya's lawyer, I quickly remembered our names, accompanied by our pictures, were listed on the firm's website. "Alina!" Max shouted, rushing toward me. Once he reached my side, he gently touched my arm, but the gesture made me flinch, throwing my hands up in front of me as if to defend myself. My brain knew it was Max, but my body was still in fight mode, not that I had done much of that. "What happened?" He looked pissed, but his anger wasn't directed at me. He just attacked me," I sputtered, the fingers of my right hand lightly touching my throat. I flinched again. "Who attacked you?" His eyes flew to everyone walking by, searching for someone, yet he had no idea who. "Her husband." I leaned against the building, my fingers still covering the skin of my throat. Max moved in front of me so I could focus on him and not what just happened, although I suspected he needed me to tell him just the same. "Whose husband?" Before I could answer, his expression changed, and it was then I knew he remembered me talking about my pro bono case, the one with the abusive ex. He'd warned me. Even Tanya warned me, but I hadn't heeded either of their warnings.
Your client's husband, the abusive bastard, the one you were telling me about.
I nodded. Tanya Glenn?
Do you know his name?
Rick?
Okay, come on,
he ushered. He threw his arm around my shoulder and pulled me close, the warmth from his body offering a small amount of comfort.
We're going to the police station to file a report.
I think he half expected me to resist, but all I could manage to do was nod. Chapter 29. Alina. Turning on my side, I nestled into my body pillow, throwing my leg over the bottom of it and pulling it closer, settling back in and preparing to drift off to sleep again. But a foreign noise stopped me. A soft snore. Prying my eyes open one by one, I picked my head up and peered over at the other side of my king-sized bed, holding my breath the entire time. Max was stretched out on the other side of the mattress, lying on top of the covers, his right arm thrown over his face, while his other one rested on his stomach. He was still dressed in his suit, sans tie and jacket. When my eyes traveled further down, I saw he was barefoot, the sight strangely sexy. What was he doing here, and in my bed no less? When the fog of sleep lifted, all sorts of memories rushed forward. Being attacked outside the office, reporting the attack to an Officer Strinson, Max by my side the entire time. Max asking me if I wanted him to call anyone. Me telling him no. Him bringing me home, helping me to my bathroom, where he waited for me to shower. Giving me a leave because my throat hurt. Asking if I wanted him to stay with me. Me telling him yes. Max helping me undress. Max helping me undress. Glancing down, I was suddenly all too aware I was only wearing my bra and panties. Carefully scooting toward the edge of the bed, I placed one foot on the ground, but when I lowered the other, I stepped on a shoe and my ankle twisted to the side. Without meaning to, I yelped, covering my mouth as soon as the sound escaped. But it was too late. Max was awake and staring right at me. A lazy smile pulled at the corners of his mouth as he took in my state of undress. I snatched the sheet and covered up as much as I could.
"Good morning, sweetheart,"
he greeted. At first he was amused, but when his eyes landed on my throat, his grin disappeared, and a look of concern took its place. Sitting up, he leaned over the bed and pointed at my neck.
"Does that still hurt?"
Instinctually, my fingers ghosted over the damaged skin. It was tender, but otherwise okay. "No, I'm fine." I wasn't fine, not with that lunatic on the loose, but I didn't want to alarm Max, or anyone else for that matter, because I knew somehow my father and Chris were going to find out. A staring contest ensued, and while I loved to look at him, I needed him to leave so I could get dressed. Deeming enough was enough, I cleared my throat. "Thank you for helping me last night, with everything. But I'm fine now, so..."
"So... what?"
"So you can go now?" After climbing off the bed, he walked around until he reached my side, stopped to look at me for several seconds, probably assessing me the way he liked to do, then leaned in to kiss my temple.
"Call me if you need me."
And just like that, he was gone, leaving me to wonder if I should have asked him to stay. Trying to lose myself in research for a merger my father was working on, I hadn't noticed anyone walk into my office, my mind on autopilot, and in denial. I didn't want to think about what had happened. Besides, the police had my information. If they apprehended Rick, Officer Strinson said he'd let me know.
Are you all right? I tried calling you a few times last night, and all I got was your voicemail.
Chris stood a few feet from my desk, a genuine look of apprehension etched on his handsome face. I felt horrible for leaving him in the dark, but I needed some more time to come to grips with an incident I so badly wanted to forget. Yeah, sorry about that. I had a late night trying to catch up with some work, then went home and climbed into bed. I gave him my best smile, praying he'd believe me, but my hopes were dashed when his eyes narrowed in on my neck. I'd mindlessly started to stroke the skin on my throat and must have rubbed away some of the makeup I'd applied to cover up the finger-sized bruises. Hurrying to shorten the space between us, he twirled my chair around before kneeling on the ground, pulling my hand away so he could get a better look.
What the hell happened? And don't try and tell me nothing.
He gently moved my head from side to side.
Who did this to you?
Don't get upset. His expression morphed from concern to constrained anger.
Too late.
He rose to his feet and brought me with him.
Now tell me who dared to put their hands on you.
His nostrils flared, and the muscle in his jaw jumped. I've already reported it to the police. I was going to elaborate when my father suddenly walked in.
You reported what to the police?
He asked, rounding my other side to find out what was going on.
I don't know,
Chris grated, before turning my head to give my father a better view.
But someone attacked her, and she won't say who. What?
My father shouted, making me flinch. Once he saw my reaction, he softened his approach and took my hands in his.
Honey, who did this?
I couldn't remember the last time I saw a look of genuine concern in my father's eyes. It had been years. It was unfortunate it took me getting attacked for it to show up again. One of my client's husbands. He didn't like the advice I gave his wife, his soon-to-be ex-wife, so he paid me a visit.
Is this one of your pro bono cases?
Chris asked, my father also impatiently waiting for the answer. Once I nodded, they both erupted in,
I told you not to get involved, and you don't know what types of people you're dealing with.
And so on, as if just because they couldn't afford an attorney, they were less than. It just so happened that Rick Glynn saw his opportunity and pounced. While my fiancé and my father were rambling on, I caught sight of Max looming in my doorway. The other two men didn't see him because they were so concerned with me, which wasn't the worst thing in the world.
You have to drop that case, sweetheart,
Chris urged, pulling me into his embrace. My eyes flickered to Max, and I saw him tense up, a snarl lifting the corner of his lip as if he were a rabid dog waiting to attack. I subtly broke free from Chris, squeezing his hand in return before stepping back. I can't abandon her. Besides, the cops are looking for him, so I doubt he'll come near me again. I don't even believe my own lie.
Were you alone?
My father asked, slamming his fist down on the desk before I answered.
God damn it, Alina, you can't put yourself in harm's way. You just can't.
He appeared upset, scared even, which in turn made me feel horrible. I quickly darted my eyes to Max before answering, Yes, I was alone, but as soon as he left, I went right to the police. Max's mouth fell open, a look of betrayal flashing across his face before he snapped his lips together, shook his head, and turned to leave. He bolted before either of them knew he was present for most of the conversation. All I wanted to do was go after him and explain that I had no choice. Explain that I didn't want to anger my father. Explain that I had no idea what to say to anyone because I didn't even fully understand my feelings toward him. Explain that I didn't want to hurt Chris. Explain that I was hurting myself, all wrapped up in my own denial.
Chapter 30. Max. Stalking toward my office, it took everything inside me to contain my anger. All I wanted to do was barge into her office, confront her father and Harris, and tell them she lied right to their faces. Tell them I was the one with her last night. I took care of her. I slept in her bed. I wanted to shout at them we had feelings for each other. Feelings beyond lust. At least for me. Because I cared about her, however, I kept my stupid mouth shut and walked away before I said something I'd regret. Pouring myself a stiff drink, I emptied the contents in 2 gulps, refilling my glass when I heard someone enter. I knew who it was, so I didn't bother turning around. "What?" I shouted gruffly, no mistaking my sour mood. I heard the click of the door closing, my anxiety dispersing the smallest amount. There was no way she was going to tell me what I wanted to hear, so I tried to brace myself for the worst. What that was, I had no idea. We weren't together, so she couldn't end things between us, not in the typical sense. After allowing the whiskey to slide down my throat, I spun around on my heel and finally looked at the woman who was turning my world on its ass. "Why are you here?" Barely controlled fury pinged through me, amping me up for a fight that would no doubt ensue, especially if she remained silent and kept looking at me the way she was, as if she was at a loss for words, as if she wanted to run to me, but held back, as if she was fucking confused. My last thought irritated me the most. She didn't want to marry Harris. Her words, not mine. Yet she refused to fully acknowledge she wanted me. And that wasn't me being arrogant. The connection between us was undeniable. She walked toward me.
"I'm sorry," she whispered. I didn't know what to say to them."
"How about the truth?" My tone was harsh, but I wasn't about to sugarcoat my feelings toward our situation any longer. "What's the worst thing that's going to happen, huh? You tell me."
"I don't want to hurt Chris."
She took another step closer, stopping by the edge of my desk. "But you're okay with hurting me?" I scoffed. "How nice of you."
"It's not my intention, Max. Please believe me."
Running a hand through her blonde hair, she traipsed across my office and stood in front of the wall of windows overlooking the city. Her shoulders were slumped, and she looked as if she carried the weight of the world on top of them. "I don't believe you. You want to be with me, but are too scared to tell your father no, to tell Harris no." I was frozen in place, knowing damn well if I walked up behind her, well, I wasn't quite sure what would happen. Would I toss her out of my office, or would I beg her to choose me?
"I do want to be with you, but I have to marry Chris."
She hung her head, her breathing hampered by emotion. "Why?" I pounded the wall next to me and startled her. "Tell me right now why you have to marry him." Abandoning my earlier plan, I walked up behind her and spun her around. I wanted to see her face when she gave me her weak excuse. A tear fell down her cheek, prompting something to twist inside of me. I wanted nothing more than to take her in my arms, but I restrained myself. Barely.
"Because if I don't, my father won't hand over the position of managing partner to me."
I furrowed my brows, encouraging her to elaborate.
"My father calls me a bleeding heart, and I suppose I am. I've always wanted to help people, ever since I was little. And since I grew up wanting for nothing, I've dedicated part of my career to those less fortunate."
"Yeah, look where that got you," I interjected, pointing at her throat. She continued as if I hadn't just thrown the attack in her face.
"Once I'm managing partner, I can do so much more. Bring on more pro bono cases for the firm, and help countless people."
She looked away for a moment, seemingly contemplating her next words.
"I just met you, Max, and while I do feel strongly towards you, is it enough to give up all my aspirations?"
It sounded like she was asking herself that question instead of me. You don't have to give up anything. Be with me, end things with Harris, and be mine. I had no idea those words were going to leave my mouth, but they had all the same, and I was happy they were out in the open. I breached the remaining space and reached up to touch her cheek. Your father will understand. Once he sees how happy you are with me, he'll still hand over the reins to you.
You're confident you can make me happy?
She attempted a half smile, but her expression flattened. I know I can. Let me try. I leaned down and tried to kiss her, but she moved her head at the last moment, placing her hand on my chest as she tried to push me back. That fucking diamond glinted off the lights above, and it took everything in me not to rip it off her finger and toss it in the trash.
No, I can't. I'm sorry, Max.
She walked around me, but I snagged her wrist.
Let go,
she pleaded. No. I tightened my grip, but I wasn't hurting her.
Please,
she whispered. No, I repeated. Not until you admit you have feelings for me. Feelings beyond lust. I prayed she was in as deep as I was.
I've already told you I do, but it doesn't matter.
She tried to snatch her arm back, but failed. And when she saw I wasn't going to release her, she stepped into my personal space. I inhaled her subtle perfume, wanting her scent all over me.
We can't do this anymore.
What her mouth told me, and what her body wanted, were worlds apart. I noticed the way her breaths were uneven, the way she licked her lips when she looked at me, and the way her nipples pebbled beneath her silken blouse. Yes, we can, I countered, pressing her hand on my chest before nuzzling into her neck. She gasped. I growled. Before I could stop myself, I flicked my tongue over the column of her throat, working my way towards where I really needed to be. My lips captured hers, deepening the kiss, and delving into her warmth so I could taste her. There was no resistance on her part as she matched my eagerness, lick for lick, suck for suck, teasing bite for teasing bite. I pushed her backward until her ass hit the edge of my desk, yanking up her black pencil skirt until it bunched around her waist. Before she could stop me, I hoisted her on top of my desk, her practically bare ass sitting on top of some important legal documents. Not that I cared. I want you so badly. I can't think straight, not since the night we met. I cradled her cheeks, looking deep into her eyes. I can't fully explain my connection to you for fear I'd sound like a crazy man. Softly brushing my lips against hers, she inhaled my air, our kiss quickly becoming deeper and so much more.
I want you to,
she finally said, wrapping her legs around the backs of mine.
But it's bad timing.
I pulled back. Bad timing? I wanted to make sure I heard her correctly. What does timing have to do with anything? I want you and you want me. Your relationship with Harris, I refused to say his first name, is not real, and you wouldn't be with him if it wasn't for your father. Without warning, a devastating thought ripped through my brain. Did you sleep with him? My question took her by surprise, her brows nearly hitting her hairline, but she remained silent. The longer she took to answer, the more rigid I became, anger swirling through me faster and faster. On the one hand, I had no right to be angry if her answer was yes, seeing as how she was involved with him. But on the other, she'd divulged on the night we met that they hadn't had sex. I'd been chasing her ever since, and the thought of her fucking him while I'd been consumed with her was beyond hurtful. Like I said, I sound like a crazy person. Just when I thought I was going to lose it, she answered.
No, Chris and I have never slept together.
A rush of breath escaped my lungs as I lunged at her once more, tangling my hands in her hair and pulling her impossibly close.
Chapter 31. Alina. My intention when I'd entered Max's office was to apologize for what he'd heard me tell Chris and my father about my purposeful exclusion of him the prior evening. Nothing more. I hadn't planned on kissing him or practically dry humping him on his desk for Christ's sake. But it happened all the same. No predictability existed when we were around each other, and it was both exhilarating and unnerving. Thrilling, yet dangerous. One look at him and I lost all rational thought, giving in to him even when I shouldn't. It was almost as if he had some sort of power over me. I'd never felt this way toward someone before, and I wasn't sure I liked it. How would I protect my heart when it eventually all went wrong? Max's arms wrapped around me, holding me close while he kissed me delirious. His lips were like sin, his tongue marking me for danger. My brain told me to push him away, but my heart told me to cling to him, to let his hands roam my body, to let his mouth promise me everything without ever uttering a single word. My heart won out, for a time. "Can I taste you?" he whispered against my lips, his fingers trailing the length of my inner thigh until they brushed the lace of my panties. I inhaled a spurt of air, my eyes fixating on his, while he gently rubbed circles on my clit with his thumb. Words escaped me. The air was suddenly in limited supply. Blood rushed to my swollen need, and I ached for him to finish what he'd so brazenly started. Instead of telling him no, pushing him off me and leaving his office while my heart was still intact, I asked, "Is your door locked?" The glass on the door was frosted, so no one could see in, but they could certainly turn the handle and barge in on us. He flashed me the biggest smirk before rushing toward the door and flipping the lock. My eyes followed him as he walked back across the room, his steps long and hurried, the rise and fall of his chest mixed with the undeniable heat in his stare took my desire to a whole other level. All my good sense flew right out the window as soon as he cupped me, picking up right where he left off. My skirt was bunched up to my waist, so when he asked me to spread my legs, I had no problem doing so. I latched onto his mouth to stifle my moans when his fingers slipped beneath the lace and pushed inside me. Within seconds, he added another, stretching me deliciously. "You're so wet," he groaned, nipping my throat, careful of the bruises. He crooked his finger and hit the perfect spot, my back arching while I reveled in the pleasure of his touch. "Lean back." He gently pushed me to lie on his desk, on top of his scattered papers. I complied until my back was flush to the surface of the wood, my legs like jelly when he spread them even wider. I watched him sink to his knees, and before the realization hit, he was really going down on me right there in his office. His mouth closed over the center of my panties. His warm breath and wet tongue over the lace guided my pleasure higher and higher. Max pulled the fabric between my folds and tugged. The friction against my clit, mixed with his mouth, drove me crazy. Gripping his hair, I tugged on his strands every time he drove me closer to the edge, a growl erupting from his perfect mouth each and every time. He teased me, tormented me, pushed me to the brink only to pull me back time and time again. You have to be quiet, he warned, his mouth and fingers working in perfect unison. Then stop teasing me. I couldn't believe I'd managed to speak a whole sentence, although it was a bit choppy.
As you wish.
For some reason, the Princess Bride popped into my head, and I laughed, all while trying to concentrate on claiming my happy ending.
Something funny?
He asked, moving my panties to the side and clamping his lips over my clit. The slightest flicker of his tongue stopped my brief show of amusement. He teased me before lunging into a full-on attack, sucking and biting my sensitive bundle of nerves, the twinge of pain catapulting my pleasure. I writhed against his mouth. I moaned his name. I came on his lips, my body locking up tight as I rode the wave of pure bliss. It took me several moments until I crashed back to reality, turning my head from side to side and taking in the scene around me. I was still on my back when Max stood, grabbed my hips, and pulled me toward the edge of his desk, papers scattering to the ground at his feet. I allowed myself to live in the moment, to watch the way his gaze roamed my body before pinning me with a look so intense I swore I had a mini orgasm.
Hi.
His mouth curved into a smile, his fingers mindlessly tracing my legs.
Are you ready for this?
For what? I received my answer when he gripped his belt buckle. Then I heard his zipper. Scooting back on the desk as best I could, which was hard to do given my current position, I shook my head. No, stop! When I'd finally made it into a sitting position, I said, We can't have sex.
What are you talking about?
He frowned, looking more than confused.
I've had my mouth on your pussy. I've tasted your cum. That means you're mine, Alina.
He sounded matter-of-fact, his words tinged with possessiveness. Pushing him until he moved back, I hopped off his desk, quite the sight with my panties to one side and my skirt still around my waist. After fixing myself, I stepped toward him and wrapped my arms around his neck. I need to break it off with Chris before we go any further. I realized how asinine it sounded, given his head was just buried between my legs moments ago. But it was what I wanted.
Fine. But do it tonight.
Chapter 32. Alina. Flicking through the channels, I couldn't settle on anything to watch, my mind going 100 miles a minute. How was I going to start the conversation? How would I explain my reasoning? Did I even have to? Did I owe it to him after such a short time together? Would he try and dissuade me otherwise, listing my father as one of the main reasons not to break things off? Or would he divulge deeper feelings toward me and try to convince me to stay with him? So many questions, yet I had no idea what the answers were. I flung the remote next to me in frustration, and it bounced off the cushion and onto the floor. The back piece that held the batteries in place came off and skidded across the hardwood and underneath the couch. Shit. Dropping to my knees, I peered under the couch and saw it just outside my reach. I scrambled closer, arching my back and extending my arm, my skirt riding up the backs of my thighs, my position contorting. My fingertips grazed the tip of the remote piece. Come on, I said out loud, cursing the damn thing and ready to give up.
I have to say, I kind of like this view,
an amused voice said from behind me. A startled squeal flew from my lips as I wrenched my arm from underneath the couch.
Every good journey deserves a moment of rest. Please enjoy this carefully selected music to soothe your spirit. And remember, this audiobook is completely free for you.
turning around to see a pair of black and white sneakers in front of me. When I finally got to my feet, I came face to face with Chris. "You scared me." I clutched my chest, my heart still trying to recover. It was a rarity to see Chris in anything but a suit, but tonight he was informally dressed. A plain white t-shirt and dark jeans made him look casual and carefree. His dark blonde hair was a tad unruly, yet looked as if he'd styled it that way on purpose. He really was a handsome man. Too bad he wasn't the one I wanted. My life would be so much easier if I did.
"Sorry about that."
He smiled.
"Your front door was unlocked."
His gaze landed on my chest, his brow quirked up in amusement while the corner of his mouth lifted ever so slightly. He remained silent, glancing up at my eyes, then back down to my breasts. Looking down, I saw 2 of the buttons on my white silk blouse had come undone, exposing the fullness of my breasts. Cinching the material together, I turned around and buttoned it back up, silently cursing myself because I was sure he thought I'd done that on purpose. I'd asked Chris to stop by so we could talk, but for all he knew, especially after exposing myself to him, I was prepared to take our relationship to the next level. The funny thing was, I wanted to have sex, just not with him. Turning back to face him, I gave him a shy smile, feeling better once I was covered back up. I gestured toward the couch, forgetting all about the piece of the remote. "We need to talk," I reminded him, motioning for him to take a seat. Once he did, I sat on the other side of the sofa, making sure there was some space between us.
"Why do I get the feeling this isn't going to be good?"
He leaned forward, only turning his head to look at me, his body tensing for the blow I was sure he was now expecting. "It's not. Well, I guess it could be, depending on how you feel about the situation." My cryptic words only served to puzzle him, the pull of his expression morphing into confusion.
"What are you talking about?"
"Well, I think that not maybe, but definitely we need to stop seeing each other." I released a breath, only to hold an inhale of air the very next moment. Chris angled his body toward me.
"Why?"
Such a simple question, yet I had no idea how to articulate the answer. I couldn't very well tell him I'd been messing around with Max behind his back. I felt guilty enough about it as it was, and informing Chris of that little tidbit of information wouldn't serve to do either of us any good. After the thought formed, I knew I was protecting myself more than him, but he didn't need to know that. Because this charade has gone on long enough. When I saw he wasn't biting, I continued. "While I like you, Chris, I don't love you, and you don't love me. I'm sorry you got caught up in my father's plan for us to marry, but enough is enough." My fingers twisted the diamond he'd given me before I plucked it from my finger and extended it toward him. He took it, but only because I'd practically shoved it at him. "I don't understand." He shook his head as if he was trying to find the words to convince me to take back what I just said.
"I care for you, Alina."
He moved closer and grabbed my hand, his eyes pleading with me to believe him.
"Deeply. And I know in time you'll feel the same about me."
I shook my head and wrenched my hand free. "I'm sorry, but it's the way it has to be." All I wanted was for him to agree, be relieved he wasn't going to have to get married to a woman he barely knew, give me a parting hug, and be on his way. But the exact opposite happened.
"I don't think you're thinking rationally, sweetheart."
He moved to snatch my hand back, but I stood and moved back several feet. "I'm the only one thinking rationally." A surge of annoyance burst forth, and while it wasn't Chris's fault, I blamed him all the same. "We're not going to marry, and you need to accept it. I don't care what you or my father thinks. I'm not going to let anyone decide my future for me any longer. It's not fair." I was sure I sounded like a brat, but I didn't care. My thoughts were all jumbled, and I let them escape without filtering any of them. "Why did you agree to marry me anyway? Did you think you'd be able to take over the firm once the deal was done? That you would decide what cases we handled? Did you think I'd be easy to control once I became your wife?" I tried to stop myself from blurting the accusatory words, but failed miserably, and the hurt look on Chris's face made me feel terrible. He rose from the couch and stalked toward me, a mixture of hurt and anger crossing his features. I can't believe you think so little of me. I've treated you with nothing but respect since the beginning." He stepped closer, crowding me, even though there was still some distance between us. "Have I pressured you in any way? Have I demanded you give yourself to me, complained we haven't had sex yet, even though we've been together for almost 2 months? Have I not treated you kindly, stepping back whenever you needed time or space?" My lips parted to answer and to apologize, but he cut me off before a single syllable erupted. "No, I haven't. So don't treat me like some kind of leech grasping onto you in the hopes that one day I'll take over the fucking firm." He clenched his fists at his sides. "I agreed to marry you so soon after dating because I care for you, as I said before, and I think we'd be perfect together. We have the same demands at work, so we can relate when the other has a bad day. It's time for me to settle down and start a family, and I would love to do that with you." His expression softened at the mention of a family, while my face contorted in shock. "Kids? You want kids?" "Of course." It went to show I knew less about Chris than I thought, the subject of children never having come up before. To be fair, I hadn't been invested in the relationship to inquire, even after I went along with the engagement. "Chris..." I opened and closed my mouth several times, not sure of what to say. He'd obviously thought about our future more than I had. "We don't want the same things. I'm too busy with work to even consider having children." "You'll change your mind. I'm sure of it." He looked so sure of himself, and for a moment I wished I possessed such confidence, even though it was misplaced. "I won't. Time to end our conversation. It's over. I'm sorry if I strung you along. I thought I could go through with it, but I can't." I looked away for fear he'd see something in my eyes I wanted to keep hidden. "Is there someone else?" Damn it. Too late. "No," I lied, nervously swallowing as my guilt consumed me. "Are you sure?" "Yes," I lied again, prompting him to approach until he was so close I had to look up to see his face. "I'm going to go now. I don't accept we're over, and I believe if you sleep on it, you'll agree we belong together." He kissed my forehead before walking from the room. The front door closed seconds later, leaving me to wonder what went wrong.
Chapter 33. Max. Pacing my bedroom in hopes of settling my nerves, which wasn't working, by the way, I picked up my phone for the 100th time, hoping to at least see a text from Alina. I prayed she hadn't put off ending things with Harris, needing to bury myself inside her as soon as possible. I was confident I could have convinced her to fuck me in my office, right there on the desk, but I saw in her eyes how important it was she not be tied to anyone else before that happened. Checking the clock on my bedside table, it was just past midnight, the thought she could still be with him angering me. And instead of sitting around and driving myself crazy, I swiped the screen and dialed her number. It rang a few times, then went to voicemail. I tried several minutes later and the same thing. In total, I'd tried to reach her 5 separate times, and each time her voicemail flicked on. I barely stopped myself from driving over there, realizing if I showed up on her doorstep, I could do more harm than good. So, against my better judgment, I threw my phone on my dresser and crawled into bed. I couldn't get to work quickly enough, beating almost everyone to the office in hopes I'd be able to catch Alina first thing. She typically arrived early, much like me, and today it would definitely work to my advantage. Strolling down the corridor toward her office, so as to appear nonchalant, even though my heart was pounding in my chest, I rapped on her door before entering. Her light was on, but she wasn't anywhere to be found. Her purse and briefcase were thrown onto a nearby chair, her cell phone resting on top of her desk. Maybe she was in the break room pouring herself a cup of coffee, and instead of cornering her in there, where we'd have no privacy in case anyone walked in, I sat down in her chair, stretching out to get comfortable. Several minutes passed and still no Alina, although her phone chimed like crazy. Texts coming through as if someone was telling a story and wouldn't stop typing. Finally, after the sixth alert, I picked up her phone and turned it over. She'd received a text from Harris, but I couldn't read what it said unless I swiped the screen. I hesitated for a moment, as it was an invasion of her privacy, but curiosity got the better of me. I was able to get in without a passcode. As soon as I scrolled through his messages, I wished I'd never picked up the damn thing.
Chris, I'm happy we talked last night.
Chris.
I know we'll be happy together. Chris, I set up an appointment to talk to the wedding planner. I got the number from your father.
I couldn't believe my eyes. She'd agreed to go ahead with the marriage? She didn't break it off like she told me she would. So wrapped up in her betrayal, I hadn't noticed when she walked into her office, catching me red-handed, reading through her text messages.
"What are you doing?" she asked, glancing at me, then to her phone, and back again.
I could ask you the same goddamn question.
"What are you talking about?"
"What am I talking about?" I parroted. Slamming her phone down, I stood, crossing my arms over my chest and willing myself to stay calm. Well, as calm as I could muster.
"Yes. Why are you so upset?"
Let's see," I said, tapping my foot while scowling. Instead of accusing her of lying even before she opened her mouth, I chose to ask her a question instead. "Did you talk to Harris last night?" She looked suspicious.
"Yes, we talked."
"Why didn't you answer any of my calls?"
"By the time he left, I was exhausted, so I took a shower and went to bed. I left my phone downstairs."
She crossed the room, walked around me, and sat in her chair, looking up at me while I rattled off my questions. "What time did he leave?"
11.
"Why so late?"
"Because he had a lot to say."
She was becoming agitated, but I didn't care. "Such as?"
"That's between him and me."
Alina leaned back and crossed her arms over her chest, her blouse wrinkling up with the movement. Our body language was similar, although I suspected she wasn't experiencing the same level of hurt and anger I was, giving me the right to continue with my inquisition. "Why won't you tell me? Something to hide?" The pure look of disgust on my face prompted her to change tactics, rising from her seat only to approach me cautiously, as if I was some sort of frightened animal that might bolt at the first sign of danger, when in fact it was she who should feel on edge.
"I at least owe Chris that much,"
she mumbled, leaning her hip against the edge of her desk. "You don't owe him anything," I shouted, uncrossing my arms and grabbing hers, pulling her close. "You owe me."
"What do I owe you?"
She tried to move back, but couldn't, my hold on her keeping her still. As soon as we touched, most of what I'd been feeling waned, the need to convince her to be with me, so forceful, I was consumed by it. The chance to see how great we can be together. When I saw the fire in her eyes ignite, I added what I should have to begin with. "You owe it to yourself to be happy, Alina. With me." I released her, only to cradle her face in my hands. "Not with him." I pressed my lips against hers, silently pleading for her to choose me. Breaking the kiss, I whispered, "Why didn't you tell him it was over?" My mouth hovered over hers, not quite sure how I should proceed if she continued to lie to me. She pulled back, her hands resting on my chest.
"What are you talking about? I did tell him it was over."
Bewilderment wrapped around her until she reached for her phone and swiped the screen. She read through Harris's texts, and realization flashed through her eyes.
Why would he text me these things?
She asked, more to herself than to me.
I don't understand.
Wait, you're telling me you ended your relationship with Harris? You really broke it off?
Yes.
She slapped my chest.
Was your attitude because you thought I hadn't?
I nodded.
You should have just come out and asked me, instead of acting like a complete ass.
The corner of her lips curved, but not enough to complete a smile. You're right. I went with my first reaction, and that was wrong. I didn't have a lot of trust in people, and my lack of confidence in Alina was ill-placed.
You can admit when you're wrong?
Her grin was finally out in full force, kicking my heart back into a steady rhythm, my sense of betrayal gone, only to be replaced with utter longing. Yes, but don't get used to it.
Chapter 34. Alina. Wrapped in Max's arms, a moment of content silence enveloping the both of us, I was startled when he suddenly spoke.
I'll handle Harris, he said, pressing his lips to my temple before releasing me, looking down to peer into my eyes. Consider yourself free of him.
I'll take care of Chris. Nothing good will come from you confronting him and causing a scene. Besides, my father won't take kindly to you getting involved. He looked as if he was going to argue, but snapped his lips shut at the last minute.
Fine, he conceded, looking none too happy. But if he doesn't get the message this time, I will take over, understand?
Okay, agreed. His expression softened. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some work to get done, and you standing here looking all sorts of sexy isn't doing me any good.
Then maybe I should stay.
Maybe you should go. We were still standing close, staring at each other, neither of us wanting to part ways, until someone else joined our little party and finally forced us apart.
Is he the reason you tried to break it off last night?
Chris growled, entering my office and shooting daggers at me before turning his glare onto Max.
You've got to be kidding me. She didn't try,
Max seethed.
She did break it off with you, but obviously you didn't get the hint, texting her all sorts of crazy shit.
Max clenched his hands, taking a single step toward Chris, ready to do God only knew what. I had to stop him, stop the situation from escalating out of control. Max, I warned, why don't you give us a minute?
Yeah, why don't you give me and my fiancé a minute?
Chris took his own step forward. Ex-fiancé, I corrected. Chris's face fell briefly before anger reddened his face.
So, what? You're just going to sleep your way through the firm? Is that it? First Jeffrey, then me, and now Max?
I gasped, disbelieving what I'd heard. I didn't have a chance to remind him we hadn't, in fact, slept together, before Max lunged forward and threw him against the wall, landing a punch to the side of his face. I screamed, the sound involuntary, and being ripped from my throat before I could stop it. Chris swung back, but Max moved out of the way just in time. My feet propelled me forward, and before I knew it, I was smack dab in the middle, trying my best to separate them. Thankfully, Max moved away from Chris, but his only intention was to keep me safe, ushering me behind him before he started shouting at Chris.
If you ever come near her again, you'll regret it. Don't look at her. Don't talk to her. Don't even fucking think about her.
My hand rested on Max's back, but my touch did nothing to crush his aggression toward the other man.
Your father isn't going to be pleased with this,
Chris threatened, gesturing between Max and me.
That's not your problem now, is it?
Max said through gritted teeth, attempting to move back toward Chris, but I grabbed his arm to stop him. Chris, you need to leave. He didn't move. Hell, he wasn't even looking at me, his anger directed at Max instead. "Now!" I yelled, finally making him look in my direction. "Good luck," Chris scoffed, and I had no idea who he was talking to before he stormed out of my office. Max quickly shut the door behind him, locking it to ensure we had our privacy. Slumping down into my chair, I cradled my head in my hands. Before long, my body started to shake, while tears traced their way down my cheeks. My emotions were all over the place, and I barely knew how to control them, let alone contain them. A firm but gentle hand lightly squeezed my shoulder.
"Don't be upset," Max tried to soothe. "It's over now. He won't bother you anymore, I promise."
Without picking my head up, I responded, "I'm not worried about Chris."
"Your father, then?"
"Partly."
"I'm not following."
Max slowly pushed me until I was resting against the back of my chair, my face in full view, the tears drying up the more time I had to compose myself. "I know you heard what Chris said, and I want to clear something up."
"Okay,"
he said, dragging out the word. I wanted him to tell me I didn't have to say anything I didn't want to, allow me more time to dodge the proverbial bullet. But he uttered no such words, instead patiently waiting for me to address the topic. "What I told you was true. I've never slept with Chris, even though he just insinuated the opposite." I tried to find the right words to continue. Talking about a man I'd dated, someone I'd foolishly trusted, was certainly awkward. But I wanted to confide in Max. Besides, the man's name had been brought up a few times in his presence, and it was only a matter of time before he showered me with questions.
"I believe you."
He moved my things from the other chair and took a seat, focusing fully on me and what I had to say.
"Tell me about Jeffrey."
The man didn't miss a beat. Jeffrey Paulson used to be a partner. I'd known him for a few years, and we'd always gotten along. So when I started working here, I finally accepted his invitation to dinner. He was charming. I averted my eyes for a moment, embarrassed I ever let that bastard trick me. I should have been more guarded, should have been able to see him for who he truly was. But I'd been sheltered for most of my life, the skills necessary to spot someone like him never having been developed.
"Why do I get the feeling things ended badly?"
He sat forward and rested his forearms on his thighs, seemingly bracing himself for whatever else was going to fly free from my lips. I nodded. We dated for about 6 months when things started to change. At first, the indication anything was amiss was subtle. He'd cancel our plans, giving me no reason whatsoever other than he had stuff to do. Then other times he'd show up at my house out of the blue, no warning whatsoever, sometimes late in the evening after I'd already gone to bed. On a few of those occasions he'd been drunk, never remembering his visit the next day. He acted like I was the crazy one when I'd mention it. Eventually, the longer time went on, the more distant he became, his temperament switching in the blink of an eye any time I mentioned the change in him. He'd rant and rave, telling me I was suffocating him, and storm out the door, only to come back an hour later and apologize. Having to deal with his mood swings eventually became too much, so one night I told him I thought we needed a break. He had other ideas.
"Like Chris?"
Max sat up straight, the look of fury on his face barely controlled. "Chris is a cakewalk compared to Jeffrey." And it was true. Chris was a good guy, even though his behavior earlier wasn't proof of it. Bringing the story back around, Max asked,
"What did he do?"
His face had gone blank, and I could only imagine what was running through his head. The next night, I came home to Jeffrey waiting for me in my home. I'd forgotten to take back his key, But since I hadn't heard a peep from him all day, him being in my house took me by surprise. He started apologizing for acting so irrationally and begged me to give him another chance. He'd been drinking but didn't appear volatile until I refused. He became angry, a side of him I'd unfortunately seen too many times, and demanded I take him back. When I continued to tell him no, he attacked me. I wanted to stop there, but I pushed forward, needing to rid myself of every sordid detail.
What did he do?
Max's hands were clenched. I'm fine. I needed for him to know I'd gotten through the ordeal and had come out the other side intact.
What did he do?
He repeated, his tension increasing with every second he waited in silence. He fractured 2 of my ribs and broke my thumb. I absently massaged my left hand. I don't think he intended on hurting me the way he did, but everything happened so fast. Pissed at myself for sounding like I was defending him, I drifted off for a moment before continuing. I hated reliving the ordeal, but my story was coming to an end, and my solace was I would never again have to talk about him or what happened. Things could have been much worse, and that was what I focused on when my own anger started to bubble up inside me. After he started screaming at me, I told him to leave, and he refused. When I attempted to run up the stairs, I only got halfway before he grabbed my hand, catching and twisting my thumb so hard it broke. Then, when I started screaming at the top of my lungs, he shoved me. I hit my head on the way down the steps and must have passed out, because when I came to, he was gone.
Did you report him? Where is he now? What did your father do?
So many questions flew out of him, I didn't know which one to answer first. By the time he stopped talking, he was standing, pacing, in an effort to quell his anger. As soon as I was conscious, I called 911. I was taken to the hospital, which was where I found out I had a slight concussion, 2 fractured ribs, and a broken thumb. And because I needed to have someone watch over me, waking me up every so often because I was concussed, the police called my father. Max stopped pacing and turned toward me.
I know you have a strained relationship with your father, and I won't even pretend I understand the dynamic between you two, but surely he was outraged at what that bastard did to you.
He was. It was one of the first times I saw the protective side of my father. The police found Jeffrey at his home and arrested him. The next day, when he walked out of the station, my father confronted him. Needless to say, he fired him on the spot. Jeffrey, in turn, threatened to sue, and even though he had no grounds, my father gave him back his buy-in money. I guess he figured it was the quickest way to get rid of him, even though I'm sure he would have been disbarred. My father had done some digging and found out Jeffrey had been gambling quite heavily and owed some unsavory people a lot of money, which was probably why he took the money and left. I haven't heard anything from him since.
How long ago did this happen?
Last year. Retelling the ordeal made the incident feel like it happened last week, but I reminded myself I was safe now. And if Max's actions toward Chris were any indication, I was with a man who would protect me, no matter what. Chapter 35. Alina. I managed to convince Max to give me some time to prepare a game plan for when my father eventually confronted me about ending the engagement to Chris. After the day I'd had, mental energy was certainly in short supply. Warm water surrounded me, the smell of lavender doing wonders at relaxing every part of me. But it was short-lived, because as I was about to doze off, not a smart move, I knew, my doorbell rang and was followed by a succession of knocks. The small clock resting on the counter indicated it was 10 in the evening, rather late for someone to show up unannounced. Reaching over the tub, I snatched my phone and checked the volume. Maybe I'd missed a call. but there was nothing. I waited 20 seconds to see if whoever it was had left, but sure enough, the doorbell rang once more, and again there was more knocking that followed. "This better be important," I mumbled to myself, toweling off quickly before throwing on my comfy fleece robe. I didn't look particularly sexy in it, but I wasn't about to answer the door in anything else. Slipping my cell into the pocket, I exited the bathroom and proceeded down the hallway. More knocking. "I'm coming!" I shouted, bounding down the steps toward the front door, the relentless pounding irritating me beyond measure. As I approached, I saw Chris standing out on the stoop, running his hands through his hair while waiting for me to answer the door. To say I was surprised was an understatement, especially after the scene in my office earlier today. Before I turned the handle, second-guessing my decision to open the door a few times within the span of 5 seconds, our eyes connected through the glass pane on the sides of the heavy wood. His were full of apology. "Can I come in for a moment?" I stared at him, unmoving, while determining what action to take. What could he possibly have to say in person that he couldn't over the phone, or even in text? "Please, I promise I won't be long at all." I figured I owed him at least a few moments, given I'd broken things off only for him to find out about Max and me the following day. I nodded, unlocked the door, and opened it. Chris stepped over the threshold and walked past me into the living room, the silence he carried behind him almost deafening. When he finally turned to face me, I noticed something was amiss. He looked regretful, almost guilty, but of what I had no idea. "Why are you here?" I asked, cinching the robe's belt a little tighter. Suddenly, I'd wished I was fully dressed. "I'm sorry." He shook his head before taking a seat on the couch, a position which meant he intended to stay longer than a few moments. "You should be. I realize I may have hurt you, and I didn't mean for you to find out about Max that way. But what you said was spiteful, Chris, and totally out of line." I continued to stand because I didn't want to give him the impression I was completely comfortable with his visit. He ran his hands down the lengths of his thighs a few times before picking his head up to meet my stare. "How long have you been messing around with him?" I didn't mean for anything to happen. "It just did, right? Is that what you're going to say?" He took a breath before standing, his steps faltering as he drew near. "Did you sleep with him, Alina?" Before I could answer, he spoke again. "Not once did you give yourself to me. Why? What was so wrong with me?" Chris didn't appear angry. It was an entirely different emotion which emanated from him. Wounded. "There is nothing wrong with you. I'm sorry." There were so many things I could have said, should have said, but nothing else drifted from my lips. I never answered his question about sleeping with Max, mainly because I didn't want to discuss Max with him, guarding whatever it was between the two of us and keeping my feelings for the man close to my heart. "Yeah, me too," he said despondently. After a brief bout of silence, he opened his mouth once more. "I wanted to warn you about something." My brows drew downward. "About what?" "Your father knows." When my eyes widened, the words came barreling out of his mouth so fast I was surprised I understood him. "I was hurt and pissed off at you, even more so at Coulter, so I called your father and told him everything. He's livid." "Yeah, I could have guessed that." I sighed. As I was about to say something else, something probably berating, my cell rang. The sound startled me at first, but then I welcomed the distraction. Pulling it from my pocket, Max's name flashed across the screen. Better his name than my father's. I had no idea why I didn't let the call go to voicemail, but my finger swiped the answer key, lifting the device to my ear. Can I call you back in a bit? It's not a good time. No greeting, no idle chit-chat, just right to the point.
Oh, yeah, sure. Is everything okay?
Yeah. As I was about to end the call, Chris spoke up.
I'm sorry again, Alina.
His voice carried, even though he hadn't spoken loudly. My shoulders tensed in preparation for what Max was going to say.
Who is that?
His voice was hard, knowing damn well who it was without asking.
Is that Chris? What is he doing there? Is he threatening you?
Loud puffs of air came through the phone.
Fuck, I'll be right there.
No, you don't have to come over. I'm fine. He's leaving. I'd walked around the corner and into the hallway to give myself some privacy, even though Chris could hear every word, at least on my end.
I'm coming over.
He hung up before I could respond. Great, I muttered, walking back into the sitting room to join Chris. Not 2 seconds later, there was a fierce pounding on my front door, a knock that wouldn't subside until whoever was outside was let in. There was no way Max had made it to my place so quickly, unless he'd been sitting outside, which would in turn pose the obvious question. What was he doing waiting outside my residence, and how long had he been there? Prepared to tell him exactly what I thought of his stalking ways, I flung open the door, only to come face to face with my father.
What is this? I hear you've ended your engagement, he shouted, brushing past me into the foyer. Are you out of your mind? Do you not realize what a good match you and Chris are?
His face was red, and he was out of breath, no doubt from barreling up my front steps, intent on berating me.
And what is this I hear about you and Max Coulter? I told you to stay away from him, Alina. He's no good.
I was all set to attempt some sort of calm conversation with my father, but all of that went out the window when he said what he said about Max. He didn't even know him, not enough to say such things. Sure, I didn't know him well either, but I knew him enough to sense he was a good man. You don't know him, I countered. You have no right to say that.
No, he yelled. I know him a little more than you do.
He reached inside his jacket when Chris appeared, slowly walking toward us with hesitancy in his step.
I'm sorry, he whispered as he passed me, curtly nodding at my father before disappearing out the front door. Did you patch things up with him? Is that why he was here?
There was hope in my father's voice, but it disappeared when I gave him my answer, one he obviously didn't like. No, he only came by to apologize.
What has he got to be sorry for? You're the one who cheated.
He started pacing, running his hands through his graying hair in frustration. While I wanted to shout at him to leave, I stopped myself. I sensed there was something off about my father. Physically. His face was getting redder by the moment, and he seemed to be having a hard time catching his breath. Dad, are you all right? I reached for his arm, but he shrugged away from me.
Don't deflect, Alina. It's not becoming.
He scoffed at me before reaching back into his jacket, pulling out a paper. Several pieces of paper, to be exact. What is that? My gut told me I didn't want to know the answer.
This, he emphasized, is exactly why I told you to stay away from Coulter.
He shoved the papers at me, but before I could open them to see what he was talking about, there was a knock at my front door. Then another and another, until someone was pounding away with such force I thought they'd splinter the wood.
Who is that?
My father asked, already walking toward the door to investigate. His fingers circled the handle before I could jump in front of him, and the door was yanked open to reveal Max standing on the stoop, his arm raised for another knock.
What are you doing here? My father snapped. I thought I made it perfectly clear. My daughter is off limits.
Max mumbled something, his words becoming jumbled. as all my attention was on the piece of paper in front of me. I'd finally glanced down to see that what my father had handed me was an arrest sheet, and the name at the top was Maxton Coulter. Quickly scanning the document, I searched for the reason, and there it was, halfway down the page. The words blurred together until I could barely read them. My brain computed what I'd seen, but the realization sent me into a nauseous wave of denial. Domestic violence.
Chapter 36. Max. "This is between me and Alina," I interrupted, the rantings of Randall Winthrop trying to shut me down at every opportunity. "Did you really think I'd never find out? That I wouldn't protect my daughter from the likes of you?" He stepped closer, his need to dominate not only our conversation, but me as well. He stood a mere inch shorter than my own 6'1" frame, and while the man was at least double my age, he appeared to be in good shape, strong, although right now he looked a little worse for wear. No doubt the entire ordeal with Alina driving his stress levels to new heights. "What are you talking about?" I tried to move past him to get to Alina, but he stepped in front of me. I had no idea if Chris was still in her house, or if he'd left. For that matter, I had no idea why her father had answered the door, glaring at me as if he truly wanted to rip me limb from limb. I managed to glance over Randall's shoulder, and that was when I saw Alina clutching a few pieces of paper. That can't be what I think it is. As I opened my mouth to speak to her, she looked up and locked eyes with me. The surprise and hurt in her gaze were enough to gut me, even though I had no idea why she was so upset. That was a lie. I had an inkling as to why she was upset.
"What is this?"
she finally asked, and I wasn't sure if she was talking to me or her father. "Alina, I can explain." I had no doubt in my mind she held my arrest documents. Somehow her father had gotten a hold of them, even though I was told they were dismissed and wouldn't be accessible to anyone. "How are you going to explain beating your wife?" her father shouted in my face, grabbing me by the lapels of my jacket and pulling me toward him. "Ex-wife," I countered. "Doesn't matter. You made a big mistake when you set your sights on my daughter." I didn't even try to remove his hands, so focused on Alina, because she was all that mattered. "It's not what you think." I tried to pour all my sincerity into my words, but nothing seemed to reach her. She seemed lost in her own head, and I couldn't say I blamed her. The only thing she had to go by was an irate father who hurled accusations at me, thinking he knew the truth about the situation, to which there was black and white proof of those accusations clenched tightly in her hands. Finally, after what seemed like forever, she spoke, tears falling down her reddened cheeks.
"You need to leave, Max."
"Alina," I pleaded, "please just let me explain." I tried to once again move past her father, but he wouldn't budge, and I wasn't about to compound the situation by getting into a physical altercation with him, no matter how much I was itching to do so. She drew in a deep breath, her lower lip trembling more than before.
"Did you get arrested for domestic violence against your wife?"
I released all the tension inside me, because the end of our conversation was fast approaching. There was no way I was going to convince her what she was looking at wasn't the whole truth. Not even close. "Yes." Alina hung her head in defeat, but it was I who felt as if my world was closing in on me. To have her think less of me, based on half-truths, tore at my insides, and while her father was still present, my hopes of having a discussion with her were less than nil. "Get your ass out of here, Coulter, and I don't ever want to see your face again. Not at work, and certainly not around my daughter. Ever," he spat, shoving me backward. "You're firing me?" Everything happened so fast. Of course he was going to let me go. He thought I had beaten my ex-wife. You're damn right I am. Based on the way the two of them looked, it was in everyone's best interest if I simply took my leave. I'd have a better shot at getting Alina to hear me out once her father wasn't around anyway. I chanced to glance at Alina one last time, but she was looking at the floor. So I turned on my heel, walked out the door, and bounded down the front steps. Alcohol. I needed lots of alcohol.
Chapter 37. Alina.
You should have listened to me,
My father berated, puffing out his chest with satisfaction he'd found dirt on the one man I'd been falling for, essentially ripping him from my world in one fell swoop. He always thought he knew what was best for me, my entire life never really giving me a say in how I wanted my future to unfold. It just figured this time he'd been right. Domestic violence. I still couldn't believe it, but there it was in black and white, staring me in the face and telling me how foolish I'd been to let my hormones get the best of me. And even though what I felt for Max went beyond lust, I shoved the notion way deep down because no good could come from the realization. I just can't believe it, I said out loud, more to myself than my father, but he took the lead in as fuel to ridicule me once more.
That's what you get for letting your loins lead you around.
Loins? Really? Shaking my head, I proceeded to walk away from him and into the kitchen. I needed a drink, and I believed I still had a bottle of scotch in one of the cabinets. I hardly drank, but kept something on hand for those times when nothing less would suffice. My father followed closely, taking a seat at the island while I rooted around looking for the 10-year-old bottle. Once located, I poured myself a double and quickly downed it, looking to my father to see what his reaction would be. He arched his brow, his telltale sign he was annoyed with me. But I couldn't care less. This was my home, and I'd do whatever I damned well pleased, and if he didn't like it, then he knew where he could go. Well, maybe he didn't, but I'd let him know if he started in on me again. I think I'm already starting to be affected by liquid courage. God only knew what would happen after a second drink. After another moment of dead silence, my father shifted on his stool and cleared his throat. Here we go.
Now that you've seen Max for who he really is, you can stop messing around and make things right with Chris. I'm sure he'll take you back, although you'll probably have to do a small amount of begging.
The amber liquid passed my lips once more, allowing me the strength, false bravado or not, to battle with the man who'd controlled my every move thus far. I'm not going back to Chris.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. I raised my voice, but thought better of it. I was in no shape to start a battle with him, not tonight, not after everything that happened. My father abruptly stood and rounded the island, coming to stand a few feet from me. At first I thought he was going to relent on the topic, say something somewhat compassionate, and take his leave. But no such thing happened. Although his face had softened some, the lines around his mouth and eyes not as edged.
If you do not do as you're told, I won't hand over the position of managing partner to you when I retire, which will be sooner rather than later.
The sting of his statement, although not shocking, masked my inquisitiveness at the mention of him leaving the firm sooner than the 5 years he'd planned on. The entire reason I'd gone along with this crazy notion of marrying me off to Chris was so that I could take over when he stepped down, knowing that a bit of sacrifice, aka my personal life, was what was warranted in order to help the countless number of people who needed it. But as time went on, and I'd gotten a taste of what it could be like for me to follow my heart and not my head, I'd started to question everything, making me think of other ways to accomplish what I wanted to do in the very near future. Just because Max turned out to not be the man I thought he was, I was still grateful to him for waking me up to the possibility that maybe, just maybe, I didn't have to settle. I refused to let you control my life any longer. I stood tall, my hands finding their way to my hips. I was sure I was quite the sight, all red-eyed, with my hair pulled up into a crazy bun and wrapped in an oversized robe. But I didn't care. It was now or never, and with the liquor flowing freely through my veins, the opportunity was present. "Alina," my father warned, flashing me his signature scowl. "Don't Alina me, Dad. I'm way too old to tremble because you don't approve. You've never approved, so I should be used to it, this feeling I've somehow disappointed you. But it's you who's disappointed me." I licked my lips, and it was as if the action had been done in slow motion. "I'm not marrying Chris. End of. If you decide to hand over the position to someone else, then so be it."
"What about all your do-gooder work you're always going on about?"
My father's cocky question irritated me. "I'll start my own firm." The words flew from my mouth before I realized what I said. The notion was crazy, one I'd briefly thought of before, but I'd always dismissed because I didn't have the money to start up a new business. I could probably obtain some clients because of my name. But then again, if my father wanted to put the kibosh on anyone coming to seek my legal help, I was sure he'd do it, just to get me back under his thumb. Still, the idea was out in the open now, and I wanted to run with it. He laughed. Genuinely laughed, which only served to piss me off.
"With what money?"
Oh, yes, the obvious question. Where would I get the money from? My thoughts trailed off as I looked around me, my attention suddenly leaving my father and focusing on the walls around me, my head lifting toward the ceiling before coming back down to look toward the hallway. All of a sudden, my father stopped laughing, a ridiculously sharp expression quickly taking hold.
"Don't you even think about it."
He pointed his finger in my face. "Why? It's not like I need all this space. It would do me good to downsize a bit, don't you think?"
"I will not allow you to sell your mother's place."
"It's my place. She left it to me. Me," I yelled, hitting myself in the chest with the palm of my hand. "And I'll do with it what I want." What had started off as a surprise reveal turned into so much more. Of course, I didn't want to sell the home my mother had left for me, but it was spacious, with more room than I'd ever need. Besides, I held no sentimental attachment to the place since I hadn't grown up there. No childhood memories would be lost with the sale of the townhome.
"I forbid it."
His blood pressure rose to a whole new level, the veins in his temple throbbing from apparent anger. I almost felt bad for upsetting him, but a part of me patted myself on the back for finally standing up to him, for challenging him and reminding him I was a grown woman, someone who he could no longer control. I opened my mouth to continue to argue or goad him, but he abruptly turned and stormed out of the kitchen, slamming the front door behind him and making me wince. And then... smile.
Chapter 38. Max. You need to slow down. Hal reached for the glass of whiskey in my hand, but I snatched it back before he could take it. Fine, have it your way, but don't complain tomorrow when you feel like you've been run over by a semi. He smirked, and if I could have moved quickly enough, I would have smacked him for reveling in my misery. But my reaction time slowed with each sip of the liquor. Leaning back, I rested my head on the top of the leather sofa, the room spinning, every time I tried to close my eyes. I don't know how to make her hear me, I slurred, every syllable a struggle.
Well, you can start by putting down the glass.
My brother was younger, but right then, he took on my role, the role of protector. I should have listened to him. I should have put down the drink. But all I wanted to do was drown myself in my anguish. I'd finally found a woman who intrigued me, someone who gave meaning to my day, someone for whom I wished away all other distractions just so I could see her again. And she'd been taken away from me in the blink of an eye, all over a grave misunderstanding. I don't want to feel shit right now, I barked. Slowly picking my head up, it lolled forward before I'd been able to readjust and look at my brother. My vision blurred, and I could barely keep my eyes open, but I refused to give in to anything other than the drink. Speaking of which, my glass had slipped from my hand and sloshed all over the hardwood floor below. There wasn't much of a mess, however, because I'd been skilled at being able to drain the majority of the contents before the spill. As I faintly heard Hal grumbling, my body gave out, and I fell to the side, plopping not so gracefully onto the cushions, and quickly passing out, not a care in the world, as the darkness washed over me. An ear-piercing sound jerked me awake, and at first I thought it was the fire alarm going off, only to realize it was merely my cell. The noise exemplified tenfold due to the abuse I'd put my body through the previous night. Just as it finally silenced, I took a deep breath, only to be jolted again when my phone started to ring once more. I felt around on the floor until my fingertips grazed the device, slowly pulling my arm back until the cell was in front of me, closer to my ear. Without even bothering to check and see who was calling, I swiped the screen. "Hello?" I mumbled, trying to pry my tongue from the roof of my mouth. The worst case of cottonmouth I'd ever experienced.
Mr. Coulter, are you not coming in today?
My secretary's voice bombarded my eardrum, my eyes immediately popping open in search of a clock. It was 9:30 a.m., a couple hours after I usually started my workday. I stumbled to my feet, only to fall onto the couch, knocking my head against the wall. Shit.
Are you okay? Is something wrong?
Linda sounded genuinely concerned. I'm fine. I'll be there in an hour. After I hung up, I realized I no longer had a job, but I'd be damned if I was going to leave any personal items I had in my office for someone from security to meddle over and throw in a cardboard box. As I ascended the steps, Hal strolled out into the hallway dressed in workout gear, ready to go for a run. He smiled when he saw me struggling to climb toward him. Rough night? He waited for me at the top, grinning widely when he saw the state I was in. I told you to slow down, he teased, laughing when I purposely bumped into him with my shoulder. You wait until you have a problem and take to the bottle. You'll get no sympathy from me. He said something else, but I didn't hear him, too focused on putting one foot in front of the other so I didn't fall flat on my face. I think I'm still drunk. An hour later, and I was feeling a little better, the shower I'd taken earlier doing wonders. How I felt and how I looked were two different things, however. While I was fully alert, with the aid of some strong headache meds and 2 cups of coffee, I looked disheveled, even though I was impeccably dressed in a dark gray suit and crisp white shirt. I hadn't bothered to shave for fear my hand would tremble, and I'd end up cutting myself more times than not, so I donned a 5 o'clock shadow. My hair wasn't cooperating, a few strands acting wayward, and dark circles shadowed the underneath of my eyes. As I approached the building, my breath got caught in my lungs when my eyes landed on the one woman I'd been both hoping and dreading to see. Dreading because I hadn't prepared a good enough explanation, one that would convince her of the truth without hesitancy. Instead, I'd drowned myself in numbing liquor, throwing out any game plan I should have been contemplating. Alina was too wrapped up in conversation with some woman to notice me drawing closer.
You need to go to the police and report it, Tanya. He's not allowed to come near you.
Alina's hand rested on the woman's upper arm in concern. I recognized the name, realizing the woman she was talking to was her pro bono client. I wasn't sure what I expected, but she was not it. Her short black hair was cut into a stylish bob, and the clothes she wore shouted class. Tanya was young and attractive, reminding me domestic violence victims didn't possess a certain type of look like many would think.
It won't matter,
she cried, tears escaping and sliding down her cheeks. She appeared genuinely scared.
Look at what he did to you. Do you think he'll pay attention to some piece of paper?
Alina was set to respond when I sidled up next to her, startling both her and her client.
What are you doing here?
Alina asked, taking me in from head to toe.
If my father sees you here, there's no telling what he'll do.
Ignoring her attempt to warn me, I brought the topic back to what I'd just heard. Where is your husband? I asked Tanya, taking a step closer to her than was necessary. She looked surprised, glancing at her attorney before looking back to me.
What?
She stuttered, nervously fidgeting with the strap of her designer purse. She knew where he was, and was protecting him for some reason. My silence prompted her to speak again.
I don't know,
she lied. Yes, you do. And my suggestion is you tell the police right now so they can arrest him for assaulting your goddamn lawyer. The strength in my voice frightened the woman. I hadn't meant to do so, but my concern lay only with Alina's well-being, even if she didn't want to have anything to do with me.
Max,
Alina warned, turning to glare at me.
Stop it.
She needs to turn him in. If not, I'm sure he'll come after you again. Adrenaline coursed through me with the fear if something wasn't done soon, Alina could meet with a tragic fate. Alina turned to face her client again.
Tanya, if you know where he is, you have to tell the police. They can protect you from him. I'm scared,
she confessed, burying her head in her hands, her shoulders trembling. Alina pulled her into a hug, doing her best to offer both sympathy and support.
I know you are, but if you don't do anything now, he'll never stop.
After several moments, Tanya Glenn finally agreed to go to the police, but only if Alina accompanied her, which meant they were going to have a third wheel, no matter how much protesting happened.
Chapter 39. Alina. Sitting next to Max in the back of the cab was causing me a great deal of anxiety. Every time the vehicle turned a corner, our thighs would brush together, his mere presence overwhelming. Tanya sat in the front seat, so it wasn't as if I could use her as a barrier between the two of us. Tanya had shown up unexpectedly at my office, sobbing because she was scared out of her mind. Her estranged husband had turned up at her place of work and threatened her, yet when I suggested she go to the police, she acted as if that wasn't even an option. Thankfully, we were en route to the nearest police station, Max having something to do with pushing her to make the decision. My eyes remained focused straight ahead, while I struggled not to turn my head to stare at him. He was dressed to the hilt, looking sexier than ever, but his face revealed the difficult time he must have had after he left my place the prior evening. Was it guilt, shame, remorse, or just plain disappointment he couldn't forge a deeper relationship with me, a foolish woman who'd been so enthralled with him I barely got to know the man before I almost went to bed with him? There weren't any warning bells, though. To know I was sitting next to a man who had essentially had some sort of physical altercation with his ex was unnerving. At least, I thought it would be. That I would feel as if I was in some sort of danger. But it wasn't how I felt at all. Instinctually, I knew Maxton Coulter would never physically harm me. My mind was all over the place, so much so I hadn't realized we'd reached our destination until Max tapped me on the shoulder from outside the cab, having come around to my side to open my door. An hour later, and we all stood outside the station, my worry for Tanya easing when she told me she'd made arrangements to take her 2 children and stay with her sister, who lived in Detroit, far away from New York and her crazy ex. I hailed a cab once I'd seen her off, hoping Max would simply walk away and leave me to my wayward thoughts. Part of me wanted him to explain those papers my father had shoved at me, and part of me wanted him to leave in silence, to allow me time to dissect my feelings toward him. Once I'd opened the door to the cab and slid into the back seat, Max entered the vehicle as well. "What are you doing?" I asked, secretly satisfied part of what I wanted to happen was indeed taking place. While I needed some time to myself, I wasn't ready to part with him.
"We need to talk, and I'm not going to let you leave until I explain myself and what happened."
He slammed the door, then rapped on the partition, directing the cab to move forward. We sat in silence for several moments before either of us spoke. "Were you abusive toward your ex-wife in any way?" I kept my eyes pinned to the outside world, fearful Max would see my hurt if he confirmed what I suspected may be true based on those papers.
"Of course not."
His response was curt. My next question was poised on my lips, but for some reason, my lungs wouldn't release the air necessary to give them sound. Not yet. So I kept quiet and watched the world pass us by while we made our way back toward the office. I would have thought he'd ramble his explanation for the domestic violence arrest, but instead, he took his cue from me and remained silent, at least until we'd exited the cab and stood together on the sidewalk. Endless moments passed between us as people scurried past, the sights and sounds of everyday life distracting me from the awkwardness that existed between Max and me. As I was about to take my leave, brushing past him to enter the building, he grabbed my wrist to stop me.
"Can we please go somewhere private to speak?"
I wanted to shout at him to release me, but I was more curious about what he would tell me and whether I'd be able to tell if he was lying or not. In the end, my curiosity won out over self-preservation. Turning to face him was a mistake, even though at some point I'd have to look at him. There was an undercurrent of worry and pain behind his eyes, so much so I instantly softened toward him. "We can't go to my office, and now that you don't work here anymore, we can't go to yours either."
"Then come with me back to my place,"
he suggested, stepping closer as if the decreased space between us would convince me. I don't think that's a good idea. It dawned on me I'd never been to his place. But then again, why would I have? I'd just recently broken things off with Chris, giving validation to my feelings for Max. The opportunity to visit him at his home just hadn't happened thus far.
"It's the only place we have. We can't go to your house because your father, or Chris," he said, a look of anger crossing his face as he uttered my ex-fiancé's name, "could show up."
Max was right. His place was the only option available. I only hoped I didn't end up regretting it.
Chapter 40. Max. Watching Alina stroll through the place I called home, if only for now since I was renting the spacious apartment, was surreal. I'd imagined her here many times since I'd met her. I gave her a quick tour, allowing us some time to relax before we got into the heavy conversation both of us knew was inevitable. the sole reason she'd agreed to come back here with me. As she entered the kitchen, commenting on how lovely the marble countertops were, I couldn't help but picture her sitting at the island, sharing breakfast with me after she'd spent the night, dressed in nothing more than one of my shirts, completely naked underneath. If she knew the thoughts that ran through my head, I was sure she'd bolt for the front door. Passing through to the living room, I pictured her lounging on my sofa, becoming comfortable enough over time to consider my place her second home. Every room on the tour had me imagining what it would be like to have her in my life permanently, the thoughts bombarding me and making me yearn for them to become a reality. Her showering with me, her sharing my bed, her reading in front of the fireplace in the den just off the living room, and, of course, us christening every single room simply because we couldn't keep our hands off each other. Maybe I was delusional, but maybe, just maybe, after I explained everything, Alina would see the truth and choose to be with me. After we re-entered the living room, Alina took a seat on the leather sofa, the same one I'd passed out on the previous evening. Her hands rested in her lap, making a small indent in the dark blue fabric of her skirt. She spoke before I could.
So, now is the time for you to tell me the truth.
She made eye contact with me.
About your arrest.
She looked apprehensive, but steeled her nerves enough to appear strong. I was sure this was hard for her, but it was even harder for me. I didn't want to relive that night, all the feelings I'd gone through, all the rage I felt towards Charlotte, but it was necessary to move forward with the incredible woman sitting in front of me. Taking a seat at the far end of the same couch, allowing her the space she needed, I began recounting the details of that night and everything that had led up to it. I didn't want her to see me as weak, as a man so blind to love, or what I thought was love at the time, that I overlooked obvious signs of an unfaithful partner, causing me shame in the process. Again, what I felt while going through the ordeal initially was miles apart of how I viewed them now. I was detached and wiser, able to reflect on the incident with little more than anger. I was no longer hurt by what Charlotte had done, simply because I no longer cared for her. Whatever residual feelings I had left had disappeared completely when she had me arrested. I'd come home early from a business trip to find my wife in bed with a guy who was barely legal. The situation seemed rather cliché, but it didn't make it hurt any less at the time. While we'd been growing apart, especially during the last 2 years of our marriage, I remained faithful, our vows meaning something to me. I took a short break before continuing, intently watching Alina for her reaction, which there was none, other than her full attention to my story. I moved out of my house right away, an action which left Charlotte surprised. She cited my long absences as justification for indulging in her loneliness, and couldn't understand why I wouldn't forgive her. Looking back, she was so self-centered, only worried about herself and anything that would benefit her, that she couldn't see why I was upset and hurt. She even tried to turn things around, saying she didn't believe I hadn't stepped outside the marriage either. But I hadn't. In the end, she was just as delusional about her actions as I was she'd remained faithful. I should have seen the signs beforehand. Her taking off for long weekends with her friends, incoming texts late at night, etc. You name the stereotypical happenings for someone who cheats, and I can guarantee Charlotte had done them. As I continued speaking, Alina's posture relaxed, her expression changing from skeptical to trusting, which only encouraged me to skip forward and explain what had happened the night I was arrested. Charlotte had called me and said she wanted to meet to discuss our future. We'd been living separately for months at that point, and she threatened to prolong signing the papers unless I gave her a face-to-face. I agreed, knowing it would be one of the last times I'd have to see her, because I'd already signed a contract with your father's firm. A minor detail she didn't know. Anyway, I stopped by the house we had shared to indulge her one last time. When she answered the door, she immediately burst into tears and threw herself into my arms, so forcefully she almost knocked me over. When we parted, I saw she had a black eye, and the corner of her lip was split. Alina's brow furrowed before she finally spoke.
You didn't hit her?
No, I never raised my hand to her. Ever. It was the handiwork of the guy she'd been messing with. Seeing her that way should have invoked some sort of protectiveness toward her. But there was nothing left. No feelings other than contempt that lived inside me where she was concerned.
So how did she come to blame you for the attack?
Alina shifted on the couch, tucking her left leg underneath her. She begged me to take her back, apologizing over and over, and telling me the only reason she did it was because she was lonely. They never meant anything to her.
They?
Yeah. Apparently there was more than one. Raking my fingers through my hair, I neared the end of my story. When I refused to come home, finally telling her I was moving to New York the following week, she threatened to tell the police I'd been the one to strike her. It was her sick way of trying to get me to stay, which was beyond twisted.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Charlotte's a piece of work. When I continued to refuse, she made good on her threat and called the police as soon as I left. They picked me up an hour later and took me to the station.
How did they finally realize it wasn't you?
Alina scooted closer, her eyes following my every move. It was then I knew she believed me. She saw the truth behind my words. I was already in the process of selling my firm when this all happened, and my lawyer convinced her unless she told the truth, she wouldn't see a dime of the money. He would make sure to drag out the divorce proceedings as long as possible, much like she'd been doing to me. And since Charlotte was materialistic, she caved and retracted her story, telling the police I had not attacked her and gave them the name of the guy who did. The charges were dropped, and I thought wiped clean. But apparently, your father got his hands on the information. A look of confusion spread over Alina's gorgeous face, but I had no idea what the cause of it was until she parted her lips and rushed the words from her mouth.
Oh no, Max. My father, she exclaimed. He fired you because of what he thought you did.
Yes, but you're stating the obvious.
I know, but once my father makes a decision, he never goes back on it, even if he knows he was wrong, which he'd never admit.
She stood and started to pace. Approaching, I stopped and turned her. Don't worry about it. I'll find another job. It's not a big deal. She stepped back, my arms falling to my side.
It is a big deal. He had no right to fire you.
Well, that's not necessarily true. I was arrested for domestic abuse, even though the charges were false. And in my contract, there is a morals clause, so he had every right to do what he did. She worried her bottom lip between her teeth, and I couldn't help myself. Reaching forward, I snagged her lip free before pulling her close, gazing into her eyes before crashing my mouth over hers. Was it the right time to kiss her? Probably not. Did I throw caution to the wind and follow my instincts? Without a second thought. There was no resistance on her end. She wrapped her arms around my neck and returned my desire, her kiss entrancing me and making me forget about everything except the two of us. Regretfully, I was the one who broke the connection and pulled back. I want you so much I can't think straight. But we need to slow down. I don't want you to think I'm taking advantage of you. I don't want to rush you, and I need you to think about everything I've told you and come to the conclusion on your own Whether you want to be with me. I rambled on without thought, and simply put, I couldn't believe all I'd said. But it was the right course of action to take. I'd laid a lot at Alina's feet, and I needed for there to be no doubt of her trust in me, no hesitancy on her part as to what type of man I truly was, before we decided to move forward. I didn't want her second-guessing herself, allowing her father to try and change her mind about me. There could be no doubt on her end.
Chapter 41. Alina.
I hope you like Italian,
Max called as he came back into the kitchen, toting 3 full bags of food. I was relaxing on the couch with a glass of red wine, watching him as he placed the delivery on the island, his gaze briefly meeting mine before he reached for some plates and silverware. It had been a week since he told me about what really happened with his arrest. The raw emotion behind his words left no doubt on my end as to what type of man he was, the man I always guessed him to be. I tried to convince my father to hire him back, but he refused to budge, just as I knew would be his reaction. He returned Max's buy-in payment, however, without any issues, so at least Max could find another job and not have to worry about that piece of it. I'd been coming to his place every night after work, staying clear of mine, simply because I had no idea if my father would just pop in. And explaining my decision to forge ahead with Max was the last thing I wanted to do. Any conversation about Max with my father would only lead to an argument. While I was prepared to defend my decision, I wanted more time with Max before doing so. I'm starving, so no matter what you ordered, I'm not going to have any issues. As I was about to stand, Max came into the living room, carrying 2 dishes full of food, the smell so intoxicating my stomach rumbled, and rather loudly.
You are hungry, aren't you? He teased, placing the plate on the coffee table. Hold on, I'll grab some trays.
Do you mean TV trays?
Yes. Why?
He grabbed 2 wooden trays from a hallway closet, striding toward me and plopping them open once he'd reached my side, placing my dinner on top and pushing it directly in front of me. I just didn't take you for a TV tray type of guy, I joked.
They come in handy when you eat alone.
He tried to joke, but I detected a trace of loneliness in his voice, a vulnerability behind his eyes, as he placed his own dinner on the tray. As we ate, we talked about some of the cases I was handling, along with any updates I had about Tanya Glynn, to which I told him she and her 2 little ones were safe with her sister, her ex-husband still nowhere to be found for the moment. Max regaled me with stories from his childhood, most of them having to do with his younger brother Hal. He also told me he wanted to open his own firm there in the city in the very near future. The hours flew by, the intimacy between us increasing with each story told and every dream revealed.
You know you can just stay here, right?
Max said, busying himself by clearing away our dinner and refilling my glass of wine.
Tomorrow is Saturday, so it's not like you have to get up and go to work.
When he re-entered the living room, he stood before me, his physique capturing my attention all over again. He'd been wearing the same outfit of relaxed jeans and a red t-shirt since I'd arrived, but for some reason my hormones had kicked into overdrive. Instead of responding to his offer, I boldly said, I need to take some of these clothes off. Max arched his brow. I mean, I feel a little overdressed. I was still wearing my work outfit, a knee-length black pencil skirt and blush satin blouse. My suit jacket rested on the back of a chair, my heels littering the floor beneath it.
By all means, take off your clothes.
Max smirked, the small dimple on his left cheek making him look innocent when the exact opposite was true. Very funny. Do you have something I could change into? I proceeded to walk from the room and down the hallway, noticing the bare walls as I continued my travels. No pictures of any sort beset the area, as was true in the living room as well. I realized he'd recently moved in, but the man needed some lessons in decor. Entering his personal space was intimidating. I'd had a quick tour of his entire apartment before, but standing next to his bed conjured up all sorts of illicit images I yearned for to come true. There was no denying the chemistry between us, and I knew in my heart both of us wanted to take our relationship to the next level, only having held out because Max wanted to give me time to absorb all the information he'd told me about his arrest. But enough time had passed. I was more than ready. So when he walked up behind me and nuzzled into the side of my neck, I released a moan I'd been holding on to the entire evening.
"Alina," he whispered, "I don't know how much longer I can wait. I know I told you to take all the time you need, but I'm suddenly becoming impatient. Is that wrong?"
He circled around me, his tongue sweeping over the column of my throat, the side of his face ever so scratchy. But I didn't mind one bit. In fact, I loved the feel of it. Max had not shaved in days, and he looked more rugged than ever. He was a handsome man when clean-shaven, but there was something about the stubbled look that turned him from handsome to dangerously virile.
"No," I breathily replied, finding it difficult to think. "You didn't really want to change into something else."
Challenging me with his stare, he slowly unbuttoned my blouse, the pads of his fingers drifting over my heated skin with each one.
"You're quite the tease."
"I'm not a tease if I'm going to give you everything," I countered, a coy smile changing my expression.
"Everything?"
Instead of answering, I pressed my lips to his, slow at first, then feverishly when he ripped open the rest of my blouse and drew me closer, his hands resting on my back only to cleverly unhook my bra with the flick of his fingers.
"I need to see you."
He pulled back, the warmth of his breath drifting away, only to make me gasp for air. Slowly, while keeping his eyes pinned to mine, he brushed the satin material from my shoulders, removing my bra and tossing it to the floor. We'd shared the same air. We'd indulged in our passion. He'd licked away my desire. Yet I'd never felt so bare, so alive. The way he looked at me made me feel like the sexiest woman alive, but he also made me feel self-conscious, if that made any sense. "Say something." I nervously laughed, crossing my arms over my chest because of the scrutiny. He peeled my arms away and gently placed them at my sides. As he lowered to his knees, he squeezed one breast while taking the other into his mouth, his tongue flicking over the tightened bud.
"You're perfect."
He teased my other breast, his hands quickly unzipping my skirt. His movements became hurried, tearing my panties from my body before he slung my leg over his shoulder, placing his hand on my back to anchor me to him. I reached out for something to hold, but we were in the middle of his bedroom, nothing around for me to grasp to hold me steady. So instead, I gripped his thick hair and rode his face as he licked me. I moaned his name over and over, the wanton desire inside me brimming hotter until I trembled at the very edge of bliss. Losing any shred of inhibition I had left, I writhed against his tongue, praying for my release to detonate, only for him to withdraw completely, stand, spin me around, and briskly walk me toward his bed. He'd shed his shirt, the warmth of his skin igniting mine all over again. As we stood by the edge of the bed, I reached behind me and hooked my arm around his neck, toying with the strands of his hair, while he kissed my neck.
I'm going to make you beg.
He bent me over and placed my hands on top of the white comforter.
Don't move.
I heard the click of his belt buckle when it hit the carpet, then the rustle of his jeans as he discarded them. Instinctually, I knew he was naked behind me, and as he'd previously gazed at me, I wanted to take my fill of him. I made to stand, but a quick bite of pain across my ass made me cease all movement. "Ow," I mumbled.
I told you not to move.
Massaging the affected cheek, he proceeded to move me back into position, palms flat on the bed. "But I want to see you."
You will. But first I want to take in every angle of your incredible body.
His fingertips leisurely cascaded over my feverish skin, from the tops of my shoulders to my ankles. "Perfect," he uttered once more, before opening a drawer next to the bed and pulling out a condom. "Don't," I said.
Don't what?
"Don't put that on yet." I turned my head to look at him over my shoulder. "I want to taste you first."
Far be it from me to argue with you.
His smirk disappeared as I spun around and dropped to my knees.
Chapter 42. Max. The warmth of her mouth drove me insane. The way she sucked me, before swirling her tongue around the head of my cock, made my vision blur. Her assault was slow, deliberate. The way her fingertips stroked my balls made me flinch, waiting for her to become more aggressive, but she never did. Tugging at the strands of her dark golden hair, I tried to push her away. When I came, I wanted to be buried deep inside her. "Alina," I warned. "Stop." I grunted, her lips wrapping around the head, every sensitive nerve firing at once. "Fuck." Thrusting into her mouth, I almost lost myself. It felt so good. Then remembered how I wanted things to play out, and jerked back, popping free from her mouth in one quick motion.
"I was only doing what you did to me."
She smiled as she stood, looking me up and down, as I'd done to her, the appreciation in her eyes making me even harder.
"Do you live at the gym?"
She ran her hands over my chest and down to my abdomen, and just when I thought she was going to grab my cock, her hand fell away, and she slowly walked around me, her nails raking over my ass, before they drifted upward over my back. She touched a certain area, close to my side, and I twitched.
"Ticklish?"
"A bit."
Good to know."
When she was in front of me once more, I took over, latching my mouth to hers and walking her backward until she fell onto the bed, me coming down on top of her, careful not to crush her with my weight. "Are you sure you're ready for this?" I reached for the condom and tore it open with my teeth.
"I think you know the answer,"
she replied, spreading her legs and giving me a devilish grin. I suppose I do. Sheathing myself, I lined myself up and thrust into her, burying myself to the hilt in one fluid motion. I felt like some sort of animal, my primal instincts calling for me to conquer and mate. I grunted. She moaned. I moved quicker. She slowed me down. I slung her leg over my hip. She placed the other around my waist. We were locked together, moving in sync, while we both chased our orgasm. There was nothing I wanted more than to see Alina come undone. So I unhooked her legs from around me and moved into a kneeling position, careful not to slip from her body. At that angle, I was able to see everything. The way her tits bounced every time I thrust forward, the flat of her stomach, the thin strip of hair covering her pussy, her glistening wetness coating my cock every time I pulled back. The way her thighs trembled, the way her entire body flinched when I rubbed her swollen clit, the way she arched her back when the teasing became too much, the quick rise and fall of her chest as I pulled her closer to the edge.
"Max, please,"
she begged, biting the corner of her lip so hard I thought she'd draw blood. Please what? I wanted her to say it. I needed to hear the words.
"I'm so close. Please."
Please what? I repeated. She dug her nails into my thigh, making me wince at first, only to smile when she told me what I wanted to hear.
"Make me come."
I said nothing in response, instead picking up the pace, vigorously rubbing her clit before pinching her sensitive bundle of nerves. The motion caused her to seize up and scream my name. She threw her head back and bunched the comforter tightly in her fists. I quickly followed, spilling inside her as my mouth found hers, our breath becoming one as each of us struggled to find our own. A moment later, I fell to the mattress beside her, pulling off the condom and tossing it in the nearby wastebasket.
"Well, that was, something else,"
she laughed, throwing her arm over her face to shield her eyes. I lightly smacked her thigh. Something else? Not sure if that's how I described what we just did, but okay. She moved her arm and turned onto her side to face me.
"Oh yeah? Then what would you say?"
We were both smiling, reveling in the other's contentment, still high from our climax. Amazing, out of this world, like none other.
"Meh."
She shrugged, and at first I thought she was serious, until she cracked a smile. She tried to move away, but I pounced and pinned her to the bed. Holding her hands above her head with one of my own, my free one traveled the length of her delectable body until I came to rest between her thighs, finding her still very much swollen. She moaned. Meh. I inserted 2 fingers inside her, to which she responded with a throaty moan. "Do you want to go again?" I asked, continuing to tease her while I waited for her to answer.
"Yes, I want to. Oh God."
Her breaths were choppy, her words getting lost in her lips. I reached for another condom, and for the next 2 hours, I changed her teasing meh to a fuck yes.
Chapter 43. Alina. As the weeks passed, so did my father's aggression toward Max. He'd snarl less and less until he barely flinched whenever I mentioned his name. He continued to refuse to hire him back, but Max said he wouldn't come back even if he had. And because he no longer worked at Winthrop, Kruger, and Dawn, that meant he no longer had to deal with the likes of Amber Sauter, which I couldn't say I wasn't happy about. I'd witnessed the way she fawned all over him in the lobby, and even then, while we barely knew each other, I'd been hit with a wave of jealousy. I feared it would only be worse now, since we were officially together. Max wanted to do something different, still practice law, but focus on one specific type. He chose entertainment law, to which he would deal with labor laws, contracts, and various other topics as they related to the entertainment industry. Everything at the office went back to normal, and rather quickly. Things between Chris and me were a bit awkward, but nothing I couldn't deal with. He wasn't rude, per se, just short and to the point. But I really couldn't blame him, and I was fine with the curtness so long as it didn't interfere with my job, which, so far, it hadn't. All in all, life was good. Work kept me busy, but when I wasn't at the office, Max and I spent every available moment together getting to know each other.
"I'll swing by and take you to lunch."
I cradled the phone on my shoulder, rustling through numerous papers on my desk, trying to find the one I needed. I wish I could, but I have to get ready for my 1 o'clock. I sighed in relief when I found the paper I'd been looking for. Maybe tomorrow, I offered, wishing I could step out for an hour just to get me some Max time.
Okay, I guess I'll have to wait,
He faux complained, making me smile like he always did. It was nice to know he missed me just as much as I did him whenever we weren't together. After we hung up, I plopped down in my chair and glanced up at the clock. 11:30, which meant I had an hour and a half to prepare before my next meeting, which would have been fine, except my stomach was trying to eat itself. I'd only had a small blueberry muffin a few hours ago, and apparently it hadn't been enough. Engrossed in paperwork, a rap on my door startled me, and when I looked up, Chris stood in the doorway. He looked relaxed, happy. I couldn't help but wonder if he was grateful we were no longer together. I wished him well, and hopefully one day he'd extend me the same.
Are you ready for the Armando meeting at 1?
I'd forgotten he was in on the case as well. Yes, although I wanted to go over a few more facts beforehand.
Care to fill me in?
Before I could respond, he asked me another question.
Have you eaten yet? I was just on my way down to Mario's to grab a hoagie. Do you want to walk with me? Make sure I'm completely up to speed before the meeting?
Chris was brought in the previous week, so I supposed it couldn't hurt to make sure we were both as equally knowledgeable. Besides, I was starving. Sure, but can we just pick them up and bring the food back here? I felt guilty for telling Max I couldn't meet up with him, but accepting Chris's offer behind his back. You'll be right back. You have to eat something, right? Besides, it's partly work-related. My inner turmoil did little to squash my guilt. The entire walk to the deli was spent discussing what was best for our client, and not once did Chris bring up us or what had happened, for which I was grateful. His pleasant, all-business attitude helped to relieve me of some of the guilt. That was until we ran smack dab into Max exiting Mario's, a paper bag held firmly in his hand. I stopped walking and glanced between the two men. Chris hadn't seen Max at first, but the same wasn't true for Max, his body instantly tensing at the mere sight of my colleague/ex-fiancé. Then Max looked at me, the hurt on his face masked with anger. When Chris noticed I wasn't beside him, he looked back and followed my stare. Thankfully, he didn't say a word, disappearing inside the deli to give us some privacy. I can explain. My heart raced in my chest, and I started to sweat, upset at myself for agreeing to go with Chris. I should have just let him pick up the food alone. Surely he would have brought me back something if I'd asked. With barely controlled fury, he took a deep breath before erasing some of the distance between us.
I was going to surprise you and bring lunch to you.
Every word was clipped.
But I see now you already had plans.
Shoving the bag into my arms, he hurriedly brushed past me without another word, refusing to stop when I repeatedly called after him. Several moments later, Chris reemerged from the deli, a bag tucked under his arm.
Are you okay?
He looked concerned, but he was the last person I wanted to confide in about anything having to do with Max. I'm fine, I lied. Let's get back to the office. We have a lot to go over before the meeting. For the next few hours, I was somewhat successful in drowning myself in all things work-related, only thinking of Max a few times. I went to bed that evening without hearing from him, even though I texted him twice, trying to explain what happened. Chapter 44. Alina. With my briefcase and coffee in hand, I swung open my front door. I barely muffled a scream, the lid on my traveler mug apparently not on tightly enough because the hot contents spilled down the front of my outfit. Christ, Max, you scared me half to death.
Sorry about that. I'm not sure what it is with me scaring you while you're holding hot liquid.
He attempted a smile, but it fell flat when he saw the annoyance dancing across my face. Spinning around, I headed toward the kitchen to try and clean up, although the effort was going to be useless. Wearing a navy blue, knee-length dress, I probably wouldn't be able to see the coffee stain, but I would be able to smell it. There was a difference between inhaling the delicious aroma from a cup and the scent wafting up at me every time I moved. Not the same. I'd gone from guilt to anger all in the span of 2 days. If the roles were reversed, I would have been upset, but I would have at least responded to his text, allowed him the chance to explain before I proceeded with full-on radio silence. The way he'd handled things wasn't the best, and if he was here to apologize, I'd make him grovel first. I was furiously wiping the liquid from my dress when Max walked up behind me, his breath on my neck causing goosebumps to spread across my skin. I continued my attempt at cleaning when he wrapped his arm around my waist and pulled me close, his hard chest resting on my back. "I'm sorry." His voice was riddled with sincerity. "For what?" I feigned ignorance, although I wasn't fooling anyone.
"For acting like an ass the other day."
"Yeah, well, I can't argue with you there." Placing the dish towel on the countertop, I took a few steady breaths before turning around, his arms adjusting from around my waist to on my hips, his fingers gripping me as if he couldn't stand not touching me.
"Can you forgive me?"
"Yes." So much for making him grovel. But first, I want you to know 2 days without a word is unacceptable.
"I know."
"You can't handle things like that when we have an argument."
"What makes you think we'll have another one?"
he asked, cocking his head to the side. "Have you met us?" He laughed.
"You're right."
"Also, I need you to understand I didn't lie to you. I really was swamped preparing for a meeting. Chris needed to be brought up to speed, and when he asked if I could fill him in on the way to grab some food to bring right back to the office, mind you, I agreed."
"I don't like that guy anywhere around you."
His expression hardened, but only briefly. "I know, but I don't have a choice. I have to see him. And truth be told, he's been fine. Hasn't brought up anything to do with the past or about you. Nothing. He's been all business." I rested my hands on his chest, the muscles beneath his shirt twitching in response from my touch.
"As long as he knows you're mine, I'll behave."
I arched my brow.
"Maybe."
He laughed. I stared at him a beat, still in disbelief that he was mine. "Well, I guess I should go change. Otherwise, we'll stand here all day."
"I could help you."
He grabbed a generous handful of my rear end. "That's not helping me." I yelped when he smacked me on the ass, chasing me down the hallway and up the stairs. Once inside my room, I held my hands out in front of me. "I'd love to indulge you, but I have a meeting, and as it is, I'm already running behind."
"Behind?"
He took a step forward.
"I like your behind."
"Stop right there, Maxton Coulter."
"Oh, I love when you use my full name."
He licked his lips and took another step closer. "I'm serious," I said feebly.
"So am I. I haven't been inside you in days."
"Well, whose fault is that?" I playfully chastised.
"Mine, and I mean to rectify it right now."
Without warning, he attacked, and with quick and fluid movements, I was suddenly standing before him in nothing more than my bra and panties. I had no idea how he'd undressed me so quickly, but he had, and the way his hands roamed my body lit me on fire from the inside out. The man sure was talented.
"I'll be quick, I promise."
"What every woman wants to hear." I started to release a laugh, but he pushed me against the wall, moving my panties to the side and pushing 2 fingers inside me.
"What was that?"
He'd managed to render me speechless. Time suddenly stood still, and the only thing that mattered was what he was doing to me. "You're drenched," he growled, nipping my earlobe before dragging the sensitive skin through his teeth. "Do you want me inside you?" Again, no hesitation. "Yes." "Good. I'm glad you've come to your senses." He removed his fingers, ripped my panties apart, and tossed them to the ground. Then, as he undressed, he stared deep into my eyes, pouring every ounce of his desire into me. When he was completely naked, he reached out to rest his hand on my collarbone, the motion cautious, as if he were afraid I'd disappear into thin air. The pads of his fingers scorched the skin of my throat before he wrapped his hand around the back of my neck, pulled me impossibly close, and crashed his mouth to mine. His kiss burned. His tongue dueled. His teeth snagged my lip. His breaths warmed me. His body called to mine. "Max," I begged, breaking the soul-wrenching kiss. "Please." "Please what?" Inaudible sounds were forced from my throat. "I need you to fuck me." Without a response, he lifted me up his body. "Wrap your legs around me." He didn't have to tell me twice, my ankles hooking together just above his scrumptious ass. "I want to take my time, but I know you're running late. Otherwise, I'd put you into every position imaginable and fuck you senseless." He lined himself up and surged forward. We'd agreed to stop using condoms the prior week, me on the pill and both of us having a clean bill of health. And I'd never been so thankful. The feel of him bare inside me like no other. Breath was forced from my lungs as he battered my body with his. The way he deliciously stretched me was incredible, the ache inside me blooming as if it would never be satisfied. Clutching his shoulders, I tried to move with him, but the only thing I could do was allow him to take control, punish me with his need, and revel in the aftermath of an explosion that was soon on the horizon for both of us. "Fuck," he grunted, before latching onto my shoulder while hitting that perfect spot inside me over and over again. "Are you close?" His words were barely audible, his heartbeat racing faster and faster, the rhythm keeping in time with my own. "Yes! Shit! Yes!" I dug my nails into his flesh, my telltale sign I hovered on the brink. His hips pinioned faster, slapping one hand on the wall beside me to keep his balance. "Come with me," he urged, kissing me furiously as we both chased our orgasm. Small shocks of what could only be described as pings of electric jolts started at the base of my spine, then spread to my pussy, my walls contracting as pleasure dominated every one of my senses. I may have even blacked out for several seconds, regaining my vision only after Max lowered me down his body, holding me steady until I found my footing. "God damn it, woman. That was fucking amazing." Max's broad grin was contagious. Never mind he was panting for breath and looking sexier than ever. "And if you say meh, I'm going to bend you over and spank that ass of yours." I was going to tease him, push him to see if he'd follow through on his threat, but I was short on time. Capturing my lips, he gave me the sweetest kiss, as if he hadn't just rocked my world moments ago. "We better get going," he said, leaning over to pick up our clothes. Handing me mine, he winked before striding across the room toward the bathroom, his glorious backside on full display while he mesmerized me with his confident gait.
Chapter 45. Max.
"What made you change your mind?"
Alina's soft tenor startled me. I had been so engrossed with my email I'd barely said 2 words since we'd hailed the cab. I insisted I accompany her to the office, using the excuse of having to run errands close by. When I turned to look at her, she was smiling, and I felt like an ass for practically ignoring her, although it hadn't been on purpose. I had news I wanted to share, but needed to make sure everything fell into place before I brought it up. I returned her lightheartedness, pulling her hand into my lap. About what?
About us.
Tension flowed from her hand into mine. I never stopped wanting you, Alina. I was just pissed off and needed space. I'm sorry if I made you second-guess my affection for you. Her expression faltered. She tried to appear unaffected, but I'd obviously worried her enough for her to broach the topic. Besides, I have someone who always talks sense into me when I'm irrational. Although if you ever tell my brother that, I'll vehemently deny it. Relaxing into the seat, I realized how lucky I was this woman had come into my life. I'd been drowning in loneliness until she came along. Meaningless one-night stands to help take away the sting of solitude. Since my marriage ended, I'd vowed never to get close to anyone again, instead having a mutual understanding with the women I dated. But as soon as Alina Winthrop invaded my world, I was more than intrigued. She wasn't like anyone else I'd ever met, and while I mistook her need to initially go along with her father's every wish as a weakness, I now saw it as a feat of strength. She had goals set bigger than her own happiness, and I had to admire that, even if I didn't like it. Of course, it was easier to come to all these conclusions since she'd chosen to be with me, but they existed all the same.
I'd love to meet this brother of yours. At least someone in your family has some sense about them, she jested.
You will. Besides, Hal's anxious to meet you as well.
Oh, he knows about me?
She bumped my shoulder with hers.
What have you told him?
Careful not to appear whipped, I glossed over the part about how I knew in my heart she was the one, and revealed other truths instead. I told him how beautiful and sexy you are. She blushed, the innocent reaction making her even more gorgeous. I told him you're smart and loyal to a fault, which is both good and bad. She rolled her eyes. And I told him how much of an animal you are in the sack. Alina's eyes practically bugged out of her head. I'd said the last point without a flicker of hesitation.
Please tell me you didn't say that.
She was mortified, her blush turning crimson. Why not? It's the truth, isn't it? You're wild in bed. The way you let me tie you to the headboard. And let's not forget your closet full of sex toys. I mean, come on. What else can a guy ask for? I glanced at the driver and noticed he kept looking back at us in his mirror every few seconds. Alina noticed as well and yanked her hand out of mine, scooching toward the far side of the cab.
He's not serious,
she shouted to the cabbie, hitting me on the arm in frustration.
You didn't really tell your brother that, did you? 'Cause it's not true.
Not yet, it's not. The driver laughed, and Alina glared at me in response.
You're an ass.
She tried to keep a straight face, but failed, gifting me a flash of smile as she turned her head to look out the window. I leaned over and kissed her neck. That's why you love me so. The words slipped out without thought, but thankfully, she didn't make things awkward, instead turning to give me a kiss. My phone dinged with an incoming text. Pulling my attention from Alina, I swiped the screen and read the message. My sudden grin had Alina all sorts of intrigued.
What is it?
News I've been waiting on. A moment passed in silence.
Well, are you going to tell me?
Soon, I promise. But first, how about we go out after you're done with work? Maybe grab some dinner? She scrunched up her nose.
I already have plans with Daria. How about drinks afterward?
I didn't know anything about her plans, and it was hard not to fire a million questions at her, suddenly becoming possessive over her time. But it would be a bad move, so I didn't say anything, instead keeping my craziness to myself. How about Hal and I meet you two for dinner? Would that be okay? Alina nodded.
Of course. I'm sure Daria won't mind.
Do you mind? I needed to know if she viewed my suggestion as an intrusion.
Of course not. If it were up to me, I'd hole up with you for the next week 24/7. But I do have to make sure I don't alienate myself from everyone else.
She laughed, but there was truth behind her words, and I was grateful she seemed to be in the same boat I found myself in. Crazy to spend time together. All I wanted to do was steal her away from the rest of the world. But it wasn't possible. Or obviously sane.
Chapter 46. Alina. Will you stop fidgeting? You're driving me nuts. Daria smacked my leg, and for a time I stopped bouncing it up and down. But eventually the jitters took hold again. What is up with you? I don't know. It's not like I don't know him. I mean, hell, I've seen him naked, for Christ's sake. Licked and sucked his... I held up my hand. All right. I should have never given you details. I smirked when she feigned being hurt. That man is hot as hell. I would have pestered you until you gave it up anyway. She laughed, taking a sip of her martini. And if his brother looks anything like him, maybe I'll be giving you some deets of my own. I have no doubt. I raised my hand to signal to the bartender, all the while silently telling myself to go easy on the drinks. Daria and I arrived early at Sail, an up-and-coming restaurant in Upper East Side, so we could have a drink together before the men showed up. But sitting there in wait proved to be ill thought out, my nerves getting the best of me, and becoming worse the longer it took Max and his brother to show up. For some reason, I was a wreck. The anticipation of meeting someone from Max's family overwhelming. It wasn't as if I wasn't sociable, but meeting the brother was sort of a big deal. At least, that was how I treated the upcoming encounter. What if he didn't like me? What if he thought I was boring? Would he push his opinion onto Max? Would Max then question his feelings toward me? They're here, Daria announced, swiveling in her seat to face the front door. Quite the crowd had started to build, most of them patiently waiting for their names to be called. So it wasn't until a few of the patrons moved that I caught a glimpse of the man I'd been waiting on and who I assumed to be his brother. As the men walked toward us, Max yet to see me, I couldn't help but stare at the two of them, the resemblance between them undeniable. Hal was an inch or so shorter than Max and had light brown hair, but other than those two attributes, anyone could tell they were brothers, and close in age. The nearer they approached, the more I could see the similarities in their features, the same smile being one of the biggest. Max must have said something amusing to his brother because they both erupted in laughter as they pushed through the crowd of people. "Holy shit," Daria exclaimed. "Is that his brother?" "Can't you tell?" "Damn, woman. If he's single, you'll be getting the dirty lowdown from me tomorrow." She shifted in her seat, uncrossing, then crossing her legs once more. Straightening up, she flicked her blonde hair behind her shoulder and made sure to flash the approaching men a huge smile, one that quickly turned flirty as Hal stepped next to her. "Hi, sweetheart," Max greeted, leaning down to give me a kiss. His lips lingered, and for a moment I forgot all about my nerves. "Hi." When he winked at me, I almost launched myself into his arms, completely forgetting all about propriety. The man was walking sex on a stick, and I had a feeling every other woman in the place sensed it as well, other than my friend, who was into his brother. "Alina, this is my brother Hal. Hal, this is Alina." Hal leaned over his brother to shake my hand, gifting me a familiar smile. Up close, I could see the only difference in their grins was Hal didn't have a dimple, a trait solely for his older brother.
I was told to ask you about your closet full of surprises.
He laughed, which only made me whip my head toward Max.
Don't get all riled up. I didn't tell him anything.
Max rested his arm on the back of my chair, his fingertip grazing over the side of my neck. There's nothing to know, I countered, slapping his leg. Is your brother always so... I suddenly failed to find the right word.
Annoying? A know-it-all? Cocky?
All right, Max interrupted, shaking his head at his brother before turning his attention toward my friend.
Daria, it's nice to see you again.
You too, she responded, flicking her attention right back to Hal. Before either Max or I could introduce the two of them, she extended her hand. I'm Daria.
Hal.
The two of them locked eyes. He draped his arm over the back of her seat, mirroring Max's pose.
How long have you ladies been here?
Hal looked from Daria to me and back again. Not long, she responded, twirling a piece of her hair, which was her telltale sign she was interested, as if I or anyone else looking at her didn't already know. Maybe a half hour.
And how many of those have you had?
Max gestured toward my replenished glass of red. At least it's not scotch, I teased, wiggling my brow before taking a sip. I laughed a little too hard at my own joke, garnering a puzzled look from Hal. I'd never been great at holding my liquor, always the lightweight, so I could already feel the effects of the fermented grapes.
Maybe you should switch. You seem to have no filter when you drink the stuff.
Scotch had been what I'd ordered the first night I met Max. It was the reason he started speaking to me, putting in his 2 cents where it hadn't belonged. Although I'd found him rather irritating then, I couldn't deny something had instantly sparked between us. Then I'm definitely sticking to wine.
You're no fun,
he bantered, leaning down to kiss my temple, his lips lingering close to my ear.
Don't drink too much, though. I have plans for you later, and I don't want you passing out on me.
Instant heat raced through me, his sex-laced voice conjuring up all sorts of images, all of which I wanted to partake in right then. But since we couldn't skip out on dinner, I made a conscious decision not to drink too much. I'm starving, Daria complained, placing her empty glass on the bar, only to wave off the bartender when he asked if she wanted a refill. It seemed as if she wanted to keep her wits about her as well, no doubt the handsome man to her right being the sole reason.
Did they say how long before they can seat us?
Hal asked, taking a long pull from his bottle of beer. We were told an hour and a half when we arrived, Daria answered, smiling up at Hal before coyly fiddling with her hair again.
Then we better order another drink.
Hal tapped the wooden surface to get the bartender's attention. I guess I could have another. It's not like any of us are driving, right? My friend giggled, and the sound was unexpected. Maybe you shouldn't. I tapped her arm, the corner of my mouth quirking up. I wanted her to be in the right frame of mind whenever the time came for her to decide whether she'd be leaving with Hal. I didn't know the guy, therefore I didn't trust him, even if he was Max's younger brother. I'd always look out for my friend, as she would do for me, even if her version of looking out for me was actually her pushing me toward Max, as was what had happened the last time we ran into Max at a bar. I'm fine, she responded, turning to give her order before engaging back into conversation with Hal.
How was work?
Max asked, looking at my lips a little too long before slowly perusing my body. His heated stare had me doing a bit of my own admiration, completely forgetting he'd even asked me a question. What?
I asked you how work was.
His smile disarmed me. Oh, it was fine. I swiveled in my seat, my leg brushing against his. You're quite unnerving, Mr. Coulter, I teased, although I was completely truthful.
Is that so?
He placed his hand on my knee and squeezed.
Wait until we get home.
Home. What an odd yet wonderful sentiment. We didn't live together, yet I couldn't help picturing that very same thing. I opened my mouth to respond, but was distracted when someone close by called out my name. The voice sounded familiar, but I couldn't place it, not until I peered around Max and saw the culprit who stood 20 feet away. Cambrian Holloway. Gorgeous, famous, former client of the firm, eternal flirt. Hell of a nice guy at heart.
I thought that was you.
Cambrian sauntered over to our group and flashed everyone his movie star smile. A lot of A-listers were fake, putting on a front for the public, but Cambrian wasn't like the others. He was a genuinely good guy, always concerned about the well-being of others. So much so, he'd started a charity to help the underprivileged youth in his hometown of Los Angeles. As he approached, I hopped off my seat to give him a cordial hug, accepting his kiss on the cheek in greeting. From the corner of my eye, I saw Max tense, but when I reached back to place my hand on his arm, he relaxed some, still wary of the man, no doubt. "How are you?" I smiled, remembering the last time I saw him, which was only a few months prior, when he'd come in to meet with my father about some questions he had pertaining to the setup of his charity.
Great. The premiere for my latest movie was a few nights ago. I think it went well, he surmised, glancing at each person in our group.
A tight smile tugged at the corners of Max's mouth as he intently watched Cambrian, like a predator planning its strategy. Hal seemed intrigued by our new guest, and Daria's surprised expression was rather comical. While Cambrian was famous, he didn't affect me like he did everyone else. The man was gorgeous, true, but the specimen who really revved my engine stood beside me. "I'm sure it'll be another box office hit," I replied, conscious of the fact our encounter was still only between the two of us.
"Which I'm sure you won't see."
"You know it's not because of you. I just don't have much time to watch movies."
"How do you two know each other again?" Max interjected, taking a step forward. He and Cambrian were the same height, the movie star having a slightly smaller build.
I reached forward and interlocked my fingers with Max's, and when I tried to subtly pull him back toward me, I failed.
"Her father helped me out with a few legal things. Alina and I would chat while waiting for him to actually show up for our meetings."
Cambrian turned his attention from Max to me.
"He was always late."
"That's his strategy. Keep the famous ones on the hook. Makes him appear more important, I suppose." I was being completely honest, although I believed he thought I was joking. There was an awkward pause as I gathered my wits. "I'm so rude. Cambrian, this is Max, Max cut me off by saying,
"Boyfriend."
At least he had the courtesy to extend his hand. Trying to ignore Max's show of dominance, I turned toward the other people in our party. "And this is my friend Daria and Max's brother Hal." Surprisingly, after the official greetings had ended, Max invited Cambrian to join us.
"Thanks for the offer, but I'm waiting for someone."
A small crowd started to form, but he barely noticed.
"So what do you think of this place?"
He looked to each of us for a response, and it was Daria who answered. "It's nice, although if we don't get seated soon, I'm going to have to gnaw on my arm."
"Well, let me see if I can do something about that."
He signaled toward one of the waitresses. She approached, but acted as if seeing him wasn't a big deal, when in fact I knew it was, or at least I thought it was.
"We're okay," Max said. "We can wait."
"Nonsense. What good is being part owner if I can't help out a friend?" It then dawned on me why the waitress hadn't been too affected by seeing Cambrian. She probably saw him quite often. "You're part owner?" I supposed it wasn't unheard of for celebrities to have their hands in the restaurant business.
Yeah, so far so good.
Cambrian turned his head, searching the crowd of people.
Oh, here comes my date.
All of us followed his line of sight and collectively gasped. Max out of annoyance, me out of slight disbelief, and Hal and Daria because being starstruck apparently was the theme that evening. I tried to swallow my jealousy as Amber Sauter sashayed her way toward us, her long dark hair flowing down past her ample cleavage, her legs appearing even longer in her tight miniskirt. Everyone's eyes followed her because she was, well, Amber Sauter. But I watched her every movement because I didn't trust her, and my instincts were confirmed when she suddenly zeroed in on Max.
Chapter 47. Max. Jealousy was a funny thing. It played on people's self-doubts. It ruined relationships. It made people second-guess others' intentions. Yet even for as harmful as it was, to experience the emotion was human nature. Mine appeared when men admired Alina. In particular, the man standing in front of us. The famous Cambrian Holloway. He hadn't acted inappropriately yet, but he was a red-blooded male, and I had no doubt what ran through his mind when he looked at my woman. For now, I wouldn't say anything, which was hard to refrain from because all I wanted to do was shout at him to leave, for him to take his date and disappear. Speaking of, as Amber approached, Alina's body language changed. She sucked in an uneven breath and stood taller, her eyes narrowing more with each step closer the Hollywood starlet took.
Great,
she mumbled, edging closer to me, tightening her arm in mine. Calm down, sweetheart, I whispered, quickly covering her lips with mine in an effort to soothe her.
I don't like her.
And I do, Holloway. At the mention of the man, Alina frowned.
What did he ever do to you? He's a perfectly nice guy.
Did he ever ask you out?
What?
She replied, a hitch appearing in her steely composure. You heard me. Did he ever ask you out? I repeated.
What does that have to do with anything?
I challenged. So he did? After a moment, she sighed.
Fine. Yes, he asked me out, but I declined.
And why was that? I should have stopped with the 20 questions, but I couldn't help myself.
Because I had just started seeing Chris.
We were still whispering, so our conversation was kept private, but it was harder to do with the realization that Mr. Bigshot had pursued my woman only months prior.
Besides, I wasn't interested.
Oh, yeah? And why's that? Alina turned to fully face me and leaned up on her tiptoes.
Because I was waiting for you.
Any jealousy still racing through me dimmed.
Now let's get this over with, because I want that woman gone.
It seemed Alina and I shared many of the same emotions.
Maxton Coulter,
Amber purred, brushing her breasts against my arm as she kissed the corner of my mouth, a brazen act considering she saw Alina draped on my arm. Mrs. Sauter, I curtly replied, stepping back to ensure space between us.
You're always so formal, Max. You know you can call me Amber.
She flicked her gaze from me to Alina, looking her up and down before returning her focus to me. I almost felt bad for Mr. Famous. And how do you two know each other? Holloway grabbed Amber around the waist and pulled her close.
Max used to be my lawyer. That was until he decided to branch out on his own. Hopefully you'll still represent me.
The devious smile curving her lips made me shake my head. Anyone with half a brain could see right through the woman, yet most didn't tell her no. Well, I sure didn't fall into that category. Sorry, but I'm not handling divorces any longer.
But you are venturing into entertainment law, correct?
She cocked her head.
I just might need some legal advice.
A whirl of movement next to me alerted something was going to pop off if Amber didn't leave shortly.
And how is it you know so much about Max's business ventures?
Alina gritted, trying to appear civil and unaffected by the woman's shamelessness.
I know people. Besides, he's leasing one of the many buildings I've invested in. I'm not just a gorgeous face, honey. I do have some brains. And your bra, maybe,
I heard Daria say under her breath. Luckily, Amber hadn't heard her, which only would have made our encounter much more awkward. Wait, what? I asked, dumbfounded by her claim.
Yeah, what?
Alina parroted, suddenly glaring at me. I hadn't gotten around to telling her the news, because I wanted it to be a surprise. I was even planning on asking her to join me. But this new revelation was going to put a damper on the invite.
Yes, silly,
she cooed, reaching out to touch my arm. I backed away.
Didn't you get the contract?
The conversation had quickly steered into uncomfortable, and all I wanted was for both her and Holloway to leave immediately. Thankfully, the movie star didn't only have a pretty face. He had some wits about him, enough to pick up on the building tension. Why don't we leave them to their dinner? He leaned down to kiss her temple, then looked at me. Your table should be ready any minute. Stepping forward, he lightly kissed Alina's cheek. It was great to see you. He smiled before ushering Amber away. While I didn't like his lips anywhere near Alina, I was grateful he took the lead and left. Although when I turned to look at the woman suddenly fuming next to me, I had reservations about them leaving so soon.
Chapter 48. Alina. How did I not know you were such a hotshot? I'd been reapplying my lipstick when I stopped and looked at my friend in the mirror. Daria smirked back at me like she'd just found out the juiciest bit of gossip, which essentially she had if one was into that sort of thing. I played dumb, but she saw right through me. The fact you know Cambrian Holloway enough for him to walk up to you and start talking? And let's not forget Amber Sauter. Hello? Her brows shot up to her hairline, an annoyed expression distorting some of her features. I thought I told you about Cambrian, I aloofly replied. You know damn well you didn't. She pulled out some gloss and applied a single coat. And Amber? Suddenly fury coursed through me, and I threw my lipstick into my clutch. Don't get me started on her. The hitch in my voice revealed how much I couldn't stand her, all without truly knowing her. Then again, I knew all I had to from simply watching her interaction with Max. She thought since she was rich and famous, she could snag any man, and I wasn't going to lie, there was a part of me that believed she could take Max from me. She does seem like a bit of a brat, if you ask me. That's an understatement, I fumed. Besides, I don't like the way she blatantly throws herself at Max. Slut, my friend exclaimed, which made me laugh, releasing some of the tension I'd been carrying since laying eyes on her. Besides, Max couldn't care less she was there. The man only has eyes for you, lucky bitch. She winked at me before grabbing my hand and pulling me from the ladies' room. As we walked out into the hallway, I was surprised Max stood nearby. Our table is ready. I told Hal I'd come get you two since we're towards the back. Thankfully, it's a little more private, quieter, despite the crowd. Max interlocked his fingers with mine and began to lead the way. Leaning in close, he whispered, I was going to tell you about the office space, but I don't want to talk about it right now. I tried to pull my hand from his, but he held on tight. Fine. We'll talk about it later back at my place. I'm spending tonight at home. Okay, then we'll talk at your place. Daria spotted Hal and walked ahead, giving us some privacy. You're not understanding, Max. I finally snatched my hand from his. I'm going to my place, and you're going to yours.
Alina, come on.
He angled his head to study me.
You're being unreasonable.
Maybe I was, but I needed time alone to sort through some things. He opened his mouth to say something else, but I cut him off. Let's just rejoin Daria and Hal. Besides, I'm starving. I strode toward the table without another word and took the seat across from my friend. You okay? She mouthed. I nodded. I wasn't about to dive back into what was stressing me out, when in fact, I should be trying to relax and have a good time. In addition, I didn't want to give Hal the wrong idea about me, that I was some sort of brat giving his brother a hard time because another woman had riled me, even though that was exactly what had my hackles up. As the evening wore on, some of the earlier discomfort waned, which I was sure had something to do with the additional 2 glasses of wine I consumed. Max had a couple drinks as well, watching me out of the corner of his eye every now and then. The conversation flowed between the 4 of us, and I ended up having a good time. When we finished, we filed outside, Max pulling his brother off to the side, only to rejoin us quickly afterward.
Why don't I see you home, Daria?
Hal offered, throwing his arm around her waist, a move she most certainly didn't mind. She smiled up at him and nodded. You don't mind, right? She asked me. No, of course not. Have fun. I leaned in to give her a hug. Be careful. He seems nice, but you don't really know him. She didn't say anything back, just rolled her eyes before giving me a wide grin. After they left, another cab pulled alongside the curb. Max reached for the door and opened it, encouraging me to enter with the sweep of his arm. After he'd settled into his seat beside me, he gave the driver only one address. His. I told you I wanted to go home. Even though the evening turned out to be lovely, I still needed time away from him. The conversation about him leasing an office from Miss Diva herself would have to wait until the light of day when I had more emotional strength to handle it properly. Still. Yes, still. Some of my earlier feistiness returned. I've not changed my mind.
But we had such a good time. I know you're probably still upset, but...
Of course I'm still upset.
Well, if you would have let me explain back at the restaurant, you would have known I was just as surprised as you that she's part owner of the building I'm interested in.
Have you signed the lease agreement? The cab driver took a turn a little too roughly, and I slid across the seat, bumping into Max.
Hey, Max shouted. Slow down, man. We're not in a hurry.
The cabbie didn't respond. Once I'd righted myself, I asked, Well? He sighed.
No, I haven't.
Are you still going to? His silence gave me my answer. Leaning forward, I gave the driver my address as well.
Alina, you don't understand. The space is perfect, exactly what I need. And the price is ideal, especially since I'll be sinking a lot of money into furnishing and advertisement.
My phone rang, the volume startling me before I dismissed the call. What I do understand is that she'll be there all the time.
Why would she? We have no business together.
Don't be so naive, Max. That woman wants you. He slapped the seat.
Oh, and Holloway doesn't want you? Oh, wait, he does, he said sarcastically. What's to stop him from stopping by your office whenever he wants?
I supposed he had me there. I've turned him down, and that was before I met you.
And I've dismissed her advances as well.
So she has stepped over the line before. We both took a deep breath to try and gather ourselves. A moment later, he parted his lips, but my cell rang again. I glanced down at the screen, but didn't recognize the number. Who would be calling me at 1 a.m?
Look, he finally said. We're upset about the same thing. At least we have that in common.
He shrugged and followed the gesture with a half smile. I guess you're right. We had more to discuss, but I was willing to put it on pause for the time being.
So you'll come back to my place then?
My teeth played with the corner of my lip as I looked at him, stalling for effect because I already knew the answer. Finally, I replied, "I guess so."
Good. I knew you'd see it my way, he teased, leaning across the seat to give me a kiss.
"Watch it, buddy, or I'll change my mind." Before he could jest in response, my cell rang once more. "What the hell?" I mumbled, looking down at the screen. Same number as before.
Maybe you should just answer it.
With an annoyed swipe of the screen, I held the device to my ear. "Hello?" I practically shouted. "Is this Alina Winthrop?" "Yes, it is." "I'm calling from Mount Sinai Hospital. You're listed as Randall Winthrop's emergency contact." There was no pregnant pause before I started rambling, my thoughts flying off in every direction. "Oh my God, is he all right? What happened? How long has he been there?" I fired question after question at the poor woman, barely giving her a moment to respond. "He's stable now, but I'm going to need you to come as soon as you can." She ended the call before I could ask her anything else. Max reached for my hand, the warmth of his touch doing nothing to dispel the panic in my heart. My relationship with my father was complicated at best, but I loved him, and I wasn't ready for anything to happen to him. 20 minutes later, I rushed through the emergency room, practically tripping over myself to find someone who could help. Max was directly on my heels, being supportive the entire time with encouraging words. His actions showed his true character, especially considering the way my father had treated him, casting him aside without a second thought or benefit of the doubt. When we'd finally arrived on the 5th floor and walked off the elevator, my steps slowed the further we walked down the hallway. My entire life, my father had been an unyielding and stubborn man, someone who dominated every situation and commanded respect with his mere presence. Even when I'd disagreed with him, which happened quite often, I still respected him. And now it seemed as if I was on the precipice of losing him. The past few times I'd seen him, he looked a little off, but nothing that would have indicated what had happened, whatever that was, because I still didn't know how he'd ended up in the hospital. All sorts of scenarios filtered through my head, but I'd drive myself insane with all the possibilities until I spoke to his doctor. Stopping outside room 522, I took a ragged breath before placing my hand on the door.
He's going to be fine. Trust me, that man isn't checking out yet.
Max gently squeezed my shoulder before placing a kiss on my temple.
Do you want me to wait out here?
I nodded, still facing the door.
Okay, sweetheart. If you need me, I'll be right over there.
I assumed he pointed toward the waiting room, but I never turned around to see. Counting to 10, twice, I finally pushed the door open and stepped inside, never expecting to see my father lying there. Delusional, I knew, but I half expected to walk in and find a stranger. But my crazy hopes were dashed when I saw Randall Winthrop in bed, with tubes up his nose and wires sticking out of everywhere. Without warning, a sob tore from my throat, the sound slicing through the room and almost getting lost under the continuous sound of the monitors. I witnessed a small twitch of his left lid, then the right. My father eventually opened his eyes, focusing on the ceiling, before noticing someone was in the room with him.
Alina, is that you?
The corners of his mouth turned down.
I told them not to call you. No one ever listens, he grumped.
Shuffling forward, I reached his bedside and took his hand in mine. You know that's not true. Everyone listens to you. My tone was light-hearted, even though I felt anything but.
You don't.
After everything, he still tried to stir up shit. but some things would never change. Choosing to pull as much information from him as I could, I dove right in. What happened? Was it serious? Of course it's serious. Why else would he be here?
They're causing a fuss for no reason.
He attempted to sit up, but failed. His coloring paled, and he struggled to breathe. Maybe you shouldn't move, Dad.
I'm fine.
His denial fueled my suppressed panic, turning my fear into anger. You're not fine. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in a hospital bed hooked up to God knows what. So just stop moving and let me go find someone to find out what's going on. He was a proud man, among other things, and he wasn't going to admit defeat of any kind, even when it was staring him right in the face. As I turned, the door opened, and in walked a young man, reading something on a tablet as he approached.
Oh, Mr. Winthrop, you're awake.
His eyes flickered from my father to me before returning to his patient.
How are you feeling?
Like $1,000,000,
he quipped, trying to remove the tubes from his nose.
No, the doctor said, reaching forward to adjust the wires. You need oxygen, so don't touch it.
He gave my father a stern look, and for a moment it appeared as if his patient would give him a hard time. But he didn't. Instead, his arm dropped to his side, and he closed his eyes, only to sigh. To see my father not in control was certainly odd, and definitely not the norm. It was then I realized how serious this was, although I still had no idea what had happened, which was why I finally opened my mouth. Doctor, can you please tell me what happened? My eyes were pinned to the man in the white lab coat, and it wasn't lost on me when he looked to my father to see if he could answer. After a silent exchange occurred between them, he turned to face me.
Your father has suffered 2 minor heart attacks.
I gasped. I knew something serious happened, and the possibility of a heart attack had crossed my mind, but not 2 of them.
Which makes the last one number 4 in total.
My mind had become a muddled mess. I cried out, "Number 4? When did you have the other ones?" My inquisition was interrupted when the doctor approached to check my father's vitals before taking his leave.
I'll leave you 2 in private.
He looked from me to my father.
I'll be back later to check on you. Leave your oxygen alone, he warned,
disappearing from the room before my father could argue. Tapping my foot, I stared at the man who'd intimidated everyone around him my entire life, myself included. Well, when was your first heart attack?
Last year.
And you didn't think to tell me?
Quite honestly, no.
He fiddled with the tube connected to his arm, avoiding my eyes as much as possible. And why is that?
Because I just...
It was odd to hear my father stutter. What? I yelled. You just what? Being scared from my father wasn't an emotion I was used to. So instead of dealing with the rawness of the sentiment, I chose to be angry.
I didn't want to acknowledge it happened in the first place, he blurted,
managing to sit up, the small effort stealing his breath.
If I didn't tell anyone, then it wasn't real.
His face reddened, and the monitor beeped a few times in succession. I remained quiet, realizing I needed to give him time to say his piece.
No man wants to admit they're getting older, much less frail.
You're not frail. I couldn't help it. I had to interject. For him to see himself in such a way didn't sit well with me. If my father wasn't the stubborn, determined, intimidating force to be reckoned with, then my world suddenly didn't make sense.
If I had told you, it would have been a sign of weakness. And we both know I'm not good with anything less than being stellar.
The left corner of his mouth kicked up before his expression fell. Dad, I said, inching closer so I could grasp onto his hand. You're not weak or old or frail or any other word you want to use. You've suffered 4 heart attacks, and the fact you're still breathing, let alone arguing with me," I half laughed, "tells me you're as strong as ever." He liked my take on his health scare, his face softening as he gradually mirrored my grin. It was a side of my father I rarely saw, so I soaked it up for as long as it would last. When I suggested he come and stay with me, however, he balked, telling me hell would freeze over before he allowed his daughter to take care of him. Yup, stubborn as usual. When he agreed to hire a visiting nurse, I dropped the subject. We spent the next half hour talking about work, a subject he was more than comfortable with. After he yawned a few times, I took my cue to let him rest, and, surprisingly, he didn't put up too much of a fight. But I'd promised to return in a few hours.
"Can you do me a favor?"
He coughed, taking a moment to catch his breath. The only time my father asked me to do him a favor was when he was asking me to bend to his will. So that was what I prepared myself for, never quite knowing what would come out of his mouth, what crazy scheme he'd concocted.
"Can you stop by my house and grab my laptop? Bring it with you when you come back."
The quick beep of the monitor momentarily drew my attention. Don't you think you should rest and not worry about work?
"What makes you think I want it for work? Maybe I want to pass the time in this god-awful place engrossed in YouTube."
There was that slight smile of his again. What do you know about YouTube?
"I know more than you think I do."
I sensed his statement had multiple meanings. Our eyes locked, and for the first time in a long time, I saw my father, my dad, a man who loved his daughter, a man who'd lost himself in my mother, a man I only saw cry once, which was the night of her burial.
"I won't work too much,"
he said, interrupting our rare moment. Okay. I leaned forward and gave him a kiss on his cheek, the subtle smell of his cologne comforting me. He squeezed my hand before I stepped back. I was halfway out the door when I heard him yell,
"Don't forget the charger in the top drawer of my desk."
I shook my head and smiled. Chapter 49. Alina.
"I didn't take your father for such a suburbanite."
Max entered my childhood home behind me and looked around.
"I expected some decked-out, ultra-modern place inside the city. He's just this force of a man, you know?"
My father lived in Larchmont, which was about 25 miles outside Manhattan, close enough to enjoy the benefits of the city while also giving the residents some much-needed peace and quiet. Yeah, I know that better than anyone," I prattled as I entered the den, a room which had been my absolute favorite growing up. I'd spent many an hour huddled up in the oversized and worn leather chair, lost in so many different worlds, I'd lost count. Each wall consisted of built-in bookcases, the shelves littered with old books, many of them precious first editions. There were classics such as Pride and Prejudice, The Great Gatsby, and Little Women, the last title bought specifically for me on my 13th birthday. My father also loved Westerns, so he had an entire shelf of Louis L'Amour books. I tried to read one of his favorites, Silver Canyon, but it wasn't my cup of tea. As I trailed my fingertip along the countless spines, reading the titles as I moved, wonderful memories flooded in. Wanting to make the nostalgia last, I closed my eyes and randomly selected a book to take with me. The Time Machine by H.G. Wells.
"There you are,"
Max uttered, walking up behind me to peer over my shoulder.
"What do you have there?"
One of my father's many books.
"I'll say, I don't think I've ever seen such a collection before."
The den was large, one of the biggest rooms in the house, to be exact. This was my favorite place to be when I lived here.
"Did you grow up here?"
he asked, walking ahead of me to look at the titles. Uh-huh. My father couldn't bring himself to sell it after my mother died, which I'm very thankful for, even though I haven't been here for some time.
Well, maybe you and your father can move forward. He's accepted you're with me, so at least he's let go of some control over your life.
Don't get ahead of yourself, mister, I teased, all the while knowing things weren't that easy. He may have stopped berating me for my decision to be with you, but it doesn't mean he's accepted you. Not yet, but I'm working on it. I turned around and wrapped my arms around his neck, peering deep into his beautiful eyes. All that really matters is how I feel.
I know. It'd just be nice to be in a room with the man without him glaring at me.
I'm sure it'll happen soon enough. I tried to be optimistic, even if my hopes were semi-delusional.
Until then,
Max hummed, pressing me against the bookcase while his hands roamed my body. His kiss was scorching, the fire inside me burning brighter with every flick of his tongue and every sweet bite of his passion. My skirt was around my waist before my good sense ripped through me. "Wait," I whispered, my inner voice teetering between wanting Max to fuck me and not giving in to my baser need within the confines of my father's house.
For what? It's not like he's going to walk in on us.
His devious eyes stared back at me, daring me to deny him. I know we're alone, it's just, I don't feel right about it. He's lying in the hospital and we're about to have sex. It just doesn't sit well. Sort of, I don't know, I babbled.
Max nodded before taking a step back. I understand. Your head is all over the place. I get it.
He lifted his chin toward the large antique desk in the center of the room.
Why don't you grab your father's laptop and we'll be on our way?
He busied himself flipping through one of the books he'd pulled off the shelf while I searched for the power cord. Rooting through a few of the desk drawers, I came across a flash drive, and normally I wouldn't have picked it up, but it had Play Me taped to the front of it. Odd. With my curiosity piqued, I turned on the laptop and inserted the drive, not expecting to find anything of real interest. Maybe one of his associates sent him something to look at, or it was a reminder to himself to work on whatever was on there. All the while, I tried to come up with excuses why there was something placed toward the back of his desk drawer with Play Me written on it. It had to be something he'd wanted to keep hidden.
What do you have there?
Max asked, standing next to me while the computer booted up. I don't know. I guess I'm just being nosy. My smile faded as soon as I heard the first sound. Groaning. Then a man's voice asking,
"Do you like it like that?"
I'd been looking at Max when the video started playing, but turned to the screen the more I heard. The man's voice sounded somewhat familiar, but I'd been so surprised that what was on the drive was a porn video, I didn't pay much attention. Until I saw his face. Jeffrey. I swore all the blood drained from my face, my body frozen in place as we continued to watch the video.
Why would your father have some homemade porn on a flash drive?
Max found the video amusing until Jeffrey moved out of the way and he saw the other participant. Me. "Oh my God," I whispered, my hand flying up to cover my mouth.
"What the fuck?"
Max roared, leaning in to get a better look. I couldn't look away, no matter how hard I tried. I should have slammed the laptop closed. I should have destroyed the drive. But I did nothing. I couldn't move. I could barely breathe, let alone contemplate how the video even existed. Max turned toward me, and I sensed he was going to start shouting. But instead he grabbed me by the arms and gave me a gentle shake.
"Alina, who is that?"
Nothing. It was as if I was in some sort of trance, my eyes trained on the screen in front of me. Jeffrey had positioned me so I was in full view of the camera, as was he. We were lying on the bed, my legs wrapped around his waist as he hammered into me.
"You love the way I fuck you, don't you?" Jeffrey asked,
to which I moaned, "Yes." Max was the one who ended up slamming the laptop shut. His face reddened. He was beyond livid. I only hoped his rage wasn't directed at me. I had no idea Jeffrey had taped us having sex while we'd been dating, and I couldn't fathom why he'd sent it to my father. "Alina!" Max barked, shaking me once more to break me out of my daze. When my eyes finally focused on his face, I was mortified. I could only imagine what was racing through his mind. Yet he said nothing, which only served to make things worse. Tears fell down my cheeks before my lips parted to utter a single word. Seeing the distraught look on my face, he pulled me into his embrace, his body tense the entire time. I tried to put myself in his shoes. If I'd seen a tape of him having sex with another woman, groaning and obviously enjoying himself, I'd be devastated. And so angry, not to mention jealous beyond comprehension. I could feel his heart racing, and his skin was on fire. Needing space to think, I slowly stepped back, keeping my head down the entire time. I couldn't bear to look at him, to see the hurt and anger radiating behind his eyes. The silence was deafening. Trudging toward the laptop, I picked it up and threw it into the carrying case, shoving the power cord in right behind it. The flash drive was still inserted because I wanted my father to know I'd seen it. Oh my God, my father saw this. A fresh wave of embarrassment painted my skin with the acknowledgement. As I tried to gather some semblance of myself, Max suddenly crowded my personal space.
"Who was the guy in the video?"
Each word he spoke dripped with disdain. "My ex, Jeffrey Paulson."
"The guy who hurt you?"
It wasn't a question.
"Did you know that bastard made this video?"
I shook my head, the tears continuing to fall.
"You had no idea."
His voice was deep and raspier than usual. I shook my head once more.
"God damn it!"
he shouted, the fury in his voice making me flinch.
"I'm sure it's not the only copy."
The notion Jeffrey could share this video with anyone he pleased made me sick to my stomach. "Why does my father have it?" I finally spoke, gripping the edge of the desk as my nausea ripped through me.
"That's what we're going to find out."
Max snatched the laptop case and strode toward the door, each step he took angrier than the last.
"I'll be outside."
Guilt and shame dueled for dominance. How would Max ever look at me the same after seeing the video? Me with another man, delighting in our sexual tryst. My sadness continued to coat my face as I locked the door behind me, trying to prepare myself for what lay ahead.
Chapter 50. Max. I wanted to rip my eyes out of my fucking head as soon as I saw Alina on the screen, moaning, her legs wrapped around that bastard. She'd been dating him at the time, and would have had sex with him, of course. But it didn't temper the rage and jealousy setting my blood ablaze. Add to it the fact he'd taped her without her knowledge, to do God knew what with the video afterward, made me want to kill him, quite literally. I now understood the term seeing red, because my vision was hazy at best. Adrenaline raced through me, and I thought I was going to have a goddamn heart attack. After Alina and I left the hospital the first time, we'd stopped by the garage and picked up my car. Her father lived close to an hour's drive outside the city, depending on traffic, and I didn't want to be stuck in the back of a cab for that long, so I'd decided to drive. Her fascination with my Mercedes had been amusing. What I wouldn't give to go back in time and revel in her fascination over the brand-new coupe. Everything had changed. I couldn't unsee the video, I couldn't stop picturing her with him. Irrationally, there was a small part of me that blamed her for the existence of the video, even though she'd been destroyed by it. We were 20 minutes into the ride back to see her father when she broke the suffocating silence.
Max, I don't...
She trailed off, failing to find her words. Words that wouldn't do any good in assuaging my brimming anger. From the corner of my eye, I could see her fidgeting with the hem of her skirt, her fingers twisting the material until it looked like she was going to rip it. Keeping my focus straight ahead, I placed my hand on her thigh. Listen, I know none of this is your fault. You are not to blame. But I can't talk about it right now. I'm barely holding it together as it is. And I don't want to say anything in the heat of the moment I'll regret later. So I need the silence. Okay? I gently squeezed her leg before removing my hand.
I understand.
She turned to look out the window, sniffling every now and again. I hated she was hurting, but I needed more time to revel in my selfishness before I could be there for her. My steps were laden with confusion and resentment as we walked through the parking lot of the hospital. I'd stayed away from Alina's father out of respect for her, leaving her place when I knew he'd be stopping by, even staying in the waiting room while she went into his hospital room to check on him. But not today. I was going to be the one demanding answers about the video, whether Alina liked it or not. All while trying to keep in mind the man had just had a heart attack. I'd taken the laptop from the car before she could, extracted the flash drive, and crushed it into pieces under my foot. Only then did I explain I was going to get to the bottom of what was going on. She tried to plead with me to let her handle it, but when I stormed off and refused to listen to her, the only thing she could do was follow me, jogging just to catch up.
Max, please,
she begged, grabbing my arm before I could kick open her father's room.
Please just let me talk to him without you.
Alina's eyes were red and puffy, and while the last thing I wanted to do was upset her even more than she was already, the fury running through my veins refused to allow her to take the lead. She was mine, and I needed to protect her, even if that meant ignoring her request to go into the room without me. It's not going to happen. I shoved open the door to room 522 and stepped inside, Alina close on my heels. "What are you doing here?" her father asked, trying to sit up in bed and looking pained with every effort. "Alina, what's going on?" She stepped around me and rushed to the side of the bed.
"Why do you have it?"
she gritted, fisting her hands at her sides. "What are you talking about?" He managed to prop himself up that time. "Why are you so upset?" He reached for her hand, but she backed away, bumping into me in the process. "Where did you get the video from?" I asked, knowing damn well it had to have come from Jeffrey, but what I didn't know was why. Her father's eyes widened, and he swallowed nervously. "What video?"
"The video of me and Jeffrey,"
Alina interrupted, a sob tearing free from her lips.
"Oh, God, Dad, why do you have it? Did he send it to you? What does he want?"
Barely able to hold it together, she reached back and grasped onto my arm to hold herself steady. "I tried to shield you from ever seeing it." He took a breath, his eyes bouncing between Alina and me. "I want to talk privately with my daughter," he demanded. Even bedridden, he attempted to assert his dominance. "No, I'm staying." I tossed his laptop on the foot of his bed and crossed my arms, my expression hard. He knew he wasn't going to win, so he leaned back and closed his eyes. "I received the video a few days ago. It was waiting for me in my mailbox. I had no idea what it was when I pushed play." He ran his hands over his face, finally opening his eyes to look at his daughter. I deduced it was Jeffrey who sent it, of course, but I still didn't know why. And certainly why after all this time. But I had my answer when he called later that evening, demanding $200,000, or he'd leak it to the press. If the video ever got out, Alina's good name, and that of her father, would be tainted by the scandal. Never mind, her reputation would be ruined. So where does he want to meet you? I asked, pacing in order to collect my wayward thoughts. Did he give you a time and place yet? I'm supposed to meet him tomorrow, but I don't see how that's going to happen. Does he know you're in here? I stopped pacing long enough to ask my question. No. Then I'll meet him with the money. I'm assuming he's going to hand over the original in exchange? He said as soon as he has the money, he'll tell me where he put the original. He won't have it on him.
What's to stop him from coming back for more? I'm sure he can make as many copies of the video as he wants, Alina chimed in, her worried expression tearing at the shreds of my protectiveness.
I don't have any assurances except the one he gave me, that he'd keep it private if I paid him.
Dad, you know you can't trust him, she cried, collapsing into the nearest chair and resting her head in her hands, especially if he's still all messed up.
Which is why I had someone look into him.
Is it the same someone you had look into me? I couldn't help myself. He didn't answer, though, instead focusing on his daughter.
Turns out he owes Lenny Brishoff a lot of money.
Who's that? Alina asked, still sitting restlessly near the bed.
He's a ruthless loan shark. Rumor has it he only gives you one time to pay up, and if you don't, then you're never heard from again. And it looks like Paulson has been dodging him from what I hear.
My mind raced, bouncing from giving the guy what he wanted to calling the police and reporting him, to beating the shit out of him. So then here's what we do, I said. You tell him you're going to meet him tomorrow with the money. Then somehow you get in touch with this Lenny character and give him the details of the meet. Alina stared at me like I'd lost my mind. What's the problem? She stuttered. I don't want anyone killed. We're not going to kill anyone. We're simply going to give Brishoff some information. What he chooses to do with it is on him. I don't like it, she blurted, closing her mouth when she saw how close I was to losing it. But you'd like the video leaked onto the internet? Because you know that's what he'll eventually do anyway. Your father can't keep paying him, and you said so yourself. What's to stop him from coming back for more?
Why doesn't everyone just calm down? Her father interjected. Alina, look at me.
She slowly turned to face him.
Although I don't like it either, we don't have a choice.
She shook her head.
I'm only trying to protect you.
We have to do it, I added. Jeffrey's the one who got into bed with Brishoff, and now he's got to deal with it. Besides, do you honestly think he's going to suddenly take the money from your father, give it to the loan shark, and turn his life around? From the little I know about this guy, I can wager a year's salary he'll come back for more money. Guaranteed. Silence swirled through the air, while I waited to see what our next move would be. And it came in the form of a nod from Alina. Chapter 51. Max. I would have liked to have said the scene that unfolded with Brishoff and Paulson imitated that of a crime thriller, but it was nothing of the sort, at least not the part I witnessed. I purchased a burner phone for Alina's father. He got a hold of the loan shark's number from his investigator and placed the call anonymously. Then I went to the meeting place at dusk, which was underneath the Springbanks Arch in Central Park. I wanted so badly to tell that prick to enjoy the sun setting, because it would be his last. But of course I stayed out of sight. I only wanted to make sure the plan we'd concocted came to fruition. And it did. As soon as Lenny Brishoff and two of his men walked up to Paulson, I smiled, knowing full well the man would never harm Alina again. Although I was close enough to get a good look at the balding, tall, and slender man,
someone I couldn't picture Alina with. I wasn't able to see his expression. I would have loved to see the look of surprise on his face when he saw who'd come to meet him.
Oh, thank God,
Alina exclaimed, rushing into my arms the moment she opened her door. The deep crease between her eyes and the downturn of her mouth made my heart skip a beat. Causing her any sort of anxiety killed me, but I'd had no choice. Rather, I had a choice, but it was to make sure she'd be safe from here on out. It had been a no-brainer. I told you I'd be fine. I hugged her tightly, my chin gently resting on the top of her head while she continued to cling to me. Maybe I should engage in dangerous activity more often, I joked, which only served to earn me a slap on the chest.
That's not funny.
Unshed tears filled her eyes.
I was so worried about you.
What did you think would happen? Even if either one of them saw me, they have no idea who I am. I would have been just another guy strolling through the park. I'd been able to pick them out easily enough because I knew where they were meeting, and because I'd seen a picture of Paulson.
It doesn't matter. I don't ever want you putting yourself in danger again.
She wiped away a single tear as she looked into my eyes. I love you, Alina. I'll do whatever I can to make sure you're safe, reputation and all. I hadn't planned on telling her I loved her in quite that way. Call me sentimental or a romantic or what have you, but I wanted to say those 3 words to her in more of an idealistic setting. Besides, we hadn't known each other long, although it felt like I'd known her my entire life. She didn't utter a word for the longest time, her silence making me nervous. Did she not feel the same way? Did I utter those words too soon? Did she still have some residual doubts about my past and everything her father had shown her?
You love me?
She seemed surprised by my confession. Of course I do. Do you not know that? I placed a lingering kiss on her lips. Do you not know I'd do anything for you? That I'd sacrifice my own happiness to ensure yours? She snaked her arms around my neck and raked her fingers through my hair. She studied me for a beat before covering my mouth with hers, the softest flick of her tongue against my bottom lip, and already I was as hard as stone.
I love you too. I've known it since the beginning, but was afraid of saying anything for fear you'd think it was too soon.
Little did she know we shared the same fear.
I've tried to keep my feelings hidden, but knowing you feel the same way has set my heart free.
One moment she washed away my insecurities, and in the next we became a tangled mess of limbs, one's passion vying for dominance over the other. After 2 hours of frantically trying to prove who loved who the most, we lay sated in each other's arms, her head resting on my chest, with my arm wrapped around her and holding her tightly. I always felt as if I couldn't get close enough to her, as if she would disappear if I wasn't touching her. And if I felt that way now, so early into the relationship, how would I feel in a year, 2? With the pads of her fingertips, Alina traced the lines of my chest, her touch borderline ticklish.
You have such an amazing body.
She nuzzled into my neck before moving on top of me.
And I love that it's all mine.
It is it? I closed my eyes as she kissed along my jaw, nipping at my chin before continuing to the other side, sucking on my earlobe before dragging it through her teeth. God damn, this woman drives me wild.
Yep.
She circled my nipple with her tongue before I realized she'd even moved, moving lower until she spread my legs and positioned herself between them. I barely managed a breath before she wrapped her lips around me, gently cupping my balls as she guided me to the back of her throat. Fuck! I gripped her hair to hold her in place while I thrust into her mouth.
I'm in charge,
she chastised, a lazy smile telling me she was having fun. You can't keep torturing me, woman.
Yes, I can. I'm getting you back for all the times you tormented me.
I was going to ask for specifics, but she closed her lips around me again, flicking her tongue just below the head of my cock. I could come from the sensation alone. She looked up at me as she brought me to the brink, winking when I popped free from her mouth.
"Do you want to come?"
she asked, all wide-eyed and innocent-looking. She's going to be the death of me for sure. Without answering, I grabbed her arms and pulled her up my body, latching onto her mouth with a ferocity I'd never felt before. I needed to fuck her. I didn't want to waste another second of not being inside her. My need was baser. It was primal.
"What are you doing? I wasn't done yet."
"I can't wait anymore," I said, roughly spreading her legs. "Besides, you know I don't like to come in your mouth."
"You don't?"
Coyness looked sexy as hell on her. "No." Leaning back on my haunches, I ran my fingers over her pussy. So wet. She shifted her hips before arching her back. "Tell me where I like to come." No response. I circled her clit with my thumb while pushing 2 fingers inside her. "Tell me," I demanded, curving my fingers until she practically shot off the bed.
"Oh my God, yes, right there,"
she moaned, her eyes squeezed shut while she rode my hand. "Tell me right now, or I'll stop." She knew damn well I wasn't kidding. I'd denied her before when she hadn't given me what I wanted, refusing to let her come for hours. "Do you want a repeat of last time?"
"No, please, no."
Her breathing turned ragged, her skin tinging a gorgeous pink. "I won't ask you again." My ministrations slowed.
"Pussy,"
she finally responded, opening her eyes to stare directly into mine.
"You love to come in my pussy."
Very good. I withdrew my hand, only to push inside her with one swift motion. It was as if the air had been sucked from the room, the feeling of being inside her like nothing else in the world. So tight, warm, wet. "I love you," I confessed once more, setting a rhythm to both tease and treasure.
Chapter 52. Alina. A delicious soreness reminded me of the countless hours Max and I spent wrapped up in each other. He put me in every position imaginable, not that I was complaining. Some of them may have even been at my suggestion. As my eyelids flitted open, I smiled at seeing the streams of morning light cascading through the sheer white curtains in my bedroom. I was unbelievably happy, too happy almost. Pushing all fear aside something would go wrong, I reached over to where Max had slept. But there was only empty space, the sheets on his side of the bed still warm. "Max?" I called out. Nothing but silence. "Where did he go?" I mumbled to myself, swinging my legs over the side of the bed. After checking the bathroom and a couple of the spare bedrooms, I proceeded to the top of the staircase, descending the steps when I heard my cell ringing. Rushing to retrieve it from the dining table where I'd left it the night before, I prayed it wasn't the hospital calling to give me bad news. I answered the call without checking the screen. "Hello?"
"Is this Alina Winthrop?"
"Yes, it is. Is my father all right?" Frantic thoughts took over, and I prepared myself for the worst. If everything was okay, my father would have called me himself.
"I don't know anything about your father. This is Detective Ham from the NYPD. You spoke to an Officer Strinson last month about an assault involving a Rick Glynn. Does that ring a bell?"
What kind of question was that? As if I'd forget the man who attacked me. "Yes, I remember. Can you tell me why you're calling?" He didn't answer my question at first.
I also understand his wife was a client of yours, that the assault happened because of your relationship with Tanya Glynn. Is that correct?
I guess, yeah. He came after me because he didn't like the advice I gave her.
Okay.
There was a long pause.
Well, I'm calling you today to tell you your case has been settled.
Settled? What does that mean? Did you arrest him?
Yes, not in conjunction with your attack, but for the murder of Tanya Glynn.
It took a moment for his words to compute, to fully wrap around my brain and process. She's dead? My question was rhetorical in nature, since he'd already given me the answer. But how? She was staying with her sister in Detroit. How did this happen? When did this happen?
He was arrested 2 days ago, but since we're still working on the case, I cannot give you any more details other than what I've already shared.
I understand. A tear rolled down my cheek for the loss of a young woman, a mother, a woman who loved the wrong man, a woman who was terrified and who tried to escape, only to fall into his hands one last fatal time. Thank you for calling, Detective. After ending the call, I stood still, the shock of hearing the news still not fully resonating. I'd heard the words and knew the detective told me the truth, yet I found it difficult to believe such a tragic thing had happened. The possibility existed Rick could end up killing her one day. But thinking such a thing and hearing it had come true were worlds apart. Completely lost to my own thoughts, I screamed when fingers gently squeezed my shoulder. Whirling around with my hand clutched over my heart, Max looked at me with wide eyes. "You scared the hell out of me," I gasped, my heart beating wildly against my chest.
I said your name like 3 times. You didn't hear me?
He placed his hands on my shoulders and frowned.
Are you okay?
My mind whirled back to the phone call, my brain still doing a shitty job of processing the information. "I got a call before you walked in," I said, distress coating my words.
Is it your father?
No. I took a deep breath. A detective called to tell me that they have Rick Glynn in custody. I stopped speaking because I wanted to prolong the rest of the story. Once I told Max, it would be all too real, foolish and delusional, I realized.
That's good news. At least you don't have to look over your shoulder now, and I can stop worrying every time you're out of my sight.
Tilting his head, he said,
"Why don't you look relieved?"
"The reason he's in custody is because he killed her." One tear fell, then another. "That monster killed Tanya!" I was full-on sobbing within seconds, and it wasn't until Max took me into his arms that I started to calm.
"I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you were so close to her."
He held me while I composed myself.
"Just awful,"
he whispered before kissing the top of my head. Moments later, I finally gathered myself. I wasn't close to her, but I feel awful for what happened. I'd come face to face with him, and while my attack had only been moments, I knew what it was to legitimately fear someone. I can only imagine what she felt. To be terrified of someone you love or loved is unthinkable.
I can't imagine that either.
He gave me a sympathetic smile. Mumbling against his shirt, I asked, "Where were you? I woke up and you were gone."
"You have nothing to eat here, so I went in search of some bagels and cream cheese."
He continued to hold me close. A white and red bag sat on the table half open, the aroma emanating from within making my stomach rumble. The small distraction was most welcome right now.
Chapter 53. Max. 3 days had passed since my last interaction with Alina's father. We hadn't spoken since I'd confirmed Jeffrey had shown up at the park, but it appeared as if I'd be seeing him again. Today, in fact.
"Are you sure you want to go with me?"
Alina asked. pacing the foyer while I put on my shoes.
I know you and my father aren't fond of each other.
He's growing on me, as I believe I am on him. But I will speak my mind when it comes to you and your happiness, so be prepared. Finally dressed to leave, I snatched my keys and reached for her hand. I had brought my car to her place the evening before, in preparation of going to the hospital to pick up her father. They'd kept him an extra day because they didn't like some of his readings, but according to his last report, he was clear to be discharged.
Someday I hope you two will be civil.
She gave me a quick kiss before reaching for her purse.
Are you ready?
As I'll ever be. Alina had tried to convince her father again to stay with her for a week so she could make sure he was all right, but he refused, reminding her he would hire a visiting nurse to tend to him if so needed. I understood why she made the offer, but a part of me was elated he'd refused. When we arrived at the hospital, one of Winthrop's physicians was going over the discharge papers, reminding him to take some time off from work and relax, to which he grumbled and snatched the papers from the doctor's hand.
Dad, you have to listen to him.
I'll do whatever I feel is best,
he countered, slumping back on his bed and crossing his arms like a petulant child, which was quite an odd scene to witness. Although, in his defense, he was surrounded by people telling him what to do, and even if they had good intentions, as a man in his position, it was bothersome and somewhat emasculating.
So stubborn,
both the doctor and Alina said simultaneously. I laughed, but my expression flattened when her father addressed me directly.
Max, I want a word with you,
he sternly said, before turning to his daughter.
Alina, will you give us a minute alone?
The fact he asked and didn't tell her spoke volumes.
Sure.
She looked from him to me, mouthing, "Sorry," before she left the room. As soon as we were alone, I walked toward the windows and looked out onto the road. Randall cleared his throat, pulling my attention away from the many people below. He gestured toward the chair close to his bed. I had no idea if he was going to try to get me to stop seeing Alina, or accept I was in her life.
I wanted to thank you for helping to handle the situation with Jeffrey. With me being in here, I had no idea what I was going to do, so it worked out perfectly.
I remained quiet, because I sensed he wasn't done talking yet.
I had someone I trust go to his apartment and retrieve anything pertaining to Alina. It turns out he had pictures as well as a few more copies of the video. My guy did a thorough sweep of the place and cleaned it out.
What about the copy he said he hid somewhere else? The one he'd tell where it was once he got his money?
I presume no one will hear from Jeffrey ever again, so hopefully he hid it somewhere good. And even if someone did find it, they'd be hard-pressed to identify Alina. We know who was on the tape, but a stranger probably wouldn't know who she was on sight.
I suppose you're right. Although the thought of anyone seeing her in that way, whether they knew who she was or not, doesn't sit well with me.
It bothers me too, but we're only going on what-ifs, and quite frankly, there's not anything we can do at this point.
Jeffrey Paulson's demise brought a lightness to both her father and me, knowing he would never again harm the woman we loved. His expression softened as he continued to speak.
When your own mortality stares you in the face, you tend to take stock of your life. I've always been strict with Alina, but after her mother died, I was so wrapped up in my grief I ended up pushing her away and keeping her at a distance. I didn't know how to deal with not being able to help my wife, that I ended up making sure I controlled everything when it came to my daughter. Obviously right down to who I thought she should marry.
He took a breath.
I may not show it often, but my daughter means everything to me.
Why don't you tell her that?
Because I'm not an emotional man. At least I wasn't until my 4th heart attack.
The corners of his eyes crinkled before his body convulsed with a coughing fit. I poured him a drink of water and handed it to him. the thankfulness in his expression enough to temper me a little toward his otherwise hard exterior. Randall Winthrop was a complicated man, but hopefully I'd have the time to try and peel away at least a few of his layers.
I can see you care for her.
I don't just care for her. I love her, I corrected.
Good. That's good, he repeated. I must admit I couldn't stand the way she looked at you. You were not part of the plan, and I was aware I'd have a fight on my hands when it came to keeping her and Chris together. But I can see now you are the better choice for her.
For him to say those words threw me for a loop. Completely unexpected, but definitely great to hear. There was an issue I wanted to clear up, however. I needed for him not to have any doubts about my character and what kind of man I truly was. You do know I never hit my ex-wife, right?
I knew the whole time she'd made a false accusation. But that didn't matter. I was out to use whatever ammunition I had to get Alina to fall back in line. An action I regret, of course.
I nodded, not quite sure what to say in response.
Anyway, I wanted you to know you have my blessing to proceed with my daughter.
I didn't need his blessing or approval. Nothing would keep me from the woman I loved. But his acceptance made things a lot easier. I'll take good care of her. I rose from the chair and extended my hand. He took it, his grip strong. One more show of dominance, to which I had to laugh.
I have no doubt.
Chapter 54. Alina. 6 months later. You can put that sofa there, I instructed, pointing the delivery man to the far corner of my new office.
Is this okay?
He asked, positioning the leather couch at an angle to fit the size of the wall. Yes, perfect. I bent over to retrieve a box from the floor, and before I knew what was happening, I was being pulled backward. I swung around so fast I caught my assailant by surprise, my fist grazing his jaw. Only the person who'd touched me wasn't the mover like I'd initially thought. It was Max.
Jesus, Alina, what was that for?
He scrunched up his face before rubbing his jaw, looking affronted. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I thought you were... well... I glanced over to the mover, who'd seen the entire scene unfold. Him? I was sure I looked mortified. Max glanced at the man before looking back to me.
And why would you think it was him?
Annoyance weaved its way under his words, although he tried to be lighthearted with his question. Because he was the only one in here with me. After the mover had left, no doubt thinking we were nuts, I gently caressed Max's face. Are you okay?
I'm fine. Actually, scratch that. I need you to kiss it.
Kiss what? I playfully asked.
That's a great question. Let me think.
He snatched me and pulled me into him, kissing my neck as I squirmed, his lips causing goosebumps to break out all over my body. We were so enthralled with each other, our playful moments occurring more and more as of late, that neither one of us heard anyone come into the room. A woman cleared her throat. Sorry for interrupting, Daria said, looking more radiant than I'd ever seen her. Her wavy blonde hair hung loosely around her shoulders, her blue eyes sparkling as she looked at the two of us. On the verge of asking her why she looked so happy, Hal walked up behind her. He wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled her back into him, gifting her a kiss on the top of her head.
What's up, brother?
Hal greeted, lifting his chin toward Max.
You all settled, or are you planning on christening Alina's office?
Ha ha, very funny, I said, still a bit embarrassed about Max telling him about my made-up closet full of surprises. Max promised he didn't tell him anything inappropriate, but he was a man after all, and men talked, didn't they? Women sure did.
Stop teasing her,
Max said. He gave me several quick kisses.
You know she embarrasses easily.
I do not, I countered. Yes, you do. Daria jumped to Max's side. Hey, you're supposed to back me up, friend. Daria broke away from Hal and approached, pulling me into a hug so tight I thought she would crush me. I'll always back you up. Her eyes glistened when she stepped back. What's the matter? Will you be my maid of honor? She blurted, pulling me into another hug before I could even digest her question.
Babe, I think we probably should have told them we're engaged before you asked her to be your maid of honor.
Hal laughed at her impetuousness, but he appeared just as over the moon as she was. You're engaged? Max and I both said at the same time. We looked at each other first, before turning our attention to the happy couple. They'd only been dating for 6 months, so to say their announcement was a shock was an understatement. Although I'd never seen my best friend so damn happy, so whatever reservations flitted through me were diminished as I watched the love they had for each other grow by the second.
Congratulations.
Max walked up to Hal and gave him a warm brotherly hug, the two men quite the sight to behold. So much love and friendship existed between them, it made me slightly jealous I didn't have a sibling of my own. Then again, I supposed I wasn't without someone to call my sister, because I considered Daria to be my family.
Will you be my best man? Of course, you didn't have to ask. Well, I had to make it official and all.
Hal slapped Max on the back before moving behind Daria. He couldn't keep his hands off her, and it was sweet, much like Max was with me. So, my friend's forehead creased. Will you be my maid of honor, or would you be my matron of honor? We don't have plans to get married anytime soon, I assured her, awkwardly smiling, because Max and I had never discussed specifics. We'd mentioned getting married in the future once or twice, but nothing concrete. I didn't want him to feel as if I was on some sort of clock to get hitched, so I never said much on the topic, simply following his lead. For now, we enjoyed living together. Max moved into my townhome 2 months prior, and while it was an adjustment at first, we couldn't be happier. Besides, it wasn't as if there wasn't enough room in case one of us needed a little me time.
Speak for yourself,
Max interjected, taking me completely by surprise. What? He chewed on his bottom lip.
You heard me just fine.
He kissed me before moving toward Hal, the two of them stepping off to the side to talk. And that was when Daria pulled me in the opposite direction. Oh my God! She literally did a little dance. He's going to propose! Her voice rose with each word. Stop it. He is not. Uttering those words disappointed me for some inexplicable reason. He so is. He's crazy in love with you. Besides, I saw his expression when you said you two had no plans of marrying anytime soon. It was as if someone had stolen his puppy. I think you're exaggerating. She continued to beam at me, her ridiculous expression turning my thoughts around. Do you really think so? Yes. Damn, you two might even beat us to the altar. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I diverted my attention to the other side of the room, and as if sensing I'd been watching him, Max returned my stare, winking and giving me one of his gorgeous smiles. From the looks of it, he appeared to be up to no good, but I couldn't tell for certain because I couldn't hear what they were saying. After the newly engaged couple eventually left, Max and I unpacked the rest of the boxes and set up my office. Poor guy, I made him move the desk 3 times before I decided on its perfect placement. I offered to help him with his space, but he said he was hungry and was waiting for me to finish up. The day after I found out about Amber Sauter being an investor in the building Max had considered leasing, he'd seen reason and had his realtor scout out a new location, and it turned out she found him an even better space, bigger and less expensive, which was great news considering he was starting up a new firm. And he'd asked me to come and work with him, telling me I could take on as many pro bono cases as I wanted. Turned out Max had a large nest egg, and he didn't need my revenue, but I wanted to contribute just the same. So for every 3 pro bono cases I took on, I made sure to take on 1 paying client. My father was still going strong at his firm. He'd recovered from his latest heart attack and was doing well, even cutting back some hours at the office. Our relationship had started to change after he was released from the hospital. Small things, such as him calling me in the evening to talk about our day, something he hadn't done in years. Then there were the weekly dinners he insisted on having, even welcoming Max into the fold, which excited me more than I could ever express. As the weeks passed, I saw the 2 men in my life grow more comfortable with each other, even laughing and swapping horror stories of past clients. When I told my father about Max's offer for me to come and work with him, he gave me his blessing, telling me I should follow my heart. He knew about all the good I wanted to do for those less privileged, and while he'd seen my aspirations as hindrances before, even silly, he now viewed them as strengths.
Are you ready? Alina. Earth to Alina.
Max waved his hand in front of my face. When my eyes finally focused, he asked,
Are you okay?
I smiled, my heart full of love and appreciation for all my blessings. The best I've ever been. Epilogue. 1 month later.
It's time, sweetheart.
Max patted my rear end when I refused to budge. It was way too early in the morning, and all I wanted to do was snuggle into the comfy covers and drift back off to sleep. But he had other plans.
Come on, Alina, he whispered. You have to get up now.
I grumped, trying to pull the covers up to my chin, but he grabbed them and yanked them away from me. I just need another hour.
No can do. Now get up. Breakfast is almost ready, and the coffee is brewing.
He threw the covers off the bed completely, laughing as he walked out of our bedroom. I believed I heard him whistling some holiday song as he bounded down the steps. Christmas morning had stopped being special when my mother died. The following year, my father had gone away on a business trip, leaving me with the nanny. I didn't think he could handle the holiday without her, and I didn't blame him. It was very hard on both of us. And ever since then, I'd never really celebrated. I'd go in on Secret Santa at the office, and Daria and I exchanged presents, but that was the extent of it. Until today. Max had regaled me with stories of how his family used to celebrate Christmas morning, taking turns opening gifts 1 person at a time. It would take hours some years, but he said those had been his fondest memories. Hearing him speak about those times made my heart ache for my mother and the time we'd spent together, which simply hadn't been enough.
Alina! Max shouted from downstairs. Don't make me get back up there, woman.
To ensure I wouldn't fall back asleep, Christmas carols bolted through the in-wall speakers, the volume cranked up too much for me to ignore.
And make sure you wear the pajamas I set out for you.
Oh, for the love of Pete. Wiping the residual sleep from my eyes, I snatched the outfit from the top of the trunk at the end of the bed and shuffled to the bathroom. Once finished, I joined Max in the kitchen, the aroma of bacon and eggs instantly making my stomach grumble. I need coffee. Before I could situate myself at the kitchen island, a hot cup of deliciousness was placed in front of me.
There you go. Please drink up, because I would like to see the woman I love, he teased, twirling the spatula in his hand before turning around to tend to the food on the stove.
Very funny. As I sipped from my mug, I gazed at him, mesmerized. Whether he was reaching into the cupboard for plates or bending over to pick up a fork he'd dropped on the floor, Watching him was one of my favorite things. His hair was sexily mussed, the stubble on his face making him look extra yummy. He was dressed in green and red flannel pajama bottoms, nice written across the front of his t-shirt.
I hope you're hungry.
Starving, I replied. He handed me my plate before taking the seat next to me. Let me ask you something.
Sure.
Why do you get the nice shirt and I get the naughty one? The pajamas he'd made me wear matched his. Same flannel bottoms with a graphic tee.
Because you're always tempting me, which is a very naughty thing to do.
His lopsided grin was adorable, the dimple in his cheek amping up his irresistibility. Sitting there with him, enjoying a breakfast he'd made on Christmas morning, was surreal. Before he'd come into my life, I never pictured such a scene, resigned to skipping over all the festivities during the holidays. Even when I'd been engaged to Chris, I hadn't pictured us sharing Christmas morning together. But there was no place I'd rather be than with Max, creating new and wonderful memories.
Eat up before it gets cold.
I don't accept your reasoning for the shirt, by the way, I responded before I shoveled the eggs into my mouth. Closing my eyes, I let out a small moan as I savored my breakfast. He made the best damn eggs I'd ever tasted. They were scrambled, how I liked them, and the mix of salt and pepper was perfect. Whenever I cooked eggs, I somehow managed to dry them out, but his were out of this world delicious.
See?
See what? I asked, munching on a piece of bacon.
The shirt fits you.
I furrowed my brows.
You're moaning, making me think of all sorts of dirty images.
He nodded.
It fits. You're the naughty one.
Well, if you didn't make such wonderful eggs, I wouldn't make inappropriate noises.
I make them that way on purpose. I want to hear your appreciation. It gets my engine revved. In fact,
he abruptly turned my chair, reaching forward and putting his hands on my backside, lifting me off the stool and placing me on top of the counter. At least he'd waited until I swallowed my food. What are you doing? I gasped, holding on to his shoulders for stability. Big mistake. Every corded muscle felt like pliable stone, the heat from his skin flaring my desire for him.
I want to see if I can get you to moan for me again.
He leaned forward and nuzzled his nose into the crook of my neck, making me twitch in delight. What about the presents?
I'll be quick.
Well, Merry Christmas to you, too. We both laughed, and as he was about to kiss me, I heard a whimpering sound coming from the laundry room. What was that?
Nothing,
he lied, his untruth written all over his face. I heard something. I tried to move him back, but he wouldn't budge. Max, let me down! He glanced in the direction of the noise before looking back at me.
Okay, but I'll go see what's going on. You stay here.
Max helped me down before walking toward the room off the kitchen. What is it? I said impatiently, but he never answered. Instead, he reappeared carrying a large crumpled towel in his hands. What are you carrying? Another whimper sounded, and I moved closer. Oh my God, you didn't! My eyes lit up, and I swore my facial muscles were going to start cramping soon if I didn't stop smiling so big.
I thought today would be the perfect day to introduce you to Stanley.
As he said the name, he unfolded the towel, and there in his hands was a tiny cream-colored dachshund puppy. We'd talked about getting a dog together, but had never made plans to actually do it. I love him already, I cried, reaching out to snatch him from Max. As soon as the puppy was in my arms, he lathered my face with kisses, his little tail going 100 miles an hour.
Remember you said that when he messes in the house.
Oh, I don't care. He's so cute, aren't you? I asked Stanley, my voice reverting to one used specifically for all things tiny and adorable. He whined, and I pulled him closer so he could snuggle into me.
I already had a name tag created for him. Check it out.
Max smiled as I fumbled with the puppy's collar. He was squirming so much I had to put him on the counter, careful to hold him away from the ledge so he wouldn't fall. Finally, my thumb and forefinger caught the silver metal plate, but when I turned it over, there were 4 words written on the tag, not just one. Will you marry me? I read it twice before it dawned on me what was happening. When I turned to face the man I loved, he was down on one knee, presenting me with a small, open black box. The ring inside was breathtaking. A large heart-shaped diamond in the middle, surrounded by the same precious stone running down both sides of the platinum band.
Alina, since the day I met you, you've changed my life. I'm so in love with your feistiness, your passion, and your huge heart. I can't imagine letting another day pass without asking you to do me the honor of becoming my wife.
He blew out a nervous breath.
Will you marry me?
I'd given up my dream of finding the right man, someone who could make my heart skip a beat simply by looking at me. A man who ignited my passion and was not only my lover, but my true friend. And then Max had entered my world and changed everything for me. He made me fight for what was important, to stand strong and be the woman I was meant to be. He made me a better person in every way possible. So my answer was a no-brainer. Yes, of course I'll marry you, I cried, tears suddenly dancing down my cheeks. Max rose to his full height, reached for my hand, and placed the stunning ring on my finger.
Do you see those stones on the sides of the band?
He asked, tucking an excited Stanley into the crook of his arm. Yes, they're beautiful.
They're from your mother's ring, he proclaimed, his eyes unexpectedly becoming glassy.
What? I asked, completely confused. I don't understand. How would you have had my mother's ring?
Your father.
Max wiped away my still-falling tears.
When I asked for his permission, he told me he wanted me to include something of your mother's with the ring I gave you.
My father had held on to the ring he'd proposed to my mother with, keeping it locked away safe and sound. I can't believe you did that. I wrapped my arms around him. And I can't believe you asked my dad and that he said yes.
What can I say? I'm very lovable, he joked, circling his free arm around me.
You certainly are. This concludes Blind Devotion by S. Nelson. Narrated by Viola Lord and Gideon Frost. Copyright 2018 by S. Nelson. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with S. Nelson, care of SBR Media, and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.